Hello, friends. Hello, traders, and everyone else. A new year is upon us. Yes, 2024. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV opening call. And he's Hoag, and I'm glad he's back. So glad that you could make it. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time, and we've saved you a front row seat. We have exciting, informative, and educational programming for you. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, a little more persistence, a little more effort, and what seemed to be hopeless failure may turn into glorious success. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how and game plan ready. I hope so. Checklist ready. I hope so. And I'd like to say good morning and welcome back to our opening call on Top Step, John the Hoagland. Good to have you back there, brother.
It's good to be back, brother. It's been a little over a week. Did stop by on Friday to say hello to everybody, but I have missed you, Eddie. I have missed everybody. Looking forward to a new year, new opportunities, a new book to write. Finished off last year's book. Time to start this year's book. Going to start off hopefully strong. I always seem to remind myself, though, that yes, everybody wants to get off to a strong start for the new year, and it tends to make me go chasing trades and try and get into the markets and make some money quick. You just remind yourself, the best trades are the ones that are going to come to you. You go looking for trades, you're going to find them all right. Just be patient. You got a whole year with which to write that book, so take your time.
Right, and we're going to be with you that whole year, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, let's get this going here. Let's fire up 2024 with some news. U.S. stock futures a little lower than ahead of the start of the new trading year. Investors attempting to gauge the staying power bumper of 2023 for the equities. Now, the Dow contract slipped 0.3%. We had the S&P drop 0.5% and NASDAQ down 0.7%. Now, these indices surged last year despite initial worries that unprecedented string of Federal Reserve interest rate hikes could spark a recession. That's basically been the whole talk here. And but resilience in the U.S. economy has helped fuel optimism that the Fed could engineer the so-called soft landing. Say that with me, John. Soft landing. In which inflation is cooled without causing an economic meltdown. So this past Friday, we did see that the major averages slipped, although the declines took a little away from the stellar 2023 on Wall Street. We did see the S&P grow 24.2% annually, closing out the year with 9 consecutive winning streaks. That was the best since 2024. The NASDAQ soared by 43.4%, driven by the strength of the mega cap stocks, emerging enthusiasm over the possible applications of AI, artificial intelligence. And yes, that 30 stock Dow jumped 13.7%, boosted by a 7 record closing level the last days of the year. And that's what I got for right now. But Johnny, what do you got?
Well, the Santa rally looks like it's over, at least for now. But as far as economic numbers, this week, today, 8:45, we got the PMI manufacturing final number coming out, 9 o'clock consumer spending. Wednesday, one of the majors that investors and traders will be watching is going to be the FOMC minutes on Friday. But before that, of course, mortgage rates and applications, ISM manufacturing index, and the job openings and labor turnover survey, which will be really the start to a lot of the employment information due out this week. Thursday, the ADP employment report due out, as well as jobless claims. We have nat gas and petroleum status report due on Thursday due to the holiday here on Monday. And then Friday, of course, the kind of the pinnacle of the week as far as economic numbers are concerned. We've got the unemployment numbers and non-farm payrolls, as well as factory orders, ISM service index. I've got just one talking Fed on the schedule. Wednesday, Barkin is supposed to be barking. Same talking Fed barking on Friday, but that's the only ones I see currently on the schedule. They do have a tendency to pop up from from time and again to kind of keep us on our toes a little bit here. So that's really the economic numbers we've got headed for us this week. Again, probably the most important and impactful one will be the non-farm payrolls and unemployment on Friday, but you never know what the MC minutes are going to bring for us.
Okay. And oil prices rising today here after heavy losses in 2023, concerns over the disruption in the Middle East. Now, there were reports today that an Iranian warship had entered the Red Sea, and that was a route between Europe and Asia. The news adds fears over the flow of the supplies in the region. We are seeing that U.S. crude was trading 2.2% higher, and Brent was 2.3%. On another note, Bitcoin. John, you ever heard of this thing called Bitcoin?
I've heard a little bit about it here and there, yeah.
Well, this thing, I don't know, it rose to its 21th-month high today and jumped 7% to 45,630, reaching its highest level since April 2022. And the increase came as an extension, very strong recovery for Bitcoin when the token surged more than 100% in value after starting the year at around 17,000. How many people are holding Bitcoin? How many people bought it at 17,000? Some real important news. I want everybody to pay attention to this one. Taylor Swift, you've heard of her, right?
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit? Yeah, Taylor Swift. She has dethroned the king. And you know who the king is, remember? You know who the king is, remember? Elvis. Yes. She now has 68 weeks at a #1 spot on Billboard, 200 more than Elvis Presley. May he rest in peace. So she's amassed 68 weeks on top Billboard, beating the record by a solo artist, but the act she's got to beat now is more than the Beatles, which have 132 weeks at the top spot. Yes. Another thing very important here, Mark Zuckerberg is building a secret luxury bunker. Where is he building this? On the island of Kauai. And I'm wondering why he's building a bunker in Hawaii. If anybody has a direct number to him, send it to me. I'll give him a call. And we'll get him on here at Topstep TV and see what the hell you building one there for, buddy.
Yeah, it might be good to hear from him why he chose that level or that area, and it is a volcanic island. You never know what's going to happen there.
Tsunamis, volcanoes, yes, and very close to the breeding area of Godzilla. You got to be very careful. But hey, before we go into our charts, we have the tip of the week. We're going to be bringing you a tip of the week each week and focusing on that tip. And James, what is that tip of the week for this week, January 2nd? There you go.
There we go.
All right. I'm a little late here. What is it? Just the tip. Yeah.
Adaptability.
Adaptability. You want to read that, John? Because mine is just a little behind.
Yep, no problem. So the tip of the week, adaptability. Recognize when a trade is not working and be ready to cut your losses. I think that's a really good one. It's important to stay creative and recognize information that is contrary to the original thought or the idea or the bias that you have. When a trade is not working, cut your losses. When a series of trades is not working, cut your size. And when everything's not working, regroup and get yourself back in the right direction. Take a little time off sometimes is what that might require. But yes, you do want to remain adaptable because we never know what's going to happen in these markets. As we always say, ACH, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, right. Cut your losses and do that. But good stuff, Johnny. Thank you for covering that. And we got some time here. We might as well get to our charts.
Yeah,
Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, it's great to be back in the seat. I did some research and looking at things yesterday and over the last couple of days, and I think I'm prepared for this year. I think there's always that kind of rush to get off to a good start, to start making money right away. And in the past, that's helped me and it's also hurt me. So I'm going to be patient getting into these markets, get my feet on the ground, and start hopefully racking up some decent profits here. But the end of the year, here's the Santa rally. We certainly saw that Santa rally. Well, Santa's done for the year, it looks like. We had a little bit of a pullback the end of last week. We'd still closed the week higher, but we did manage to get a little bit of profit taking, and some of that profit taking may have been met with some new short sellers. We added 23,000 in open interest on Friday. Take a look at the daily chart. Now, there's a couple of things that stand out to me on the daily chart that we do see on the weekly chart. Just to look right back here at the weekly chart, we do see a degree of excess on the weekly chart. In other words, the market, it was a smaller range last week, as would be expected because it was the holiday. But we do see some excess on this weekly bar here. In other words, price just seemed to get too expensive. We weren't able to hold those prices, and the market came off a little bit. Now, what does it look like on the daily chart? Well, on the daily chart, we don't have any excess on the highs here. Now, again, you got to remember, it was a holiday week last week. These two highs are within 2 ticks of each other. So there's not a lot of excess of traders saying, you know what, this is too expensive. I'm not buying it anymore. And sellers will come in and quickly move price back to the downside. Well, that didn't really necessarily happen. We have a week high. Now, some would say, well, that's a double top. Yes, it is a double top, and it has provided a decent downside opportunity. But because of the lack of excess on the daily chart, I'm not looking for this lack of excess on the highs here to remain for very long. Not only that, those highs were in the overnight session, the extended trading hour session. We know that markets don't like to leave those highs in extended trading hour trade. The upside structure still remains. I mean, we've got a ways to go before I'm going to start to think that we're really going to start to see this thing come apart. We're going to need a pullback. What this week high is saying to me is that the traders that were willing to pay that weren't willing to pay any higher, but they were still willing to pay it. Maybe we've gotten a little bit too long in short and maybe medium time frame speculator time frames for the market to continue. So we're going to need to either pull back or consolidate. We're starting to see a little bit of a pullback. Look back here. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, how many days straight to the upside? And we saw a pullback that provided the impetus for the market to put in another new all-time high. So we're looking for a pullback or into consolidation to even out inventories so that we'll have enough bullets to continue this move to the upside. Take a look at the 30. What's this going to tell us today? All righty. So here's our all-time high in the overnight session. Almost to that in the overnight session. So a lack of excess on the daily chart. We'll keep an eye on that. It's something that doesn't have to happen now. It may happen at some point in the near future that gets taken out during regular trading hour session. However, in the very short time frame, we're putting in lower highs. We're putting in lower lows. We've begun to establish a move in the opposite direction. If this move continues, I'm really not worried about a major change in the market state unless we accept down below 47.37, which is our weekly kickoff low, which is the pullback low on this Wednesday. I forget what came out that day. It was either FOMC or CPI. I forget what it was, but it's the lowest that the market returned after it put in the high. So that's going to be an important level. It seems like kind of an extemporaneous or kind of a weak level, but we're going to see if the market comes down there, how it gives us an opportunity to limit risk and gives us possibly a decent opportunity for an execution. Overnight inventory is obviously long. We opened up here. We're trading lower. We've got a gap. So overnight inventory is short. Gap rules are in play. Gap rules takes us down to last week's low. Very narrow range last week, which again would be expected due to the holidays. So I'll be watching to see if the market gives us the opportunity to close the gap. Opening range trade may be something I'll think about because the market is opening out of range and out of balance from Friday. We're putting in lower highs, lower lows. The market may start a directional move early in the session today. May not. We don't know. We've got a naked point of control that we've traded to. We're likely to trade to that during regular trading hour session. It doesn't mean that naked point of control has been touched until it's touched in regular trading hours. So then the profile on Friday was a double distribution trend day. We have a distribution of time and volume, though it be very short time frame up here, and then the major distribution of time and volume down here. We're going to be looking for opportunities up against this upper distribution in regular trading hours today. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to have that much of an opportunity to do so. It did it in the overnight session. So it came up, tested to the upper distribution, rejected, and it's been to the downside ever since. Getting a little bit of consolidation, perhaps a little bit of basing down here at the bottom. We'll watch and see how this market responds when the market opens during fast markets. Take a look at the NASDAQ. As always, on Mondays, I start with the weekly. Today being Synthetic Monday, since we didn't trade yesterday, we're starting with the weekly. So look at the NASDAQ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight up weeks. There is, again, that sense or the possibility of excess on the weekly chart. But we've seen that before. We had excess here. We had excess here. These markets, we have to remember these equities markets are extremely resilient. So we're starting to see our pullback here on the weekly chart. Look at the daily chart. Weekly kickoff high and low. Well, what do we have here? We've got last week's very narrow range. We're already below it. We do have a degree of excess on the high here on the daily chart. Did that happen in regular trading hours or extended trading hours? We're going to find out very soon. Market could be setting up an area of consolidation. The market could be getting into a deeper pullback, but again, the upside structure remains in multiple time frames. And I don't see that upside structure truly being broken until we accept below weekly kickoff low here in the NASDAQ as well, 16,604. Excuse me, my goodness. So the 30-minute chart is going to show us where we are as far as early inventories in the trading day today. Here it is. Well, looky here. All-time high in the overnight session. An hour before the open here on Thursday, we put in the all-time high. Again, is that going to be impactful? Does the market have to go back up and take that out? No. But it did happen in the overnight session, and we know that the regular trading hour traders get an attitude when that happens. They don't like that. We want to put in all-time highs and all-time lows and recent highs and recent lows. We don't want the overnight traders to do that, so we'll just keep that in mind. But again, we're putting in lower highs, we're putting in lower lows, we're coming into a pullback here. Overnight inventory, again, is short. We're going to be opening with a gap, which means gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. There's a lot of visuals down below. There's a lot of things that this market can target down below. And again, the true test of the resilience to the upside is going to be a weekly kickoff low if we even get the opportunity to see it. Not suggesting it will or it won't, but it'll be an important level for me should the market give us the opportunity. As far as the profile is concerned, we had another double distribution trend day, which means that there was a distribution of time and volume that was quickly rejected to the downside and created another area of time and volume. Last night, the market traded basically right up to where the excess would be. Okay, there's very little volume here. If you can see it, let me make sure. Maybe make this really big so we can all see what a double distribution trend day looks like. Market opened, and for an hour and a half, it ranged here It quickly moved away from that range and then began to balance here. This little thin line of volume here on TPO charts, we would call those single ticks or single prints. Market came right up to it, well, relatively close to it, not even really in it last night for our overnight high. And sellers came in, and obviously the market has given us that opportunity to trade gap rules. Remember that the overnight inventory is pretty short. That may give us a better opportunity for better trade location if we can't close that gap. And if we do close the gap, that can be an interesting spot. It is last week's low. Any sign of a reacceptance of value inside of Friday's value area in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps could bring a move in the opposite direction, but it still kind of keeps us looking at lower highs and lower lows. So the tilt, if you will, is to the downside in the equities because the short time frame, lower highs, lower lows. That can change in a heartbeat. Don't forget that, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the crude oil. Well, on the weekly chart, I mean, here's the high, here's a high, here's a low, here's a low. Overall, I mean, since, here's where we started this contract in January. Where are we? Well, we're actually above it. I mean, according to the continuation charts, yeah, the market's come off a little bit, but we're still higher than we were in this contract, in the February contract. We've fallen into a very sticky area of previous balance, and that's where we are right now. So in the longer time frame, I'm looking at this market as a market that is in imbalance. In balance. Look at the daily chart. So last week's weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low remain the same. They did not change. We traded within a few points, a few ticks, really, of last week's weekly kickoff high. The high was 76.18. 76.25 was weekly kickoff high. That proved to be too high. Buyers wouldn't buy it. We've been selling off ever since. Now we've set up kind of a two-stage range here. Last week's low, one extreme of that two-stage range, and the weekly kickoff low, the other, the rest of the extreme of the area of balance. We're right in the middle of it. Stay patient. Is there anything on the 30-minute chart that may give us some sort of pause, some sort of cause to be aggressive this morning? Well, look at this. Overnight inventory was long. Not so much anymore. This is really a classic example of overnight inventory in a market that is stuck in range. In a longer time frame, this market is in a range. The market opened outside of balance and range from yesterday. Excuse me. The opening last night was all the way down here. Our short time frame buyers just got too long here. Market opened. It looks like the opening range was the high of the session. And what happens? All of these overnight longs say, hey, we're not going to get paid anymore. Let's get out. They all run for the door. They climb over each other to try and get out of those positions. And you get a really nice opposite move. So now I guess the question would be, do we reaccept value from Friday, which could lead us all the way back down to approximately settlement? Remember where we opened. We opened here. Market still driving towards that level. Once we get down there, the overnight inventory will be resolved, and then the market can kind of choose direction based off of maybe some longer time frame information. But that longer time frame information is going to be hard to come by, as range bound as it is. Gold. What do we have? We have a lot of excess over $2,100. That was that Sunday when the market popped and then came all the way back. Excess. Every time the market gets over 2,100, it gets sold. Well, what's that mean for us? On the daily chart, we have the market really kind of closing in on itself. The weekly kickoff levels have really kind of closed in, mostly from the bottom. We're looking at kind of an area of potential balance between last week's high and low. We're in the middle of it. A lot of indecision, a lot of confusion here. We lost 2,000 in open interest here on Friday. And, just looking at the daily, What do we have as far as the 30-minute chart? There we go. No, that's not what I want. I want this scale. There we go. So overnight inventory was a little bit long. They got out of those longs even before the regular trading hour session opened. So the market opened in range and in value, which tells me I'm going to try and stay a little bit patient today. Let the market establish the early range to the initial balance, and then try and work those extremes. While we're inside last week's high and low, and inside weekly kickoff low and high, which, well, the high is here, 2092. Be patient. Look for opportunities against short time frame levels. If the market is indeed in short time frame control in this balance, those are the levels that are likely to be respected. The problem is there's going to be a lot of them, and that's it. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Stay grateful, humble, creative, and centered in your trading today. Keep your feet on the ground. It's the first day of the year. I know we all have big ideas on really killing it today or really killing it this week, this month, this year. Just take your time. Let the market tell you what it's going to do. You'll find those opportunities. Have a great trading day.
All right.
And let's get to it.
Let's get to it. And hey, if you're looking for those levels, they are pinned in our YouTube chat. Daily levels, very important things that we should be watching each and every day. So let's take a little coffee break here, get ready for fast markets, and let's start this year on the right foot. Be right back. Welcome back to Fast Market. Let's get our ponies in the gates. And good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing well. Happy 2024.
All right. Let's get going here. We are inside a minute here. We are going to have that bell going to be kicking in here in just a second here.
Guess who's with us, Eddie?
Who is with us today, Michael?
On Fast Market, John Hoagland. Totally missed that shit. Yeah, Johnny Hoagland.
I missed you guys.
We got him booked as a regular this year.
Really? Good job. I tell you, if anybody, we got to book that guy. Solid.
Yes, we do.
I appreciate that, guys. Good to be back.
16,
and here we go.
There we go. It's 60. It was 65, 75 now. S&P.
Remember, folks, in our YouTube channel, if you got some levels, if you got some positions, let us know. And any reasons why, keep those coming.
Oh man, 5.5 handle opening range. The S&Ps that maybe reduce size a little bit.
Well,
See if we get it.
Hey, Johnny, there was a
Yeah.
question earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you, but TBD was asking, John, where's the naked point of control you just mentioned? I'm thinking maybe we can the naked point of control in the NASDAQ.
Okay, let's see here. So the naked point of control, volume-wise, is the single price that has the highest volume from the previous session or a previous session. What the point of control represents is some would say truly the fairest price of the day. It's where the most volume occurred. It's usually not a place that I like to take trades during that trading day, but the naked points of control tend to be targeted on previous sessions. So sometimes they can be really good targets for trades back to them, or even sometimes opportunities to kind of look for the market to get to them and then reject them. The market kind of goes to warm, comfy levels, which you could consider a point of control. Because a lot of people traded there, but when a lot of people trade there, that makes it kind of an area that I don't want to trade during this session, but in a previous session. So the naked point of control in the NASDAQ, volume wise, is 17,072 quarter. 17,072 quarter. Let me line that up with my TPO chart, 072 quarter. I'm sorry, 17,023. Yeah, that's about right. 17,022 is the TPO point of control. Now, the TPO point of control is based on the most visited price time-wise. Quite often, the volume point of control and the TPO point of control will be relatively close, sometimes not. But in this case, in the NASDAQ, for Friday's TPO point of control is 17,022. So that would be kind of a targeted level. And then, you can't forget that there's points of control from the past. Now, if you look at this is the point of control from last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago, last Thursday, the 21st. And that remained unchecked. So it extends until it's reached again. Now, we reached it in the overnight. We didn't reach it in the regular trading hours just yet, but there's a high probability that as close as we are to it, that it's going to get rechecked.
Okay.
So
thank you, John.
Level. Yes.
Thank you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little beat up on the way up while you were talking, Johnny, but I'm short from 58 right now. So make back a little.
Nice. So yeah, that naked point of control.
What was that?
78.
78. That's
78, right.
74s and 78s. I did that 5-10 minutes ago. Okay. My screen is missing a few things. Don't know why. Don't know why. What's up, guys? Let's do this.
New year, new screens, Michael.
I know. New me. Speaking of new me, I stop at I belong to a Snowmass Club over here, and I stop there for coffee every morning. I call it my $1,000 coffee because I pay dues there, and I don't use it for anything else. It was packed, the parking lot, and I walk in there. I go, "Wow, a lot of New Year's resolution, folks, huh?"
Give it 2 weeks; it'll be back to normal,
right? I know, that's what I said. I said it 2 weeks. Okay, that short was hard to hold on to, and I only got one left. But it did 78, 70s. It was trying to flirt to the higher side. We'll take a scratch day.
Yeah, the NASDAQ looked above the opening range first and failed.
Yeah.
Now it's extended below the opening range. So you're looking pretty good here. I mean, there was a pretty feeble attempt at closing the gap, and it didn't seem to scare the overnight shorts that are in the market. So they're emboldened now. If you're still short one, I'd stick to it at least till the overnight low.
No, I got out of it.
You're out. Okay. All right. Well, good. Money's money.
Yeah, I want to take a little off the table.
Well, I did the fat finger of all fat fingers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I was inside of about $200.
We're all starting out, Eddie.
My God, man. My God, man. No, I was about $200 within passing my third 50K combine. And stupid over here. I don't know how I hit the reset button, but I closed it out.
Oh.
Yeah, 52,818. So you know what? It's 2024. I'm gonna start a new one, brand new, fresh 50K combine, and we'll see where we can go from there.
Well, you were already nailing that one combine that you had going on.
Yeah, that was the one that I stupidly, I don't know what I was doing. I hit reset, and all of a sudden I get a little message on my phone. But anyway, I'm not gonna. I was doing good, so I'm gonna just continue with the PMA, positive mental attitude.
Yeah.
That's a good way to do it. That's good leading by example right there. Because we do get a lot of people that are like, I accidentally did this, I accidentally did that. And they'll email in. We'll try to help you out for sure. But if it's an accidentally doing that all the time, you got to take accountability for a little bit. But a one little accident, Eddie.
Yeah.
Get a little grace on that.
Yeah. Bill Favo passed the 50K on
There we
Topstep.
go.
Good job.
Hey guys, we have fire drill tomorrow, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. So we have fire drill tomorrow, 15 minutes only. Are you going to know when it's going to happen? I don't think we're telling them time, do we?
Well, we did tell them it was going to be during fast markets, but
Yes.
that's a long time.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You would
So
have to
be
tune
here.
in. You would have to tune in to the most watched, hated, and loved episode. All right, we're
Yes.
on.
What's the hate?
What's that?
What's the hate?
Dude, I don't know, John. Every time we do those polls, we got about 20% of the people. Are you having a great time? 20%.
Bring them on. It's better to be hated than loved.
Yes.
That's what I've heard.
All right, set a poll out there. Are you going to tune in this year to Topstep TV?
I think they should be yes if they're taking that poll.
I think there's going to be the fun guys out there that just stir pots.
Yeah. And then I think we get Andre back tomorrow too.
Andre's back tomorrow. He's on a winery trip with his girlfriend. And Andre, if you're listening, we miss you.
I hope he brings us all back a nice bottle of vino.
There you go. Oh, that
that's
short.
good.
That short was a beautiful short. I gotta say that.
Yeah, it was. My
Uh,
wife's been trying to get me on the vino trail thing for years. I've been lucky to avoid it, but now I guess we're going to be going to the bourbon trail this summer. So that's my winery, the finest wines of Kentucky.
no comment.
Wow, there you go.
All right, John, we're on our lows down here. What do you have down here? Because point of control did not show up on our levels that we have. I don't know if the levels we have.
It was just because it was a previous point of control that goes all the way back to a week ago last Thursday.
Got it.
So those are things you gotta kind of keep on your charts and pay attention to. So yeah, it didn't get there in the regular trading hours, which to me is what doesn't happen is equal as important as what does happen. The fact that it didn't happen has me keeping away from longs here in the S&Ps. The S&Ps just now took out the low of the opening range. I did not take it because the NASDAQ has been kind of leading us to the downside.
Okay. I hope there's some type of New Year's resolutions, but we're not calling them New Year's we're calling them our trading year in 2024. It is a completely new season. Everybody here is pretty much equal when it comes to financial up or down because the day has not closed. So we are all equals. We're all equal in that perfect world where we are all, but some of us have a lot more talent than others. Some of us are developing our talent. Some of us are here as hobbyists. Some of us are going to have an absolutely crushing, good year.
Yeah.
So which one are you? That's what you need to decide. Which one are you?
So, Michael, the next naked point of control in the NASDAQ goes back to the 14th of December. And the volume point of control is right here, 16,738.50.
38.50. Got some more.
Yep, 738.50.
Okay.
John, there's a question here. Jake saying, you say you're out of range open. That will depend on how fast it returns to range. So what do you consider a fast return to range?
Well, like when we saw what happened this morning in crude oil, right? So we opened, overnight inventory was long. We opened out of range and out of value. Here's where we opened last night. So we know that the short time frame, weaker hands traders are holding longs. Market opened and basically ripped right back to close the gap, ripped right back to where the market opened last night, and just ripped right back to settlement. I would call that a fast rejection of opening outside of range.
We've had a fast market so far today. I know that. It's moving around.
Yep.
I bought what you were talking about.
And that move was vicious.
Johnny, while you're talking about 84s, I sold 97s. So now I'm up on the day. So
Good.
So far. Those got myself in a quick $900 hole out of the gate. You don't want to do that, Michael. Yeah, who was saying that to me last week? I need to slow down. My mornings are getting me.
Hey, community.
Manic.
Community.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Everybody.
Pretty much. I think we pulled that one. And it was
I think we
100%.
I like that short. I mean, we took out the overnight low. We were holding price below that level. That's usually a good idea. Can be a good indication of possible continuation.
Ouch. I just got stopped out down 420.
Eddie, you're always around it.
Yeah,
up
gold's
and down.
taking a dip here. Gold's taking a dive, I should say.
Up and down.
Got some new lows here in gold, folks. 2071.
Sean, man, every MF. Wow, everyone.
Hmm.
Well, thank God I'm not your role model here. I'm just the guy who's on here talking about trading. Everybody needs to look in the mirror because that is the what do I call it? The man in the mirror. I used to say that about trade reports when I was talking to traders. You got to look at the man in the mirror, woman in the mirror, whomever you're talking to. It gives you who you are as a trader. I mean, it's stat wise, and then you should have your journal that gives you what's going on upstairs. Speaking of journal, we have a trading plan, guys, checklist, right? That we do every day on. We should have a trading plan. Let's just put it that way. So at the top of your screen in chat will be shortly a pinned checklist for all the new folks. This is a new year. You're able every day to make little adjustments, but new year 2024, it's always cool to if you're going to make some moves, bigger moves, I'd say it's a good time to start that. I'm going to switch products. You can be like, NASDAQ 2, NASCRAC, I don't want it anymore. I want S&P, nice and smooth. I like how John talks anyway. And Michael, I couldn't make any money fading him or going with him. So I don't know. Find out what you want to shift gears on. Also, a great time of the year. I love January. Now, John, you just telling me right in break, January can be a time where a lot of traders get caught getting crushed, and then you play get out of the hole for all Q1 because you get crushed for a whole month, and making a whole month really quickly takes a while. Takes a whole month if you look at your average.
Look at my guy Vince. He's short gold at 78 and change. Is that what I just saw here? Yeah, 78.70. So he's got a nice one on. Nice job, Vince.
There you go.
Man, that was you talked about directional trade too, right? Earlier.
Yeah.
Were you talking about NASDAQ on the directional trade or the index?
Well, I mean, pretty much all the equities have been directional to the upside, but Friday kind of put a little horseshoe into that, and now we're starting to put in lower highs and lower lows. We need a pullback. We need a pullback in these equities, whether it's just going into a period of consolidation or a deeper pullback, something to even out the inventory, because we just ran out of people that were willing to buy it or able to buy it up there. Got to even out that inventory, and then we can get them back into the markets.
Yeah. Last week you were around when that big sell-off happened, correct?
Yes.
And then it quickly, made new highs. That was after we made new highs. Huge sell-off, technical, and then it quickly. So there's like a melt up happening where the market just kept catching a bid and lifting offers because guys like me who are perma short were feeding it. Last week wasn't a good week, but I was trading for the sake of also proving out that this is not a good week. And it's hard to prove that out just by saying it's not a good week.
You took some losses last week is what you're saying?
I took a DLL on Friday, and then I know our guy Kyle, live trader Kyle, he took a DLL on Friday. A Putin thing or whatever happened in Russia, not Russia, Ukraine, that's what I heard it was about. That big sell-off. The
big sell-off.
Yeah.
Well, the trading lord shined his light upon me. I got long here. Erased the 420, and I'm up 178 on the day.
There you go, Eddie. Hey, John, Eddie's been trading really well, like really well.
Yeah, he has been.
Uh-huh. Now, right now, this is where it gets a little scary for traders. You're like, oh, thanks, man. Then you start thinking you're trading so damn well that then you go to this overconfident side of the fence. Not saying Eddie's going to do that, but I'm just letting you know that does start to creep in when you start trading really well. Eddie passed 2 trading combines in a month, and he's showing everybody here that you can pass trading combines.
50K. I find that psychologically the easiest if you want to get funded.
It's the most amount of people at Topstep are in. It's the most amount of obviously. It's the most amount of people that pass into the trading combine or funded trader level.
Yeah, I finally found a groove. I guess the beginning of December. I only really traded three weeks in December. I made over $5,000. And that's trading one lots.
Well, I'll cover the kids' Christmas presents.
Mostly one lots. Yep.
I think you could say mostly Sarah.
Yeah.
That's the daughter, guys. Very cool, very beautiful, very friendly, every smart, you name it. He checked off all the boxes with that one.
Yeah.
And he checked off the boxes that she's on the same birthday as, like, how do you get your little, no, she's your little daughter? Yeah, she's the youngest. Yeah.
Well, she's the oldest, actually. Luke's older, but bigger.
Right. How about this? Your only daughter gets to be on your birthday. Your birthday.
Yep. Yeah, first child, my only daughter, born on my birthday.
So your best friend.
Best birthday present ever.
Yeah. Hey, we're still making new lows here. Everything is on our new on the lows as far as equities. I think I'm not looking at Dow right now. I'm gonna throw it up.
So yeah, the NASDAQ is heading. Almost to that naked point of control. They get targeted so much.
Okay, so 735's naked. What was it? 35.
38.5.
738.
Yep.
16,738. Got it. Why is that one not on our levels?
Because it's 3 weeks old.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I still like it though.
Yeah.
I still like it when we get in these older ones because it honored it way back when.
Yeah. It was a comfortable level. Back on the 14th of December. And it's never been revisited. It's about to get revisited.
Okay. Good.
I got short a little early, even though I was trading 41s. Here's your 38s. There's your 38s right there.
There it is. Okay, there's the check.
There's the check.
Nice.
I'm holding it long right now.
Here's something nice. Pa Ram says, I registered in October, made losses for 2 months. All right. But after watching Topstep TV from December, I have cleared my 50K combine. Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Nice.
Is any way we can help? We're trying to do our best here.
Now the goal is, guys, stay funded. Get funded. Stay funded. Get paid. There's 3 things. If you're going in to get funded as a hurry up and rush, you're not even paying anything. You paid an activation fee, but you can be on that account as long as you're trading on it. You be on that account. We're quote unquote betting on you. Like you're the one. You're the pony. You're that we're liking. You traded well. Don't change. Don't speed it up. I got out of that quick long.
I'd like to thank Leslie and Jenna for helping me out this morning, getting me up and running for the show. Good job.
Nice. Thank you.
So
Makeup.
the next naked point of control to the downside, Michael, is basically weekly kickoff low 16,604.
604.
Yep.
All right, I'm locked from 38s right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this check of this naked point of control gives you the opportunity to limit risk around it.
Uh-huh.
So even if it doesn't play for the long, at least you know where you're wrong.
Anne-Marie Band is with us here today. Good morning, Anne-Marie. And
Hi, Anne-Marie.
She says she's still watching the 4767, the ES.
And now so am I, because Anne-Marie is watching it.
Watch why it's a matter of fact. Special. We've got Anne-Marie going to be joining us here this week for Fast Markets Thursday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, baby.
I'm out of that. Johnny, I'm out of that one. 38s took 55s. John, Eddie, when's she coming? What days?
She's going to be here Thursday for Fast Markets. And then she's going to be joining Hoagland and myself for Back to the Futures on Friday for Happy Hour. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, happy hour. HR call. We got to figure out how to get out of our handbook. You can't drink and work. So
that was in the handbook?
We got to figure that one out. But I think there should be an exclusion because it's called happy hour. It is a happy hour. So whatever you want to do for well, I don't know about that.
Be careful, Michael.
I'm putting another buy on.
To each their own, as long as it's legal. So, yeah, no, we got to figure that one out. But I mean, I'm not saying we slow down. We just got to put a disclaimer in there.
Well,
yes, trading newbie. I am a CEO.
Well,
I am also, really quickly, Eddie, I'm also a trader first. That is what I put in my title.
There you go. Well, I sit down at 6 o'clock to start doing my research. So at 2 o'clock, I've already put in my 8 hours. So at 2 o'clock, I can start drinking because I'm on my time.
Yeah.
My time.
Yeah, never encourage breaking the law, guys.
My time with my time. All right, come on, baby. Give me another buck here.
My time. Drink ayahuasca shots. Hey, Corbs is on here. I wonder how his ayahuasca trip went.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like 2 trips. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay, now we're down here. 38s. You would have taken 4 handles of heat. 4 handles, guys, is 4 points. Topstep folks, did we update the glossary? We need to update the glossary with a bunch of things that we're talking about because I looked at it on Friday or whatever last week when Eddie was going bell to bell. Eddie was like marathon.
He was.
Marathon Man with Dustin Hoffman.
Marathon Man.
Yeah, pulling teeth. You ever see that movie, Marathon Man? Oh, nasty movie.
Is it safe? It's so safe you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. So trades by Matt. Where the hell is he?
We're missing him today. He's still out of town.
I know he's hunting.
He'll be with us next week as scheduled.
He's hunting, right? I don't know what he hunts.
He's in Napa Valley with Andre.
Hunting? He is on a hunting trip.
Hunting the perfect wine.
I hope he doesn't show up with like a rhino or an elephant. Next thing we're like,
no.
Nah.
Dude, I don't know. We just about ready to get canceled because of that. Remember that dentist that did it? There was a dentist in Minnesota just like wiped out his practice.
Oh yeah, posting photographs.
Yeah, photos of big game hunt. I don't know. I'm watching David Attenborough on Life on Our Planet, and he's like, whatever, 90% of all animals have been wiped out.
Yeah, well, it's like, what is it? Some 30 species become extinct every day.
Is that what it is?
Something like that. I don't some of that you gotta remember is natural selection.
It's not. Yeah. There's also been 6. I've been watching this 6 huge extinction moments or whatever that 90 some percent of the thing gets wiped out. And then those ones that survive stick around. I mean, dinosaurs, that was the major one that we remember, that we don't remember, that we know of. Do you remember that? Remember that happened?
I got a picture of the real reason that the dinosaurs are extinct. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you have any levels down here below the 38s? 16?
Well, I mean, really the only level that I can lean on below here is 16,604, which is weekly kickoff low. Because that's the TPO point of control from that day. I tend to use the TPO points of control if they're involved in the weekly kickoff levels. But there's a volume point of control at 609. I mean, that doesn't help much, but
okay. All right. Hold on to your britches. All right.
I got some size here in gold, 115 lot here. I think I'm going to try to ride that for a little bit. 115 lot. That's a big size here in gold at 2077 half.
What's typically on the offer in the bid? And guys, size, when Eddie says that, it's on the offer bid. We watch the dome, so you watch the dome, whatever you want to call it, and then it shows you size. What's on the offer? What's on the bid?
Yeah. Now they're getting close to it. They're hitting it.
Chewing on it.
Oh, they filled it. Okay. Yeah, you got some big buyers here in gold because I just got stopped out again.
Carl, thanks. I like that share level. Has a gap to fill. 16,399. Wow, that's way down there. But it's 250. That's down there.
yeah, that looks like a kind of a typical gold dome. You know, there's single to digits to 20 on the bid and the offer. I didn't see any big ones. Eddie, you saw one, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I saw Hoop in here say 16,700. Hoop, your numbers have been pretty damn good, and your recognition, whatever, of the markets and setups and all that kind of stuff. So you did a lot of those last year. Didn't he give us a little head 401 skinny, John, on one of the days in December? It was really great.
Yeah, he put up a really good. I don't remember the level, but it was really good.
Okay, we have some sell-up action, some continuation to the downside. Is this a sell tips, sell rips? Guys, that will need to be one in our glossary. Sell tips, sell rips, sell dips, or buy dips.
Buy dips, sell rips.
Sell rips, yeah.
Right. We're looking at, let's see here. Construction spending here coming up. Yeah. PMI just hit a little bit ago, 47.9.
Construction spending. Is this going to be impactful for us? What do you think, Eddie?
Construction spending?
It's kind of a secondary number, but it may be impactful.
Just go to Home Depot.
Retail or commercial? Retail or commercial, Eddie, do you know?
Let's take
Homes or strip malls?
Let's see, construction spending month over month for November. Let's go into detail here.
I think it's just everything. It's not just like homes or large buildings. It's everything.
Measured to change the total amount of spent on construction. So you're right. So everything. Total amount spent on construction.
That's a nice little pop out the 20s. So if I have a landscaping company and I put a gazebo in your backyard, is that construction?
Construction, as long as you get a permit for it.
Ah, yes. Those are very.
We all know the old dreaded permit story.
All right, Eddie and Hoag, if you reload Ant, we will be able to see each other.
We are good. Yes.
I have not seen it.
Yeah, it's working in time now.
There you guys are. I haven't been.
Hey,
Okay.
how you doing?
What up, buddy? What up? Thanks, James, Jack, and
Casey. Yeah.
Casey. Mac.
McMahon.
Cannot call him Casey. My wife's
That point of control down there now there's a little bit of a base down there. That could give you another opportunity for a long 738.50.
Yeah, those are those 38s. So you could have taken heat on those because it went down to the 20s. I was just long 21. So if you can see on my screen, I was just long 21s, and I got shooketh because I get checked.
Shooketh out.
Yeah, I got shaken because shaken not stirred is a James Bond thing. I got
Bond. Mr. Bond.
Which incidentally is the wrong way to make a martini.
Is it really?
Yeah, all spirit cocktails should be stirred. They get cloudy like a margarita if you shake them with ice. So maybe he's not the cultured guy after all.
Maybe he's out of touch. You find out he's from a neighborhood right next
Birmingham.
to mine, Nebraska.
I did not know that, Jack. And I was a bartender. I shook every martini I ever made.
Well, when James Bond says, "Where's my umbrella and my cherry?" then you know something's up.
Yeah.
I need my umbrella.
And you throw out a little Buffett.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh God. Hey Mac, welcome back. Mac has COVID. Mac's the COO of Topstep, and he's
got COVID?
I think he's on the back end of it.
Swing.
Sticks around for a while. BOV Trading, what's up? You're back. Or we're back, I should say. You've been around. Who's all the folks that were with us in 2023? Just we'll do a poll to say, were you with us in 2023? But then say hi in here too.
Yeah.
Test. I'm trading NASDAQ.
How many likes we got? We need more likes.
Oh yeah.
Hit the lucky like button. Remember, it's lucky.
Lucky how?
There they
I'm
are.
not sure.
There they are.
Lucky
Not
how?
sure.
Like I'm here to entertain.
Hell yeah, guys.
What make you laugh? Hey.
We're back. Look at this group. All right, cool. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and everything.
There you go. Come on, hit it.
I miss everybody so much. I gotta tell you, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy being here every day, all day.
Give me a break.
It's just what I'd be doing anyway.
Yeah, Eddie, I like your do-rag. I just saw it.
Yeah, I got a white one too, black and white.
Nice.
They were asking which motorcycle club you joined over the weekend.
Well, funny thing about it is when we had our bar, we had some, they were outlaws. And the nicest guys you want to know, I tell you, all the fights in the bar stopped. There was no more fights in the bar, because we had the 4 o'clock license. They kept justice, and they wanted me to join. They wanted me to join.
Oh, really? Oh, well, how do you join?
Well, they liked me, I guess, and
I always find out just getting asked to join isn't as cool as tryouts.
yeah. Can you jump 6 buses with your Harley? Yeah, no, and it was a nice invitation, but I don't have any tattoos. And that was one of the things. No tattoos. But one thing is, I used to be the judge at their tattoo contests. And boy, you could see a lot of skin, not only on the guys, but on the girls too. But anyway, we'll move on from that. Linda says, have I ever been to Sturgis? Never been to Sturgis, but yeah, that looks like a big party. Have you, Linda?
Yeah.
Strangely enough, I've been to Sturgis.
Oh, come on, Jack.
No S. We were driving to Wyoming, and I went with my family. I was like 12 years old, and my parents right away realized they made a huge mistake by bringing us there. It is pretty rowdy, but I got sold a butterfly knife. That's fun.
Oh, nice.
No, I got sold. Do I look at the kind of guys that are going to steal a butterfly knife from a biker?
Yeah, I'm like, how do you steal a butter? That's a tough steal right there. Yeah. Stealing from the butter knife.
I'll see if I can find a picture for later.
Anybody know CNBC updated their whole graphics? I noticed that this morning.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They saw ours and they panicked.
Who are these guys on our heels right now? We got a guy on there right now with a suit and tie, and then we got Eddie and Hoag and I, and everybody that comes on here that are dressed like traders would dress if they're trading.
I wore the rally sweater today, just in any hopes to keep the rally going.
That sweater hasn't found a bed yet.
It hasn't found a bid yet. But it ain't over though.
Yeah, it ain't over. What's the point of control indicator that you're using, Johnny? Oh boy, Johnny.
Well, on this platform, it is the volume profile that is. It was created by our own Robert that he lets me use.
Yes,
Not sure how available it is overall on the Trading View platform, but I've got other platforms that I also watch the market profile and volume profiles on.
How'd this one turn out? Because we need to have this. We need to have this made for Topstep X. When I jump over to Topstep X, which is going to be this month, and you guys will find out more about this month. I hope it's this month. And all the additional benefits.
Yes, I know Robert's working on some stuff. Kind of, I don't know that it's my place to talk about it, but there's going to be some things available on Topstep X that are going to be pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
You're going to have an edge over there. And I got to also put a disclaimer as no, you're not going to have an edge.
Right.
They both, it all depends on how you think it's helping or not. And also less is more. You might find that out a little bit more. It's going to have possibly even a more beneficial entry than you currently enter. I know.
What's it all mean?
What does it? Can I read between the lines? I don't know.
What's it all mean?
All right, so we got it firmed up at least a little bit.
Yeah, so we got the NASDAQ still holding below the overnight low, which is it makes me nervous, but we're at least finding a base, at least a short time frame base around that naked point of control, 738. Went below it a little bit, but 10, 12 points in the NASDAQ is a small stop, so it's still holding there. S&Ps went below the overnight. They traded to that same naked point of control here from the 21st of December. We traded through it, back above the overnight low. I'm kind of looking for some sort of a base here. If we don't see some continuation here, some of these overnight shorts might start to get a little nervous. Could give us better trade location for shorts or an opportunity for long. Right now, I'm still sitting pat. I'm just trying to remain patient. I know I've got big expectations for making tons of money today and every day this year, but I don't know that I see anything that's that good yet. So we'll just hang out.
Yeah.
Well, our poll came in. Were you watching Topstep TV in 2023? We've got 95% said, yeah, hell yeah. And 4% said, hey, I'm new here. So 4% said no. So welcome, you new 4%ers to Topstep TV.
And then don't forget, for all you new folks, hitting the like button is lucky or isn't. I don't know which one.
Yes, thank you, John. You need to put that. I want to see CFTC going, hold on.
Yeah.
You've been saying this is lucky. You can say get lucky. Can't say it is lucky. Nothing can be for sure in the trading world. You can't say guaranteed.
No.
You can't say this is going to go up. That's why when we talk in here, guys, in chat, we always ask, I think, or blah, blah, blah.
I feel.
I
Could
feel, I think,
Yeah.
because that doesn't mislead. Any news about X? Han said, yeah, it's gonna. They're adding a bunch more things that like were the main foundational requests. Dante, yes, it's gonna give Topstep an edge because it's gonna help you out, which helps us out, and it's a badass platform that gives us an edge. And the team that built it, Sim to Funded, the guys over there are kick-ass guys to work with. So, and they'll build us anything. So yeah, that it's definitely gonna give Topstep an edge.
All right, I'm along a one lot here at 76 again. My goodness. Let's see what happens.
76 gold, right?
Yeah,
there you
gold.
Gold.
And I'm going to tighten up my stop here because I don't want to lose too much. First day of the year here. So my 420 hit me first thing in the morning. Got that back to scratch, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Elon Musk, you were on here, and you just retracted a message, which I wanted to acknowledge. If you have multiple accounts and you get funded and you kick ass in the XFA, you can still have multiple accounts. When you get to the live account, we combine all that into one account. Why? Because you can't have multiple live accounts. No brokerage will allow us to do that. Therefore, all the other video game sellers or woozy woo type of things that other funding woozy woos you can't even do live. So you can ask them, do you ever take me live? And they'd be like, yeah, you can have 20. No, you can't have that. Our brokerage and our partners, they don't allow. They said one account per person. So we'll combine all that. If you're up 20 grand on one of them, and then the other ones are 20, there will be 60,000 in your live account. And now you're pro ball. Eddie, you want to explain what pro ball is?
No, pro ball, minor league, major league. Now, I tell you, everybody in the minor leagues works so very hard to get to the status of being in the major leagues. And that's what you're seeing when you turn on your TV and you see any kind of sporting event. Those are professionals. That's pro ball. Anybody you see there. But so many of us and so many of others work very hard to get to that plateau. Mm-hmm. And that's pro ball, professional. And be proud. I mean, if you're funded, you're out there, you're at that pro ball level. That's something that you should be very proud of because it didn't come easy. Did not come easy.
Yeah. D. James, I might be convinced the same about that. Elon Musk, thanks for the thumbs up. What's up? Austin, Texas. Wow, I can figure that out. That's like it's like a novelty license plate. Can you have an LLC and a personal account which equals 2? I don't know. Just focus on one, guys. At the live level, you're gonna have all and you're gonna be able to trade bigger and all that kind of stuff. And maybe you're right. Maybe you can have an LLC and your own personal. I don't know that one. I think we're getting kind of dicey on it, but to each his own. You can talk to the funding team when you get up there and they go, hey, by the way, we're going to take you live. But it's all same payout regardless, guys, at the funded level, whether XFA or live.
It's all
live,
money.
Yeah, live is the ones that trade real money, real capital. They're considered professional, so you can tell mom and dad and significant other that you're a pro trader and you're backed with real money. It's way cooler than saying you're kicking ass and you're never trading anything in the live markets. But if you're kicking ass at the XFA level, you will get paid out. Big size, and then we'll be able to move you over because we know you are a trader that can manage your risk. Really. Okay, 50s. It's just nothing on tilt, nothing levels. You have your 38s down here that could come touch it again, John, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of setting up a little bit of a base there in short time frame. If we take a look at the 5-minute down here, we've got basically a bullish engulfing pattern here on this 855 bar, and it's right up against that level. So, again, that just lets you limit risk.
Yes, it does.
And there's no guarantees that it's going to be a good spot to look for a long. But you get to limit your risk. When you take out the low, well, then maybe that's your answer. It's, well, that's not going to work.
Okay, I bought 43s, but this is gonna be super light and super tight.
So your risk, I mean, to the session low is 1950, 719.
Yeah, definitely not holding it to that. If it comes down to break like it is right now, I'll jump out. I'm not going hero style.
So you're using that 38 level as your risk.
That's my risk. That's it. Just really quickly.
I mean, there's lots of things down below that could tempt more risk. That could, I mean, you could say 31, which is value low, could be your risk.
Uh-oh.
That might be tempting.
Well, I bought 39s, but it's not holding. It's not holding. There it is. Come on. That 39s, it just popped down there. So if you give me 15, there, I
Still
heard
valid,
Eddie. I wonder how you do that. It's still valid. If you get 15 handle pop, I may take it off. Even a 10 handle will put me at 500. That I just need to be a cushion on to feel a little bit better about my start on them.
Hey, we're up what, 400 right now?
460.
Beautiful.
460.
Beautiful. Got a little liquidity above here. There it goes. There goes that liquidity.
There you go.
There it goes.
There's your almost 10 handles. 10 handles to me isn't a move. It's like it hasn't told you anything.
It's like 1 point in the S&Ps.
All right. I got long 2075 here on a one lot. And it just got filled here.
I got out. Now it could go, but I'm okay.
So it went back to your entry, or you're still in?
I went back to my entry and
All right.
I know it's still valid. I know what you're thinking. It was still valid.
Well, I mean, it's okay. You know, if it wasn't, I know you don't like when it comes back to your entry point at all, do you?
I do not when I already have 10 handles in it, because I if it moves 15 handles, it pulls back 10, and then it starts to work its way away from my entry.
Right.
You
get lift and sag, right? So you're looking for lift.
Exactly. It's not one direction. Now I did get back in at 43s right now, John. So it's back at 50s. Because it's dancing. It's dancing. It's just like
I'm not even in this trade and my heart's racing.
Nah.
That's the NASDAQ.
Yeah, but it can't catch a bid. It's like, feels like the floors are out, ready to come out. But that's also when it becomes the toughest trade to trade.
Yeah, the ones that make you most nervous.
There you go. There's your pop. 43s, still not 10 handles. 53s would be 10 handles.
Well, you've got liquidity up there, so I mean, the way it looks to me is you're probably going to get it.
What's up, Eddie?
I'm laughing. Mr. Abbas says, Eddie, you look like an NPC on Grand Theft Auto.
I saw that. Johnny, this is where the floor feels like it's going to come out.
I'm coming after you, Mr. Abbas.
I'm not saying anything. You play how you play.
I am. I got out. If it shows me a little flush out to the better price, then I'll take it. If not, I missed it.
Well, and you may have just done the right thing. Because ACH, anything can happen. We don't know.
Anything can happen.
Yeah. J-Man, I close that out. We're just running a little late on what we're doing. I'm trading maybe a little too fast today. I must admit. I'm going to be hands off here for a bit.
You're a very patient trader. I'm knowing that, or seeing that, Eddie.
Well, here's the thing. That's what I've been practicing on for the last 3 weeks is my patience. I just feel that maybe I slipped a little out of what I need to focus on. So I'm hands off here for a while, but got the trades up there, up 598.
There it is. There's your sell-off. Is it going to continue?
I don't know.
That's what the floor off saying. It didn't feel like it could firm up. And I had 10 handles, 10 handles, 10 handles, and I didn't take anything off, which sometimes I'll go 10, I'll go 10, I'll go 10. but then I'll miss a bigger move, which is probably still fine.
Hey, Freddie's here. Fred Decker. Nice win with those Packers. My goodness. He says, look at the S&P 500. Okay. I can see the possibility of a double distribution trend day setting up. The early range is small and could be extended. I don't want to fade extremes right now.
Yeah.
And he's pointing out that the delta is negative in the S&P. He's been watching that, Fred.
Let's put one lot on here.
I've been watching that, Fred.
Stops here.
It's just having a hard time breaking.
Okay. Put a one lot on. I'm going to leave my stop here and see what happens.
Oh, I heard that, Eddie. John, I got long 35s down there. Got back in on the dance.
Yeah, and see, now that is good trade location. Risk 10 points on that.
Yeah, it's just.
That's where it found buyers before, if you look at that 5-minute chart.
I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that heads up.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really see this. Let me close this up and you can see where my stops are. Tighten it up a bit. Maybe we can move this dome a little bit tighter.
So I was long from 42 prior. Got stopped myself out at 37. It firmed up a little down in there in the 30s. Got long 35s. Now I'm going to sit with this one and see if we can get it now.
Yeah, such little risk in this trade.
Yeah. I don't know. I look for stuff to happen way too quickly, so I need to slow that down too this year.
So I do have, I do got my stop at 2069.90, and I do got my exit or at 2078.30. And one lot, I'm going to hold it there. I'm going to see what happens here throughout the day.
All right.
Yes. If you join us tomorrow for Fast Market, we've got a surprise for everybody, but make sure you are here for Fast Market. New poll here has watching TopstepTV helped your trading? We do have 11% say it doesn't apply to me. 12% says still need to make changes. 27% says somewhat. And 48% says absolute.
49.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, what was that question?
49. I'm looking at the results.
Yes.
You're shaving a point. Speaking of shaving a point, did you guys watch last night? Michigan game was incredible.
Oh my goodness. My buddy from Deutsche Bank, his kid goes to Michigan, is on a lacrosse team, and doing very well on the lacrosse team. But yeah, I've turned into sort of a Michigan fan just because he's a good friend.
Yeah. Hug back up here with just a 10-point move off my entry. And it's now flirting with this again. So needs to say,
let it flirt.
Let it flirt. Yeah. I do agree. Yeah, there's that
liquidity we were talking about earlier.
All right.
57.5 liquidity.
There's my 15, 20 points. I know I can keep it, but I need to take dollars off the highway, not pennies.
Did you get out?
Yeah, I got out at 55 right here.
Okay.
I get out early, so I'm gonna see if I still have this issue. Not staying patient enough for the bigger move.
Well, we were just talking about liquidity up here at where was that?
Is that 780?
60? 60, there's some liquidity.
Show me what you're seeing right now, guys. Can you flip it to him really quick?
So here's what we're looking at up here. I'm assuming that I'm on screen now. So here's the liquidity up at 60. We just hit it. We just took some of it, I think. But now, there's liquidity at 61.75 here 63.75. We got liquidity up at 61.75. See all the kind of bigger offers up here? They seem to be attracting price.
Right.
There we got 60 again. There's 20 offered at 60.
Huh. Okay. Alrighty.
And we got the bullish engulfing pattern down here. We've come back, tested that level. We found buyers there again. You had great trade location in that last long. Now just be patient. Look for the next thing.
Look for the next thing. So then I got a question for you. Hold on. I saw it in here. Okay. Reading group. Johnny, I get out early, like me. Means me. I'm talking to you. What do you advise to change that?
Well, Michael, you trade multiples. Sometimes you even trade size. So when you're trading 2, 3, 4 contracts, 5, 6, 7, 8 contracts, whatever it is, and you get a nice winner on, and you're recognizing that this is a really good trade location, and if this thing turns around, this trade could be worth a lot. Leave one on. Start using it. Start just by baby steps, expanding your ability to keep one runner on. Let it play out however it plays out. But you may find that you're going to be able to recognize with greater ability or greater frequency that the opportunity might be worth more. Now, see, here we are. We're right back to your entry.
Yeah, and I got back in just to get back in at 30s. If this thing firms up, I'm going to feel slightly good. There he goes.
You have very little risk in it.
There he goes. Quick 10 handles. Let's get it in the money. I like the ones that are quick 10 handle because if I got short right down there, I'm like, oh, shit.
Then you're out. And you're like, ah.
Yep, and it's like, got you, too. So the dance.
Take the win, Hoop says. Take the win.
Take which one? This one?
Which one? Anyone you can grab your hands on.
Which one?
But I mean, that's just what you have to do if you're looking for 15 tick, you're for 15 points on every trade. And, you're starting to notice, hey, some of these trades would be worth a lot more. How do I develop the muscles to be able to do that? And it's just let one run.
Yes.
If you have 3 on, take 2 off, let one run.
So I have this one on, and I can say, hey, let it run. It's not firming up. So I that's where I change my view, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not seeing it because I'm looking for it to run, but I'm not seeing what the market's telling me. The market's telling me something right now. Right now, it's not telling me it could catch a bid yet. And there's your flirt. I would typically jump out, but the 19s down there, I can see it testing that. The 30s, it's right here. Stream of consciousness, guys. I'm just talking out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, folks, if you see here, we've got, we're going to be having Mick. I think Mick's going to join. No, I think it's going to be Brett. But up in the YouTube chat, we've pinned Ask Risk Manager a question. Can we get that pin back up there? So if you got any questions for our risk manager today, by all means, we're gonna have shoulder tap. I think, is it Mick? I think Mick's gonna be with. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, any questions you've got for our risk manager today at 10:30 Central Time, we will have shoulder tap and
just went down there and took those freaking stops below.
Some of those questions.
You're out, right?
Then I got back in at 19.
Okay.
It's not catching a bit. I kept feeling that. Right now, it would be really nice if it firmed up because it flushed out, it flushed out all the weak ones like me, but then it showed a little sick. It went down there. I touched 717s, whatever.
And this is Matt's 720 area too, the 20 area.
20s and 80s, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Matt's 20s, guys. Put that on our glossary. Matt, TBM, trades by Matt, 20s and 80s. So when we say that, we're going to have this glossary. So it's going to be alphabetical order. So you can be like, what the hell did they just say? I had a couple of buddies over the weekend last week coming to town, and they're like, oh, man, I just don't feel it's firmed up, John. I'm out.
Okay.
This thing wants to fall apart. It feels
it's not holding that level there. So, Don't trade that level again. Unless maybe from the opposite direction.
And a question for Mark here. Mark's asking, is the volume in the week typically low because of the holidays?
This week, I would say probably going to be, because kids are still out of school. Traders are probably still taking some time off. I look for the volume to really come in the second week of the year.
Yep, me too. That's when everything comes back. Like right now, kids are home. My kids are home right now.
Yep.
Oh, there is no bid right now.
Let's see here.
What levels do you guys have down here?
So this is a range extension below the initial balance.
And people in the chat, the different trader, you got 701s, 629s, 629s, 701s. Here's 704s. Tilt's getting a little tilty right now, just so you know, to the short. Yeah, short. I bought 08s. See if this can firm up. Just can't. Look at this shit.
Yeah, don't fall in love with it. Don't fall in love with it.
Oh, it's tough. There's.
Omar Fatih Trav says bank earnings kick off around the 21st. That's good to know.
Michael, we've got a range extension going on here, and until it proves to be a failed auction, you don't want to buy it.
Never seen that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of banks and a few 2024 things, I have a few things to show real quick.
Oh, you're trying to contact me? Okay. Sorry. Yes. What are you, Jack? Welcome back, Jack.
Yes, I am back after my long exile in New Orleans. So ready for this here. To start with, I just wanted to show a little holiday cheer. This is the lobby early in the morning at the Board of Trade. It's a great time of year over there. Series is in full festive garb.
Is there people there right now drinking? That place usually
telepathically. Well, you know what? After the
somebody has a New Year's resolution going on right now.
Yeah,
or lack of.
Yeah, they made it a few hours, but after COVID, I believe a series opens at 11 now. I think.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Hey, is that lady walking a dog, or what is she doing over there?
I couldn't tell. I took the picture right. It was really early in the morning. I was just trying to snap it and get up. But if you we're speaking about banks, we have the 2024 forecasts from all the major banks here. Oppenheimer, the most bullish at 5,200. JP Morgan, the most bearish at 4,200.
42.
You can look at these along the way, but a good piece of advice here, if you can go to the next one, James, is that they were all incredibly wrong in 2024. As you see here, it was dead wrong. Sell stocks, buy treasuries, buy Chinese stocks. Anyway.
You know what? That's what annoys me about these guys, because I'm long from 04s, but it's still not showing firmness. You know what annoys me about these guys? Is they're like, there's trading and there's investing. And this is technically short term in their eyes, I would think. And every financial advisor, blah, blah, you got to invest for the long term. And like they're always like, the market always goes up. I'm like, no shit. Like, of course it does.
And just remember.
But then when they all try to peg within a 12-month period, they can't even nail it close. So you're like, all right, check it out. It sounds like we're all in the same boat here.
And just a reminder,
the experts.
Their consensus for 2023 for the S&P 500 was around 4,000. So. Yeah. And then, I did come back from New Orleans, and look at what I found. This was like a block away from where I was staying. They have a New Orleans Board of Trade.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Founded in 1880. So I believe that's is that 1880?
Before the Board of Trade, isn't it?
No. Well, the Board of Trade started in 1848, right, Hoag?
Right. Correct.
Yeah. But if you're looking for a new office, Michael, we can trade, gumbo futures.
We're long offices right now.
Well, you can get as many tea leaves and chicken bones as possible over there, right?
Oh yeah,
real voodoo trading.
I actually had two friends that were members of the New Orleans Board of Trade.
Were they both like small town country lawyers in white suits?
No, but
I say, boy.
seersucker suits. No, no, but they did have that kind of almost that Cajun accent.
But I guarantee. Oh, I love that accent.
Guarantee.
It's like you watch Swamp People and you can understand maybe like 3 words out of the whole episode. What'd he say? What'd he say? He called it croaky. That's what he called. No, it's an alligator.
I got that one on the scratch.
In the S&Ps and he used to come up with the most kind of colorful colloquialisms, like, you know, you're buried and they're still giving you orders, and he'd go, "You're drowning and I'm throwing you anchors."
What?
Well, stop doing that then.
I got it out of those 04s and 02s. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not.
It's not firm enough.
The base that we had is no longer valid, so
Yeah, I know.
now we're just monitoring to see if we're going to see continuation of the range extension or if we're going to see a failed auction at the bottom, which would give us another opportunity.
Yeah, I'm going to work on it this year too. Don't always be a contrarian. I think contrarian's good sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting these in my notes, by the way.
Yeah, it's good when it's good.
Yeah, I know. But I think probability-wise is don't always be a contrarian.
Yeah, because I mean,
Contrarian.
here's the profile here. You know, here's the low of the initial balance, right? And we're starting to build volume here. So now we've got a volume shoulder up here around 709.
Really?
We got a low volume note at 712.
Okay.
So anywhere below that low volume note, if we're going to see continuation, that gives you good trade location because you can lit risk.
Are you guys the only ones that hear Eddie's order fill, or does everybody hear order
I
fill?
hear it.
I haven't got filled here. I'm still. Oh, I got stopped out. Yes, and I. Oh my goodness. Once again, new lows. Yeah, I got hit 420 on that one. With a 1 lot, minor. Still up on the day, up 244. But yeah, new lows here in the gold, 2064. My goodness.
Wow, look at that.
If only.
Look at the YM. What's happening to the YM? I don't have that data feed, guys. I only have CME data feed. I don't need all that. Yeah, show me, please. Are they moving together?
Hoag, where would you put your stop if you're short NASDAQ at 16,712?
16,712 here.
Shahab is asking.
17.
There you go.
Back inside the initial balance. So here's the Dow. This is the 30-minute. The Dow put in a base here and had it the other direction. The Dow's going the other way.
That's what I'm noticing too. We're down here, the big fat round number down here. Will the Dow help us out? Oh no.
Wow, this stuff is screaming. Gold. My goodness.
Find a bid. I mean, come on. Somebody wants to buy this.
Well, gold. You got a naked point of control. No, last week's low, 2065.10.
That's about where we were here right now. Yeah.
Yep. That's last week's low.
Take a bounce off the bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie, your market's the hottest one right now, right? I mean, we got some movement in gold. Gold traders, how many gold traders are in here? We're not doing a poll, but you trading gold?
Trading gold. I'm going to see if I can catch this on a bounce. We'll see. I got some time here.
Below that, Eddie, there's a gap from the top end of the gap is 2063.30. The bottom of the gap, 2058. So you got a 58. You got about a $5 gap if we continue lower.
I think that's going to hit. I think I'm in trouble here again, but I'm gonna ride it out.
Naked point of control is down here at 2053.80.
Right. Okay.
Anne Marie, where are you looking to get long? You just said you're looking to get long. I'm kind of interested in
47.67, I think she said earlier.
47.6. Okay,
And that's the S&Ps.
Yep. S&P's lows is 73, guys. Anne Marie, which has great levels and great patience, likes the 67s around there, I think.
Yeah. I think that's what she said earlier. Yeah. So the S&Ps just looked extended below the initial balance and headed the other direction. So I'm going to see if I can use that potential failed auction at the bottom to look for an opportunity for a long. And I want to get long 47.75. 47.75.
Johnny, everybody wants to get long right now, though. Feels like it.
Yeah.
Like on the chat was talking about getting long. So
Dang nabbit.
I'm just speaking out loud. I'm not saying.
No, I get it. 72.
When is Eurex coming? We're working with Eurex right now on data feeds and whatnot. So then we can give it to the SIMNA funded folks over there, and they can put it in Topstep X.
NASDAQ is still holding down there. Anne Marie, I think I'm being a little impatient and looking for a long here. Look at all the liquidity down here, 67, 73s, 72s.
It's good recognition, Johnny. Now, what do you do when you recognize that? Traders here will be thinking, nice recognition. You're getting a little antsy.
Cancel.
Okay.
Cancel. If I miss it, I miss it. I've missed a lot of good trades.
Yeah.
But there's always another one coming down the pipe. I think I'm trying to be a little bit impatient here.
Yeah.
There's reason though. I mean, this is the profile for the S&Ps. C period just extended below the initial balance and rejected. This, if it remains, is a failed auction. It's excess below the bottom. Price got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it. Buyers took over, and the market continues the move to the upside. We've got also negative 8,700 in delta. So we've got delta that's congruent direction, but is it performing well? No, not really. We just had a failed auction at the low with all that negative delta, but I still feel like I just want to remain patient and see what happens. There's opportunity all the time. If I miss this bus, I'll catch the next one.
Anne Marie Band 16.7 even just went long here.
16,700. Now that's NASDAQ.
Yes, just went long.
Right there. Okay.
I mean, it is hanging out down here.
Mm-hmm.
Could this be growing legs? People always talk about, hey, quit being a contrarian, but like there's a certain point that like everybody notices that we're selling off, and it's just like, well, that's the play. Well, I don't know. Like that's usually the time where like it's probably not the play. I don't know. So I am a contrarian by nature a bit because I see there's a lot of opportunity in being contrarian. When there's blood in the street, I don't know, go back to Warren Buffett. When there's blood in the street, you should be buying. Well, that's technically a contrarian.
When Dad always said, the market always looks the best at the top and it works at the bottom. It's the contrarian. It's the ones that are picking it up for a quarter on the dollar that are going to make the money on it.
Yeah. So before we pass judgment on contrarian, not saying anybody here is, but like we should look at those that are contrarian. There's something we all can learn from each other. Both things that we could take away and things we'll never use or don't want to use.
I got along here 2066.90, just got out here 2068.90. So put up a deuce.
Nice.
441. Yeah, lost not off my high, but played it off a little bit. I tightened up my stop. I tightened up my exit.
Better trading, nice. Up a G today, $1,000. Calling it a day.
I feel like everyone should turn up their trade fill sounds. It's kind of fun.
It is kind of fun, but if you heard mine, it's going to be ding, 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 ding.
That was going to be my caveat.
Okay, all right. I spiked that ball. Ben, how much blood is enough to be in the street? Well, that's the $1 billion question. I know it's a $1 billion question for Warren Buffett when he when in 2008 he found the floor for everybody. Remember, he came in there and goes, "I got it." And then he did deal like. Do you remember that, John, at all? When the S&P in 2008, when the markets were just free falling,
Uh-huh.
kind of like the Rockefellers did, or I don't know, Morgans did, or whatever, back in the 20s and 30s or whatever. Like you get somebody in there that breathes confidence back in the market.
Yeah, somebody buys everything.
Yeah.
It's like Mr. Potter and It's a Wonderful Life.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'll buy your shares for 50 cents on the dollar.
That is it shows something. Shows there's buyers there. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it did firm up. Anne Marie still on those 7 evens because you're looking 3 handles in the money good. That was a good play down there.
I felt like I was being too aggressive, and I should have been aggressive, it looks like.
Yeah.
But it's all right. We'll figure it out.
Did Jesse Livermore did that in the commodities market? What commodities market did he do? Saves the day after shorting.
Onions.
What?
There was a big onion squeeze. But I don't think it was Jesse Livermore.
Well, liver and onions, I mean, go together, don't they?
I've never had liver.
No.
Jesse Livermore and onions.
There you go, boy. I tell you, I went around the block a few times. Then
Yeah, I did. It finally got me. Yeah.
Gotta get those. We got those wheels turning.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get them started.
Oh my God.
Is there a fire drill today? You guys don't ask anymore. It's tomorrow.
Mañana
At a random time. Could be the very
during fast markets. So be Mash says this is the Sopranos of trading. What are you talking about, Sopranos of trading?
Forget about it.
I'm hearing it. Jesse Livermore is wheat. I'm just hearing that.
Wheat.
Thanks, Cortland. Sopranos. That was a good show.
You miss a trade, forget about it.
What time is fast markets? It's fast markets, but yeah, we start that when the market's open, 8:30 Central Time.
8:30.
Get your ass in here. Have a seat. Tell your friends. Tell your neighbors.
Tell your friends, neighbors.
You should be telling your neighbor about you trading when you're out there doing your yard work.
Good.
Helen, did you hear about TopstepTV? She's trimming the roses over there.
We have a friend who actually retired. Her last day of work was Friday, so we went and hung out. I think on Saturday night with her and her boyfriend, and she's like, "What am I going to do? I got nothing to do." I said, "Check out TopstepTV." She was in the financial industry, never been much of a trader, but a good investor. She's retired, and now she can learn some about trading. Lynn, if you're here, it'd be great to have you here.
Yeah, I was telling that to my nephew. He's not sure what he wants to do.
So I have an update from. I text my mom to see if I could get any of those photos from Sturgis. And her response was, I swear some of these exist somewhere, but she said, "Sorry, not sure I took any. Too many half-naked women in the background."
Yeah, that's about right.
So we'll keep digging.
Well, I'm back to scratch for the day. Couldn't catch a bottom. Couldn't catch a pullback there. This thing wants to still continue.
Kelvin wants to know, let's get Eddie Hoagland MP some decent display pics for the top of the screen. What do you mean display pics?
Oh, probably the ones by our positions and P&Ls.
Oh, okay.
Well, you just want a different looking dude?
Nah, I think they want a headshot or something. We could do a shoot. I mean, if either of you guys have a picture you particularly like of your head or your body with your head on it, I can put those up there instead.
Just call me Marie Antoinette. You can have my head here.
88s were the low. Does this want to hold up? 88s. I bought 89s, John. So we'll see if this wants to hold. But my God, there's no bid in here.
There's no trader named John Rambo.
There's no bid in there.
Not sure. Not sure, Albu.
All right, sit on my hands time. Bummer.
Yeah, it's been a tough day, and I'm almost going to practice what I preach. I almost have to. I'm not feeling like I'm trading. I feel like I'm fighting. And I've always said, if we're here to trade, we're not here to fight. And I think I might be walking away from today, being lucky that I got what I got. Took what the market gave me.
I mean,
That's good. I like that.
Usually when I was trading professionally, would close down the book about halfway through December, and then would take this first day off and then start getting in a little bit. But still, for like the first week, there's a lot of rebalancing, especially this year. There'll be a lot of, with the market up so much last year, there could be a lot of tax selling. There could be a lot of new money coming in. It could be, I'm going to wait for the volume a little bit.
That's a smart move. Eddie is a good trader. L Short, I like how you think. Eddie is a damn good trader. Eddie's getting better and better.
Yes, let's put it that way. I mean, I wasn't trading for the longest time.
I know. You knew everything about the markets. You've been in the markets. You know all the players of the markets. This is the most I've ever seen you trade, which is great.
Well, the opportunity's here now. Last week was sort of a get out on stage and perform, basically, because we were a little shorthanded. So, I pushed the envelope a little last week. I definitely had fun. I know that this week we'll be doing that with Power Hour. I know that today we've got Hoag. Jack's going to join us. Andrew for Power Hour. Tomorrow we got a big day. Big day. We'll have Hoag on. Andre will be back with us. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, and Coach Ray. Boy, that's going to be a big one. But that's the afternoon trade. Not necessarily saying that we have to put anything on, but fast markets is when we're going to be seeing our best opportunity. It's when the market opens. Tomorrow we got Deeyana with us, and Andre is going to join us. So we'll have a full house tomorrow. And then don't forget Thursday, Anne Marie, and Friday, Rips is going to be with us here for Fast Market. Cool stuff across the board, man.
Yeah, Eddie, I hear it went well last week.
I missed you, Jack, but I tell you, we had some fun. We didn't have the ad server, but we were watching off of YouTube. It's like flying a kite at nighttime, basically. It's up there, and the string is taut, but you can't see too much.
What day is ICT? Did we book ICT?
I think he said the 25th.
Well, I think he did say the 25th or 6th.
I don't know. We'll check with that. If we got any insight, I know that they're asking about it. We've invited him. We've invited him a few times.
The 25th or 26th. Damn it! I'm not here. We got to figure that out. I'm hella skiing in BC.
No, he's not. Horn, Stack, and Bananas. No, he's not.
Stack and Bananas is back. Nice.
He's not. Mr. Horn. We'll figure that out. We'll get you an answer here. That was just my guess. Bananas.
Yeah, I don't want to miss the ICT interview. So I got to figure that one out. We signed Rips onto as a regular. Rips, if you're listening, which I don't know if you are because you're usually live trading as well. Excited, very excited on that one.
Well, you got to remember, folks, some of the people that we have on here that you're not too fancy about, some people that you are, we're going to have as many people as we can that wants to join us here. And they, apologize whether you like them or not. Come on, this is all about, it's all about trying to make as many people as we can happy. That we can't do that, but we're going to have people on here that you're not going to like, but keep your negative comments to yourself. That's one thing that I learned is if you can't say anything good about somebody, don't say nothing at all.
It's true.
Right? Keep it to
You
yourself.
learned that in preschool.
Yeah. And I'll be more Machiavellian here and say, regardless of what you think about ICT, I sure as hell want to see him on this because
I would like,
it's a little bit, mysterious.
You guys said Tom Hoagland. That's another one. He hasn't replied to our email, I don't believe. He didn't reply to mine. So there's transparency for you.
Like the Joe Rogan Experience. He has anybody on there, whether you like him or not.
Get Elon Musk on there ripping joints. That's hilarious.
He's been on there a few times.
I don't care who's on here. I want to learn from everybody.
There you go.
Man, this is interesting. Hey, Daniel, I don't know if we can do Jan 25th. I'll be in the flying, so I don't have to be here though. It'd be nice.
Try to get Jerome Powell on. That would be neat, huh? See, how
would
about
be a
this?
trip.
Has anybody got any good connections to some financial celebrities? If you do, let us know, and we'll try to reach out. I mean, a cousin or an uncle or maybe a neighbor's brother-in-law or whatever. Anybody in the financial world that has a high seat, that would be pretty cool to get them on here.
Email TopstepTV at Topstep.
There you go. Thank you.
Ben Bernanke.
Bernanke would be great.
I mean, that would be really cool.
Yeah, no, I would not say no to that.
No.
President
Obama would be great.
I think anybody. Yeah,
Trump on there would be great. I mean, come on.
I think some of these won't come on, and they'll charge. They've got a fee. Well,
we'll pay it up to a certain amount. Tanya Trades. I think we're trying to get Tanya Trades too. Pelosi. she's a great fan. We could talk to her about her trading for sure. Dave Portnoy just made an affiliate last night.
I think I'll have to call in sick on that day. Marty Schwartz. I don't know if we could. You know what? I don't know if he's hip to doing stuff like that, but that would be somebody good, Marty Schwartz.
I want Brett Steenbarger. That's the godfather of trading.
Oh yeah.
Didn't we do a podcast with him?
Hey,
we should be trying to get
there's a child in the office.
Jim Dalton.
Yeah, Jim Dalton would be great.
Oh, we just traded 75 and I didn't get filled.
What happened? Oh my goodness!
I got two little skiers right here. They're going skiing.
Hey, look at these guys.
What's up, guys?
I want to use my paw.
Today
I
he's
want to use my paw.
Hey, man, what are you doing? It's two little guys. Hey, little guys, what are you doing?
He just got approved by his ski coach to use poles, so he's super.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
All right, boys, go do your thing.
Go shovel snow now.
Okay, you gotta get out of here.
Oh my goodness. I had the right spot. I just didn't get filled.
Oh, Jenny.
That happens. It's great to see the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to put it on mute. They're getting dressed.
That's all right. All right. The little voices. It's so cute. You guys have a nice Christmas?
What's that?
You guys have a good Christmas? Apparently one of them got polls.
Yeah, they've been skiing quite a bit, which is great because they
Awesome.
love it. So, hold on. It's like background.
It's all right. Topstep daycare.
Yeah. If we want to talk about Topstep daycare, we have 3,322 of us in daycare together. Is this where it's firming up now?
Yeah.
It hasn't caught a bid of any magnitude. Tilt's a little like different, 50-50 on the S&P and 70% long on NASDAQ. But when I see stuff like that, it tends to
Okay, NASDAQ just now put in the failed auction.
what does that mean?
If it remains. So here it is. Here's the low. Here's the range extension. Here, let me get this bigger. Here's the range extension below the initial balance. And now it's showing signs of rejection, excess. Price got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it anymore. Buyers took over. And if this remains, this market is going to continue to rotate higher. I don't know how long or how far, but that's what that failed auction means. Now, we were looking at that failed auction in the S&Ps, which is right here. It's that little range extension below the initial balance that failed. I had a bid in at 75. It traded 75. I didn't get a fill, and now it's trading 79. I have 4 points on this already.
Oh.
And in the NASDAQ, 4 points is a hiccup. But in the S&Ps, that's something.
Yeah, I do see that some of us are asking for Linda Raschke. We are reaching out. We have reached out to her. We're just waiting for a response.
You guys ever realize Erica Raschke saved John's life? She used to work for us, with us, right?
Yeah.
John,
Yeah, Erica, their
that's
daughter.
right.
Yeah, I was.
Well, you know what, John? We almost both died working for Topstep.
I know, right?
Mick saved me in the kitchen one day. I was a goner. Mike, you saved me too.
yeah, when you blacked out.
Yeah, I was on the phone and talking to somebody, an internal person here at Topstep, and Erica was standing behind me, and she decided that I was not speaking correctly, so she went and got somebody else, and they were listening to me, and then they asked me to smile so they could see if one side was sagging, but as it turns out, I was actually having a stroke. So
Yes.
yeah, Erica Raschke saved me.
Yep.
God love her.
Linda's daughter, and Linda is not arrogant. Linda is a woman trader with a lot of strength behind her ability to read the markets. She's very talented, so let's not discount her on that one. We're all arrogant in a certain way.
Patrick Campbell. Is that the Patrick Campbell, the one that I know and love?
Anne Marie's flat at 16,722.
Nice trade, Anne Marie. Nice trade.
That is a very good trade.
All right, here's a poll here. Who has the best beard?
Oh wow, this is very
Weird.
minor. It's one of us. What a vote for Hoag. No, Eddie. Now to make it fair, I'm just gonna vote for myself, just so I don't pick you guys out. Hoag's already leading Eddie.
Yeah, that's okay.
And to think I almost shaved it last night.
Did you really? Or
I
about?
was thinking about it. I was like, it's my winter coat. It keeps me warm.
Thanks for the Joe Dirt style, Jack. I kind of like that shirt.
I saw
Linda was in Market Wizards, by the way, too.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, so if you got to have a little swag to you, of course.
You guys mentioned Brett Steenbarger. He actually I'll post it in the chat right now, released a blog starting the year with his 3 best pieces of, what is it called? 3 best practices of successful traders. And yeah, I think it's worth reading.
Nice.
There you go. Nice link. Thank you, Jack.
And also, I love the way his blog looks is that you are the real deal in 2024 when you have a blog that looks like that.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a community church that just got started.
I know, like you don't care.
Yeah.
You know you're the tops.
Yeah.
Did you point? You posted that in the chat?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I got it up. Well, I got it up in a way that it's going to be something I read later for sure. We've been wanting to work with that guy forever.
Yeah. Let's see here.
There it is. Cool.
It's pronounced Dirte.
Dirte.
Ooh, it firmed up down there, so this contrarian would have picked up 25 handles.
Well,
Oh, here you go.
Emery got it.
They're ready to go. Look at these two.
I didn't get filled on mine, otherwise I'd be up. But
Look at the shredding gear. They're ready to go in.
let's see. Go shred.
You guys gonna go shred? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
You're on time. Daddy's paying for lessons.
definitely.
Make the best of them.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
Oh,
All right. So here I sit, brokenhearted, came to trade and only charted.
Oh, nice little rally here in gold here right now up to 2071.
You long, Eddie?
No, I'm flat. And yeah, I'm practicing what I preach.
Yeah.
I've been fighting the market here this morning. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to trade.
No fighting.
Yeah, no fighting, you two.
No fighting. No
Shame on
bathing.
us.
No fighting.
Shame.
See, FT71 would be a good guest. I agree with that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
what's ooh, I forgot his name.
Morad.
Morad. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't heard from him in a long time. We might
I
be.
think since Squawk Radio.
Yeah.
We had him. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Same. I'm changing topics. Go with your.
No, I was going to say we had him on. We had him on at least once a week, and we'd log in and get his report every day. He was like doing the Hoag thing for us on Squawk Radio.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. We just sort of lost contact. Yeah, I wonder if like I said earlier, if anybody out there has connections, mentioned that we are looking for people to bring on here to Topstep TV if they're interested. And I'm sure that some of those that have been in contact with us, worked with us before, would love to be back, have some fun and share some education.
I want to get Nick Leeson on here. You guys know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that? It sounds familiar.
He's the guy that
Go ahead.
his bank.
Yep, took it down. He's got it sold.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The oldest bank, I guess, in England or something. I don't know.
Crudelli. I see that as a suggestion. Who else? Pax. I know Pax. No Morad. Crudelli. We should get them on here all at once.
Uh-huh. Well, Crudelli's coming. We've been talking to him. So I don't know when that's happening.
We put a
We
good
did
post out
have,
over the
I can't remember his last name. Chaim Brokum, the guy that took down, I think, Goldman. We had him on a podcast. I'll look that up. I'm trying to find it right now.
Greg Reba. Jeez.
Quick question for you guys from a question last week. Someone said, I know MP is a perma bear, but who in Topstep is a perma bull?
And by perma bear, like I'm very flexible. I've been getting low on this. I'm a contrarian, I guess. And it slides faster than it glides. Stairs up, elevator down, all that kind of stuff.
I'm always optimistic. I down days, big down days usually stress me out, but I do sometimes have really good days on them. But overall, Jack, I know you know this, the natural tint to the equities is to the upside. That's what keeps me a perma bull. Got to be a bear on the right days.
You have to be a bear on the right days. Yeah.
Yeah. I sent an email to Pax a while back. I haven't heard from him, but last I saw him, we found out that I was working for a guy in the lumber pit named John Fisher. And about 2 guys after I left, Pax worked for John Fisher. And then he went into the NASDAQ and I went into the S&Ps. You're active, Michael?
I'm short, but I'm picking the tops now. What levels do you have up here again, John?
Well, I mean, if we're looking at short time frame, day time frame levels, value high is anywhere between 778 to 790 or to 790. You know, right here, we're kind of in the middle of the range. We've got excess at the bottom. There's a failed auction to the downside. So I'm looking more to the long side than to the short side until proven wrong. So don't fall in love.
Don't fall in love.
S&Ps, we still have negative delta. We moved all the way back to the high of value in the S&Ps. That's 47.85 right here.
Yeah, there's all your buyers at. We've been waiting for these guys to show up.
I'm just sitting here wishing I got my fill at 75. And I saw Fred's question, you know, if it goes back down there, do you want it? And I said, what I'm thinking is I probably won't get that chance. Yeah. Pax is a good guy. He's been to hell and back when it comes to trading, like all of us. I mean, we've all had good times and bad times. You know, I've had my share.
Hey, mama.
For you Zeppelin heads.
You Zeppelin heads, of course.
16.7. What levels did you have up here? Just one more time.
NASDAQ, I mean, there's a little bit of low volume node up around 758, but it's not very big, and that's kind of where this move stopped, at least pulled back off of.
Yeah, I saw.
But above that, I mean, value high is 790.
Yeah, I know. So that's
you're kind of in the middle of no man's land here.
well, I got short 56s because I saw that rip higher, and it was a rip of rip and stops.
Uh-huh.
But it's like,
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
no, I know.
Rhodes Runner, I don't know that you can overlay session TPO on a candle chart on Tradeovate.
All right.
I've been wrong before, but I don't think you can do it.
I covered that one. I'm scratched. Back to scratch on the day.
PD got my reference. Nice job, PD legend.
Zigging and zagging. Well, for that why be a contrarian conversation that we had down there,
Here's why.
the market did firm up to a good 40, 50 handle. So that's just being a trader, I guess, you know, like you got to find these areas. That's why, John, there's times where, and I've said this, Eddie was carving up the market last week. Like when you carve up the market, it's kind of like you're in, you're out, and you're just getting great entries and great exits the whole time.
Yeah, you're seeing it.
Seeing
It's
it.
almost like sometimes it feels like you're making it happen. But whenever I start to get that feeling, I know this week is just about over.
Right?
So yeah, we had Dr. Brett Steenbarger with us here in 2019. Let's see if we can get him back here. We had Linda with us also with 2019. So these are some of the older podcasts that we had before Topstep TV.
So the next level's up here.
You got space, dude.
You got lots of space. We got a VWAP up at 816. 780s, is that a number? Because that looks like a volume spike. 78s, I mean, 77s. I gotta sit on my hands more anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where the volume runs out, right? We talked about that 780 level.
Hey, let's do a poll. I have not traded today. I've traded under 10 trades, whatever. Who's doing polls? Robert doing it?
I think Robbie's on it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Something about like I've traded more than 50 trades today. Something like that. Just so we can get an idea of how much people are trading.
BD's asking me during my 50K combine, would you trade the most? Gold was the most. And then NASDAQ, I'm gonna say, was probably the second. Gold was the most.
So there's a question I saw. How do I put value areas on my Trade of 8 chart? So if you're putting it on the 30-minute chart, and it works on any chart, you want to go to the drawing tools, go to volume profile, then go to the start of the day on Friday, which is probably here, and then just click it, let it go, and then drag it to the end of the day. There's your value high and low. For today, let's take a look. Why am I not seeing the, hang on. So here we go. Here's the 830 bar. Click there, and then just drag it to the end and then click. So now you've got value high and value high and value low right there on your charts. Now that's volume value. Today it happens to be very, very close to TPO value. So here's the TPO chart for today. Value high, 85. Value low, 76.50 approximately. But that's how you can put your value areas on the 30-minute chart, is by adding the volume profiles. And it doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. It's still going to put the same volume profiles, same value high, low, and point of control. Thanks for the question. Hope that helps.
Good question. Well, coming up here shortly, we're going to be having shoulder tap. And don't forget, if you have any questions, if we can post that again here in our YouTube chat, we can pin that. Any questions for our risk manager? We could post that on top. That would be really cool. Use that link in our YouTube chat that has been pinned to the top. Any questions for our risk manager? That would be the best way to get your question answered.
Yeah, it would.
Yes, and I look forward to those. I love those sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Get back with my peeps. We missed everybody all week.
Well, Johnny, your beard walked away with the victory on that one.
Oh, yeah.
60%, 29% for mine, and 9% for Michael's.
Oh,
794 votes.
This is for the first time ever. I think my wife actually kind of likes my beard now.
There you go.
I like it. I mean, it's smooth. Patrick, you have $9,000. Is that a live account? If it's a live account, hell yeah. Well, it's any account, hell yeah.
Any account, right? There you go.
Yeah. We want to start saying it. That's why I'm always like, hey, Eddie's on a stem, I'm on a live, John's on live, blah, blah, blah. Because you get a knock on the door, regulars like, dude, what you guys are saying you're up? Up what? What account? Because you can't talk sim without saying it's sim. You can't talk live because
Without
you may, without saying, just got to say it. I'm not saying Patrick about anything about that. I'm just saying about anybody. We're going to be doing it, and even folks in the chat doing it. There was somebody that was like always misleading people, saying they were live, and then they were sim, and then I think they got shut down, fined, and kicked out of the industry.
Anything
New
I
lows
do
in the crude,
unless
real
I
quick
say
here.
otherwise. Yeah, look at crude.
There you go. Live fun at 26. Hell yeah. Nice. Nice, Patrick.
That opening range in the crude oil was absolutely huge. I was watching it during the opening call. I can tell you 73.55 to 15, so 40 tick opening range in crude oil today. It's still the dead ass high, but still you're looking at 50 points, 50 ticks of risk, $500 for a one lot of risk on that opening range trade in crude oil today. But wow, what a trade.
Wow.
I mean, we're looking at, almost 300 ticks on this move from high to low. I hope Deeyana got it. It's initially in an opening range, we opened above range value. It was an overnight inventory move to start with, but now it's looking a little bit more serious than that. We're going to come down here and take out this gap.
This thing's staying firm.
Well, Deeyana will be on later today.
Yeah.
Nice.
See what happened.
Nice.
Oh.
Ninja Turtle, nice job being up 10,000. Even if it's your practice account, guys, it's totally fine. Thanks for sharing that. Somebody asked about why do you be considered a professional? Why do you want to be registered as a professional and transferred from XFA to live? Because you're trading other people's money, and when you're trading other people's money, proprietary prop firm is other people's money. Live accounts is other people's money, unless you trade your own personal brokerage account. But you are registered. You're just acknowledged as a professional with the CME group. You don't have to register for anything. There's no series anything. You're a pro. You're a pro.
You trade in live markets with the pros. You're a pro.
That's why I say walk away from FX, because you're kind of always in these. You're not really. It's a different world. I'm a futures trader, and if you've been trading long enough, I do feel people gravitate to the end, which is futures trading, which I know a lot of folks would say people start in equities, they go to penny stocks, which is you start in big caps or mid caps or whatever, and then you get hit a little bit, and then you go to penny stocks, and you go to options. But a lot of folks across the pond trade FX right out of the gate, which is totally, fine. FX is a little,
Yeah.
It's not registered.
It's the Wild West. It's you're not competing with others. You're competing with the bank.
Exactly.
They're the ones that set the spread. It's not the market that sets the spread.
Yup.
And there's so many different liquidity pools that you don't know, where your liquidity pool is. You don't know if one bank's working one liquidity pool against the other.
I never thought.
CME futures there's one liquidity pool, and that's here in Chicago. Every order gets equal representation in the marketplace, and that's something that it's very important to me, is to know that I'm out there. There's nobody that's going to be able to monkey with my order or make money off my order other than a small commission. And I know that the bid and offer are set by the marketplace, not by some bank or leader of the liquidity pool that's going to be taking all that little bit of spread is how they make their money. Everybody in Forex has to sell the bid or buy the offer.
Yeah, I never liked that either. Freddie, how does going live affect my non-pro status with my other accounts? It doesn't, from what I understand. And guys, like live is like the end thing when traders kicking ass, putting up 20, 30, 50 grand, 100 grand. Like we'll pull them over and say, you're kicking ass, you're going live account. We had 543 last year. Of that, you call like 20%, I don't know, something like that, still active, because you're going to have people come and go. Welcome to the like minor leagues, major leagues. Not everybody stays in the minors or majors or minors. But we have thousands of people on XFA funded right now. Same opportunity, but they'll get their accounts from like 0 to 5, 0 to 10, 0 to 20. Once you start getting up to the 20s, we're like, what are they doing? We'll look at your data, we'll look at your patterns, all that kind of stuff, and be like, oh, so-and-so is going live, and then we'll call you up. It's our way of, it's our prop firm that we have over there. Not, you guys aren't trading with our prop firm right now. You're trading with Topstep Trader, which is not our prop firm. So we want the best on our prop firm.
And it's not just the amount of money they're making, it's how they're making it. It's not just, all right, this guy's doing really well, let's put him live. It's this guy's doing really well because of the metrics, the things that we're seeing underneath. Even, I know that Mick and Brett and everybody in the risk team, they're looking beyond that most recent account. They're looking at previous accounts. They're looking for, an attempt at consistency as far as reward over risk is concerned, or consecutive winning trades or consecutive losing trades. We're looking at all that information before choosing to bring somebody up to that funded level.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking nothing right now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm scratched on the day, and I was down 900, and I made it all back. There was high watermark was like 700, but that was unrealized. So high watermark was $500, and now I'm back to scratch. So I'm setting up the day that going in the hole is going to be easier than keeping or staying above ground.
There you go. Andrew Archer says it best here. Live funded is the top step at the top step.
There, and you spelled Topstep, the company, right, and you separated Topstep as in the top step of a trading pit.
Yes.
Damn, Archer. That's right. That's what we're doing.
That's perfect. Well put. Succinct.
I
Live
call
funded is the top step at 7 words, and that's all it took.
Yeah, I call them the Red Bull athletes. Like, I want Topstep to be the Red Bull of the trading world, where you have like they're in the communities, they like show like this part of it, and then you get like these top, wearing the helmet or the hat or whatever. So, I don't know how other companies do it. I don't really care, but like,
well, boys, we are just about done here, getting ready for shoulder tap. But Michael, thank you very much for being with us here today.
Yeah, I had fun. I'm going to go out there skiing with the boys here in a few hours. So thanks for having me on. John, glad to be back.
Glad to be back.
Glad to have you back. And Eddie, last week, I got to give you a clap. You crushed it. Bell to bell, baby.
Bell to bell, and hopefully we're going to have something for everybody, bell to bell.
That's what we're a part of some of those conversations where Bell to Bell Club is pretty important to us.
Yes.
Because we do it, and also we like to have that community there. So there might be a consistent reward for Bell to Bell. Check in, folks.
Check it out.
We don't have it ready yet, guys, but we're going to be working that direction. But tomorrow, fire drill. So it's going to be on Fast Markets. So that time that we were just on right now from the last 2 hours, there'll be a fire drill for 15 minutes in that last 2 hours. So thanks for having me on. I'm ending the day scratch, John. Day 1 of 2024.
It's a good day.
Good day. So take care, guys.
All right.
Enjoy
see you,
those
Michael.
kids, man.
Have
Have
with the
fun.
boys. Yeah. All right. We're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to come back with Mick and Shoulder Tap 2024. Be right back. Welcome back to Shoulder Tap, and we've got our risk manager, Brett, with us today. And hello, Brett. How are you, sir?
I'm great. Happy New Year to you two gentlemen and all our traders out there. Great to be here. And yeah, Happy New Year. Hope everybody had a safe and fulfilling holiday.
Now, Brett, we took a poll earlier. We've got some new people here watching Topstep TV. Can you give us a little bio on what you do behind the scenes as a risk manager?
Yeah, would love to. Really, as a risk manager at Topstep, we monitor the health and well-being of the traders' accounts at the funded level, as well as try to get out there on Topstep TV and give tips for trading and things that we have learned from our experience as traders. Really, it's sometimes calling up traders and saying, "Hey, maybe we should lock this in and stop trading for the day." Any advice that is given or suggestions on changes that could be made are suggestions, and they're ultimately to make people better traders. Hopefully, there are many different trading styles, but ultimately we're here for the trader, but also to make sure that things don't get out of hand with expirations, taking or making delivery, making sure that the brokerage is active and the risk parameters are being followed. Really monitoring all of the funded level accounts, and a big part of the job has been to call up the traders from the express funded account to live.
All right. Thank you, sir. And what goodies do you have for us today?
I got a lot of goodies. I know everybody loves hearing about Kyle K in live funded account. Kyle's up about a little over 5,250 roughly. Asan is up 4,250 in his live account. And then Christopher T, I didn't find this, I was off last week, so got to spend some time with family, but Christopher T was called up from XFA to live on Friday, and I found him a little too late to make a trading card for, unfortunately, but really excited to see them come up to live, as they have 81% winning days. Their average winning day is 656, and they're moving to live with 9K after, I want to say it was 20 trading days. So excited to see them get called up to live. And last quick update, I know Mick was talking about Fatima last week at some points. Fatima's having a great day, bringing her account back to a healthy balance, and she's up just a hair over $4,000. So Fatima, if you're out there watching, which I know you've told me that you do, maybe call it a day. And I think there's some of the questions in the Q&A section that will address this as well, not necessarily from Fatima, but would love to see you lock in that $4,000 profit.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So moving into the trading cards from that, the first trader I wanted to feature is Blake. Blake is in a $100,000 live account, and out of Florida. I lived there a couple of years myself. Yeah, Sarasota for me. But
I can't say it, but it's a great last name.
What is that? Yeah, and average daily P&L for Blake is $1,023 and 75% winning days, 40% winning trades, which it's adding up. I mean, Blake's got just shy of 15,000 in his live account, and really selective with the trades, just 21 trades a day on average, 2 contracts, and so far today, Blake is up $4,000.
Beautiful.
Yes, and Blake has not traded for the past hour and a half, which Blake, it looks like hung it up today, which is a great thing to do when you're having a great day. I think that this is Blake's best day as well, assuming it can be locked in. Only been in the account for today is the 5th day, but doing a great job. The one blemish that I see is on the 3rd day of trading in this live funded account. Eddie, John, have you guys ever gotten it? I've heard people refer to it as married to a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Blake might have been guilty of getting married to a trade on on Friday, or I'm sorry, last week, and hit the daily loss limit. But other than that, 5 winning days, assuming today ends in the positive, and really doing a great job. Any trades stick out for either of you that you just let?
The day in question where he hit his daily loss limit, it happens, of course, right? I don't know if this was one trade put in pieces that he kept adding to, or if it was, consecutive losing trades, but the 9 consecutive losing trades that occurred without one winning trade, at some point, Blake, you got to say, you know what, this is not working. I'm going to cut it off. He was never up on the day, started down from the very beginning. And, I just don't want to see that, Of course, we don't want to see that for you. And we want to see that you're able to kind of cut it off on those days. His worst days, a little over $2,000. His best day is a little over $2,000. His average winning day is 1,200. I know there's very little information here, but his average losing day is twice his average winning day, or almost twice his average winning day. Right. So, Blake, if you're listening, if it was one trade and you kept adding on, that's something we talk about a lot. You don't want to add to losing trades. Get in a better trade location, figure out what you're missing. Maybe there's something to learn from this. Of course, there's always something to learn from everything we do in trading, but here's, the day before that, he had 8 consecutive losing trades, but he was up and down, only down 500, less than 600, and he ended the day pretty close to his high watermark. So he's fought his way through a consecutive losing trades. It's just when you get to a certain point, and if you were, kind of adding into a losing position, adding into it some more, don't let yourself do that. We when you have a trade that's going against you and you put more on, we call it the moron trade, and we don't want to do that. If that's the case, right. If it was 9 consecutive single losing trades, at some point 3, 4, 5 consecutive losing trades, take a break. Walk away, come back the next day. Don't hit that daily loss limit. Remember, the less you lose, the more you're eventually going to make.
Right. And the thing is, too, you're not seeing winning trades. Something's not right. You might have put your game plan together best that you possibly could. You could be following your rules the best you possibly could. But some of these days, sometimes the market just isn't your friend. And that's when you've got to walk away instead of, like I said earlier today, I'm here to trade. I'm not here to fight. And having that losing trade after losing trade after losing trade, it just seems like you're trying to fight the market, hoping things turn around.
I've stood next to guys that were doing that in the pit.
Yeah.
They buy it at 8. They buy more at 7. Well, they liked it at 8, so they love it at 6. They buy more at 5. They buy more at 4. They watch 3s go offered, and they end up puking out of the trade. A substantial loss down around 1, which usually means that's going to be the low. So I would be there waiting for them to puke, and I would take a couple of them off of their hands for them. And those usually ended up being a winner, because when you're stuck like that, it seems like the market knows, which it doesn't. Yeah. It just seems like, you get stuck in a position like that. When you finally get out, you put in the low or the high, if the opposite is the case. But it always just seems to be that way. So it was always a worthwhile risk when somebody was in a moron trade, when they finally get out of it, to take a couple of those contracts off their hands, and you usually end up with a winner on that. It's just one of the things that happens.
Right. You got to cut it. You got to cut it off.
Well said, John. And in reality, that's kind of the namesake of this segment, shoulder tap. Mm-hmm. Because in the old days, it used to be, if you wanted to trade NASDAQ or the S&P, you had to do it only on the floor, including electronically initially. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was the only place in the world that you could trade it. And the shoulder tap would be a risk somebody from the risk team at your brokerage house or the owner of the brokerage firm tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, Brett, get flat and meet me in my office in 5 minutes. And that's when you know you drew some attention that you don't want. Hopefully you can get out before that, but that's the origin of the shoulder tap because it is a very real thing that used to happen.
Right.
100%. We've seen a lot of guys. You see the clearing firm or the representative of the clearing firm go up and tell a guy, we flattened you out. We used a broker. Don't take any more trades. Let's go have a chat.
Well, they would have like security come and pull you off the floor.
Some cases, yes.
Yeah, maybe walk you off the floor.
Yep.
I personally know 3 people that have had the literal shoulder tap in the pit, and one of them, I think, to this day is still disagreeable about the decision. 2 of them ultimately said, you know what, thank you. I certainly was not the person that did that, but 2 of them were very grateful because it's a scary spot to be in as a trader or as anybody with a relation to what's going on at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the pit, you could be in serious trouble long before the clearing firm even knew you were in trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in reality, it never happens. But in reality, if you take a trade that you can't afford to take, even if you make money, the clearing firm can claw it back.
Yes.
Nearly impossible to do, but it is a real thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you're only supposed to trade 5 lots and you make a boatload of money on a 50 lot, if you have instructions from your clearing firm that you can only trade 5 lots and they have the right to take that windfall profit from you because you weren't supposed to be doing that. If it went the other way, if you couldn't cover it, they'd be eating it. So they get it. It's a good point. I forgot about that, Brett. I haven't seen or heard anything like that since electronic trading. But if you're trading beyond your means and you have a windfall profit, the clearing firm has the right to keep it.
Yes, and it's kind of similar to busting trades. Sometimes you cover a trade and only one side gets busted, and suddenly you thought you had a big winner, and now you've got a big loser.
Yep.
But moving back to the trading cards, let's get to Rahan. Rahan is in a 150,000 express funded account, which just as a friendly reminder, traders can take payouts on the express funded accounts as we are able to collect that data and trade from it. Rahan trades S&P and it has an average daily P&L of 491 and really pretty much 50% winning day, 50% winning trade. What I really wanted to highlight on this trader.
I hate to interrupt you, Brett, but the S&Ps are putting in new all-time highs right now. Wow. NASDAQ, not yet, but the S&P, yes. The S&P is putting in new regular trading hour session highs as we speak. Go ahead, Brett. Sorry about that.
Love to hear that. But really doing great with a 2-to-1 risk reward or almost 2-to-1 risk reward, which makes that 50% winning trade work for him. But really taking small trades, 6 trades a day, 2 contracts, has taken $8,000 in payouts, and the average intraday P&L, the high and low, is right around $800 for both the high and the low. But what I wanted to highlight on Rahan is in a $150,000 express funded account, meaning the daily loss limit for Rahan is $3,000. Rahan's average intraday P&L high and low is $768,
mm-hmm.
and the average losing days, now that does not factor in winning days, obviously, is only $1,060. So just really doing a great job treating the account like their back is already up against the wall, which is really how our traders would help their success within the markets.
I'm looking for that. Yeah. I mean, he's taken 8, he's 9. Now he's kind of, hang on a second here. but you know, not a big shooter. Had a great day on the 29th, but managing his risk. It's 150K is his biggest losing day. Well, he did hit the daily loss limit once, but overall, I mean, it looks like, you know, he's up, starts up, down a little bit. 28th wasn't doing too much. Never up on the 27th. Ended on the high water mark on the 21st. I think I'm missing a few days here, but yeah, I mean, just kind of good. The reward over risk is really what's doing it for him, isn't
2
it?
to 1, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
50,
another thing too I like to see is he's got a 150K account. And he's really not looking greedy as he's average daily P&L. He's putting up $500 and he's progressing day to day to day. And I think that's the way you need to do it. You know, keep yourself in your wheelhouse, keep yourself at a comfortable level. And with an average
of a really big day, almost $5,000, but a lot of them are just a little bit, you know, just making it like Eddie's saying, just a little bit at a time, and it's that reward over risk. I mean, when you're right 48% of the time, your winning day percentage is 56% of the time, you're making money because your rewards are bigger than your risks. Love this.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. And John, I heard you explain your reward over risk explanation. Makes sense to me. I am going to slip up and say risk reward.
That's okay.
But that being, talking about the risk reward, really, if I could give one piece of, or one suggestion, one piece of advice to anybody trading with Topstep or even in their 401k, treat it, which of course in your 401k it will meet this criteria, but if you're in a trading combine, if you're in an express funded account, if you're in a live funded account, treat it like it's your money. Even in the trading combine, treat it like it's real. That's how you're going to build the experience, enabling you to hopefully become a successful trader and give you the opportunity to learn from the things like what it's like to make $1,000 and then end up losing $1,000 for the day. It's not fun. Those hurt. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that's something you got to do. Is you got to build that confidence, and once you're working very hard to put that G on the board, and then losing it, you know, it doesn't help with the confidence. So your next trade's going to be okay. What now? You know, you've got to manage a little bit better than that.
Yeah. And not only what now, but now tomorrow, it's like, you know what, let's work for $500. Well, that's not even a drop in the bucket. I can't afford to do that, which we've shown traders on here that really drive home the point that 500 adds up real quick if you can consistently do it.
Right. All right.
Yes.
Anything else on Rahan?
I think that about covers it for Rahan. I mean, just keep it up. Keep chugging away at the $500 a day and keep it rolling.
You got it. I think it's a very good day. Yeah.
Yep. I'm looking forward to his continued success.
Yes, will be fun to watch and update as that unfolds. The last trader is Joaquim, which Joaquim I actually talked about on the 22nd of December.
I remember that name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think Mick may have featured him also, if I'm not mistaken, much earlier than that as well. So this is Joaquim's trading card. And that's a current one that's up to date as of the close on Friday, the last close of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, this is the current one. The average daily P&L, unfortunately, at minus 144. The previous trading card, average daily P&L, although it was only 6 days into the live funded account, it was at $2,262 on the 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
6 days in. That's right around what, 13 grand. Winning day percentage was 100%. Now we don't expect everybody to maintain that. That's going to be tough. Winning day percent is still 64, so really not bad. winning trade on the 22nd, 91%.
Mm.
Winning trade today, 73. So phenomenal trade percentage win. Average win and loss per trade, 270 against minus $400. A few things that I noticed between the two different trading or the two trading cards from a couple of weeks apart is the contract sizing has about doubled. The good news is you have taken a $5,000 payout since we last featured you.
Right.
But all of the numbers have grown, including the losses, the wins. And one thing that I said on the 22nd when we were talking about Joaquim, I'm sorry, was that he stopped trading every one of those 6 days at the P&L high. It's very tough to do.
Yeah, I love that.
You know, you sort of wonder if that was premeditated. I'm going to stop at this level. Like we have a personal loss limit. Maybe it was a personal gain target that he had for those days. Yeah,
and that's why I made the note. Trade like you are $500 away from your daily loss limit. I watched Joaquim trade for about an hour and a half this morning. Not exclusively, I just glance at it. But Joaquim was about $500 away from their daily loss limit, and they were trading one lots, nice and small, just kind of taking little chunks out. But that's how you want to trade from the start, not because you have to.
Right.
It's like when I look at this, Brett, it's a tale of two different people. The first 6 days, great. The next 5 days, not so much.
Well, John, it's like the Jekyll and Hyde. I've seen that a lot on trade reports where somebody's very consistent. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the account's hijacked.
Yeah. Did we expand his daily loss limit?
Yes, there was an expansion. It is back down to the 3,000 that happened after trading Friday.
Got it.
But yeah, I mean, again, a trader that thought or hoped that expanding those loss limits might enable them to get a recovery. A lot of times it's best to just walk away or take the rest of the day off.
Yeah, giving them more rope isn't necessarily always a good idea.
Yeah, and they're hard lessons that anybody that has traded long enough will likely learn.
You know, Brett, I tell you, there's a lot of us that it's just too hard to just say I can walk away. You know, you being a risk manager, what would you tell somebody? I mean, obviously you've got the controls over there to shut the account down, but you know, how do you sort of lead into that conversation?
How do you lead into the conversation as far as
saying that, you know what, hey, you enough is enough. We got to shut you down for today.
I mean, sometimes it's similar to managing any loss. If you've realized a profit and then consider that your zero mark. And if you lose $500, it's basically a trailing stop. That is the way that I like to look at it. A trailing stop meaning if it goes another tick in your favor, the stop moves up a tick. It's a good way to trade. I did it for some time while I was trading. I don't do it so much anymore because of the fact that you don't always get a favorable fill on a stop. It's the reality of the live markets. It's a reality of the simulated markets. It's a reality of all of this. But let them run with you, not against you.
Yeah,
exactly.
Protect profits.
Yeah.
There's a question here, and I brought up the idea, you know, if we expanded his daily loss limit or if we closed up his daily loss limit, anything like that. What determines expanding your loss limits? Brett, can you kind of go through the process if somebody says, hey, you know, I've been doing really well, I'd like a little bit more risk. What do they have to do?
So if they want to reach out, first of all, they have to have a live funded account. Secondly, if they want them, they can reach out to the risk team. As a live funded trader, you get a direct phone number to the risk team, or you can email us and we will review it. I like to tell traders oftentimes we do like to see a few profitable days, as well as hopefully $10,000 in profits after getting to the live funded account. But if you can make a case for it, we'll hear you out.
Would it be helpful for somebody who is looking to expand their daily loss limit to be able to stop before their current daily loss limit? I mean, are you looking at them as, all right, well, you know, if we expand his loss limit, he hasn't hit the one he has yet, which is a good thing. Would that make a difference in the decision-making process?
It really depends on if you're within a few $100s of losing of zero. No, you've got to have a healthily funded account in order to entertain it. But it's a possibility. It really depends on the circumstances. I don't like adding to losers, which I think the two of you were talking about, how adding to losers can really catch up with you unless you do have the Bank of England behind you.
Right.
But
got that. All right. Now we've got some questions from our community here. Jack, you got those questions for Brett?
Yeah, I have questions from the magic form here. I'll run down a few.
Okay.
Starting with this. Once funded with a 50K account, would you recommend switching to micros?
Once funded with a 50K account, would you recommend switching to micros? I would always recommend trading at least a few micros when you first get any account, whether it be a trading combine, express funded account, live funded account, just to make sure all the wires are connected correctly and I'm not risking it. And again, we're treating it like our own money. If that were my own money, I'm not going to risk $50,000. That's my shingle out the front door that says I'm open for business, and enables me to maintain my business. So one NASDAQ at the most. Micro NASDAQs I think are great, but like we've said so many times, when is the biggest risk expansion as a trader, or when should that be, or what should that be?
Good point.
When you move from 1 to 2 contracts.
1 to 2. Yep.
Yes. And start with one. Let a couple $100 a day run for a little bit. We're not going to rule the world in a week or two or a month. It's just not how trading works. Great question, Maureen.
Well, here's a good one that I want to know too. It's specific, but good. From Anonymous. Does the amount of resets impact the decision to pull someone up to live?
There are a ton of different things that we look at when reviewing whether we're calling somebody up to live. And a lot of it boils down to kind of looking at it from the outside. We can look at the traders that we have called up, and we do see a lot of consistency. We see not a lot of fluctuation. It's kind of, it'll almost unveil itself to anybody that looks at it, if you will, when they're looking at it from the right perspective. If you're making $3,000 and then over the next 2 days or 3 days you're losing $1,000 a day, maybe not. But if you're making $500 a day and losing $200 every couple days, then yeah, maybe. But it's consistency as well as history, and resets absolutely are considered in the call up process, because it goes back to treat it like it's your own money, even in the trading combine. Because if you're just reset, you're not treating it like it's real money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we learn.
But it doesn't mean necessarily that somebody who has had a lot of resets won't be considered.
Oh no, not at all. We have called up a number of people that have had a great deal of resets. I generally discourage resets. I would recommend not doing more than one a day. That shouldn't be necessary if you're taking this seriously.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The thing
one a
is
month.
too. That's exactly. I mean, I consider the reset a crutch. We shouldn't be using those. When you're at that point of pro ball, professional level, that's there's no mulligans, there's no do-overs. Those just aren't there. So we should probably try to avoid those as much as possible.
And a quick follow-up from the chat. How do the micros compare to minis in terms of liquidity and movement?
As far as liquidity and movement, they are nearly identical. And John and Eddie, the algos keep them in line.
Yes.
Back in the old days, there used to be at the Board of Trade here, it was the grain room, but there used to be the soybean crush, the bean meal against the bean oil against the beans. And I personally knew traders that had a family member in each pit, and they would trade the crush every day, and they would wait for those to get out of line. It is an inefficiency of the marketplace that the electronic trading has brought up to date, because there's algorithmic trading that keeps those in line.
Right.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about when I've said previously, not today, but when I said I'm there to pick up the scraps off the floor, that the guys that do work for less than half a tick, or that do work for half of a penny profit on each trade that they're doing hundreds of thousands of times a day. We can't make money working for profits like that. We're picking up those scraps.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, so you're looking at the mini E-mini S&P and the micro S&P. So the price is 99.9% going to be exactly the same because of those algos that are working that arbitrage between the two of them. As far as liquidity is concerned, though, if you need to move a large quantity of risk, you're going to use the minis, not the micros. If you have a lot to, if you were to, let's say, sell 100 micros and sell 100 minis, the micros are going to move 2 points. The minis are going to move 2 ticks, because the liquidity is greater in the minis. But a large trader that has a lot of contracts to move isn't going to be trading in the micros. They're going to be trading in the minis. It's cheaper for them, and the liquidity is greater. But as a day trader, it's not something that you necessarily have to worry about if you're going to be trading either one, because none of us are moving the market. If you're trading micros, maybe you're going to trade 10, 15 contracts, but that's not going to be enough to really impact price.
Right. Minis versus micros, to me, some of our traders trade those exclusive. They're not looking for big profits. They're looking for more winning trades. Another thing too, if your back's against the wall, if you're in trouble, you kick it into the micros. Now,
Build your way out.
You're right. I was very close to passing the combine last week, and I didn't want to put risk on it, but good information, suggestion from our community said, Eddie, do the micros, and it's like, gosh, why didn't I think of that? And that's what we did. So easing into something and easing out of something if you need to. That's the best bet for using those micros.
Yes, well said. And just for those of you that maybe don't trade the equities or are new to trading in general, the minis are, even though they're called mini, would be considered kind of the full contract. And the micro is 1/10 of that contract. Right. And 10 micros, you can literally, with some accounts, not at Topstep, but you can actually say, you know what, take my 10 micros and make them a mini. It's fungibility is what that's called.
Right. Yeah. I remember when the minis came out, at first they were not fungible with the big S&Ps. Didn't take too long for them to make them fungible, but you'd have to get out of, let's say, your E-mini S&P position and your big S&P position by the end of the day to be flat. Now, if they were still trading big S&Ps, you'd be long one S&P and short 5 minis, and they would cancel each other out. That's what fungible means. But at first it was interesting that they weren't fungible, and now they're, of course, fungibility, right? So you got the micros and the minis. Are those fungible?
Yeah.
That is the question.
Brett?
I'm sorry, which are the micros?
Are the
and minis?
micros and the minis fungible? So if I am long one S1 E mini and short 10 micros at the end of the day, do they cancel out, or is that actually an open position? I think that they're not fungible, are they?
I think the S&P mini. I know the mini Dow is fungible. I believe the S&P and Nasdaq are also fungible. I'll double check on that, as I'm not totally sure off the top of my head.
Just the micros to the minis, are they fungible? Do they cancel each other out?
Oh, you're talking the big Dow? Nobody trades that stuff.
No, I'm talking like you got the mini S&P.
I got the answer here.
Got it.
On the CME website itself. Yes, they are fungible.
They are fungible.
Micro E-mini futures are offset eligible versus their E-mini counterparts at a 10-to-1 ratio. This can be applied to offsetting positions. Requests can be made by your clearing broker directly to the CME clearinghouse.
Okay, so they're not automatic, but they are fungible.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
And I think at expiration, if you're allowed to carry it to expiration, they also just automatically
They'll cancel
offset. Yeah.
Got it.
All right. One more question for this. Can Topstep change the maximum daily loss limit for my accounts, or do I have to manually do it in Rhythmic and Topstep X? Thank you guys for all you do.
So appreciate you asking that. Yes, we can change it in some accounts. We do sometimes offer daily loss limit expansions to some of our express funded accounts. And then within Rhythmic in particular, you are able to set your own daily loss limits within the parameters of the biggest limits that are offered on the account that you have.
But that's funded accounts and express funded accounts only. We don't do that for Trading Combine, right?
Yes, that is correct. Good question.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're in a Trading Combine, you're gonna have to adhere to the loss limits that are on the account. But when you're funded, we can make those adjustments for you depending on what you want. Maybe you want a smaller daily loss limit. Maybe you want a bigger one. We'll go through the numbers with you and we'll figure out what the right thing to do is.
Yes, indeed.
Right. So, Brett, one question for you. Is trading gambling?
Is trading gambling? No, absolutely not. When I explain this really quickly, I generally call gambling the dice. So I'll say the dice or the gambling was only created to create unnecessary risk. The entire reason for the futures marketplace is so that people can offset risk. If John is looking to sell some corn, or John's a farmer, we'll say right now, if he hasn't even planted his corn, and I say, you know what, or John says, I don't want this risk anymore, and the CME puts together somebody that is willing to take that risk from John. And maybe it's Eddie. And nobody is saying, Eddie, you have to take this risk. But that risk must exist. Somebody has to have that risk. Whereas gambling, there is no necessity for that risk. And that is why it differs wildly from gambling. That is not to say that some people don't treat trading as gambling, but that is absolutely not how it should be done. I do enjoy playing blackjack and craps occasionally. I do it maybe once every year or two. I enjoy it. However, when I was trading full time, I really didn't do it because I always said to people, it's like, oh, do you want to go in Chicago? We have the river boats, which is now somewhat antiquated.
Right.
But people would say, you want to go to the boat? And it'd be like, no, I prefer having the edge, not giving up the edge.
You're right. There you go.
And yeah, but yes, trading can be handled in a gambling behavior, but no, it is positively not gambling.
There you go.
Great answer, Brett. Thank you.
Well, Brett, thank you very much for being with us here. And before we go here, we have pinned group coaching. If you got a question for the whole group coaching is pinned in our YouTube chat. Get your questions in there. Those will be answered. Okay, answered first. And the link is in our YouTube chat pinned up above. But Brett, thank you very much for being with us here today. Great education for those that are looking to be funded and for those that are funded. So we're going to take a little break here. Remember, Topstep X will allow you to set your own personal ideas and personal things. So set your limits and so forth. But we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back to Power Players.
All right, all right, all right.
And we've got Martin and Eric with us today. And I'd like to say good morning, gentlemen. Eric, how are you? Let's try that again.
I'm good. I'm good, Eddie. How are you?
There he is. Good. How was the New Year's holiday?
Oh man, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it in not so much moderation. So I spent the first day of the year really just catching up on some sleep.
There you go. Rest and relaxation
That's
is what
right.
we need to start the 2024 season. And Martin, how are you doing? And how was your New Year's?
I'm doing well, Eddie. It was pretty good. How about yours?
Mine was very good. Actually, just sort of stayed in. We had some food delivered, which was pretty cool. They were out of crab legs, though. I wanted crab legs, but they were sorry, we're out already. I'm like, oh my goodness. But we got some other goodies. But yeah, moderation. At this age, moderation is mandatory.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd probably still be sleeping. But you youngsters out there, have at it. Have at it. Speaking of having at it, you guys trading it all today?
I took one trade in this morning. It was a small loss. I kind of liked where it was bouncing right after the open, so I tried taking a long with a pretty tight stop loss, just because I knew the overall trend was bearish, but I thought I could get a bounce play. Mark showed me that don't trade against the trend, so it's a small loss, and that's about all I've been doing this morning.
All right, and Martin, anything on the books for you, buddy?
Yeah, I took a couple of trades. One shortly after open on the NASDAQ, and then after that little push up, about 30 minutes into open, I shorted that again, and both of those were in my personal account, and took that for 688 on the day.
Oh, there you go. There's a good start. Now, let me ask you both. As far as this week, are you guys sort of pedal to the metal? Are you just sort of tapping the gas? Let me ask you, Eric. Are you ready to trade full out here this week?
I don't think I'm full port going this week. No, I think I'm still gonna let some volume build up, because I know some people like to take off a little bit more than after just the first. So yeah, I'll probably just take a little bit of time off of trading. Just trade one lots here and there. Nothing too crazy. I like to. I want to get my feet back in the water because man, that extended.
Hey, Martin, I hear you've been hit by the robot voice.
Yeah, I'm ready to get back to it.
Okay, all right, Martin. I think we're going to need you to reload rendezvous. I think we've got the robot voice. Beady, robot voice. So we're going to we'll get Martin back here again here. Have him load back up. And thank you very much for letting us know that. But, my mistake here today was going full boat. And I got stopped out. Put me in a hole, first trade of the 2024. But inching out of it and trying to catch some good opportunity. I wasn't looking for full profits of my 420 by 420. But I did take a deuce here, 100 there, and right now I'm sitting up 441 and very cautious on how I'm getting back into this market today, if I do. Right now you're seeing my S&Ps. I was just checking out SPOOs right now, but we did hit some lows here in gold. Let's see if we can pull that up here right now. Pull up some crude. We'll get Martin back here in just a short. But if you do see that, we did tag the 70.32, bringing it right now. We're at 70.69 last. And as far as gold goes, I know that Hoop was tagging me saying, hey, watch the gold here. We did have a low of 20.6430. And right now, it seems just slightly heavy. I'm watching the dome depth of market to see if I could catch any leaning or any patterns, but nothing right now. So I'm hands off right now, to be honest with you. Totally hands off. And do we get Martin back? Martin's back?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, good. How does he sound now, Martin? You sounded good here now. We'll take a
I got
test
the
there.
robot out of my throat. I feel better.
Robot out of your throat. It's lingering from 2023. But,
Yeah.
let me ask you, Martin, as far as getting into this week trading, are you all in, or is it just sort of, you've put up 600 plus on your account. I mean, that's a fantastic way to start the new year. How are you trading? Was it a full in, full out, or were you just sort of testing the waters?
It was a full in, full out. Based off of what I looked at was the London session, and so we had that big move down in the Nasdaq, and that kind of showed me there was going to be a little bit of volume today. So I ran with it when I saw a signal. Typically, I would be a little bit cautious this week. It's still, like you guys mentioned earlier, there's always the risk you run of everybody's still on vacation. So
right.
But today was good.
Next week we'll be seeing some power orders, some power movements. Now let me ask you. I got a question. Same question for both you guys. Eric, everyone's always looking to continue to grow. Coming into 2024, what are you hoping to continue to work on most right now?
My biggest area of growth that I actually came up with over the weekend was I wanted to really get my journaling much more in depth. I'm really good at journaling my trades while I'm in them and then when I exit them. But what I need to start doing is recapping my day, explaining exactly where my mindset was of, hey, if I had a short bias in the morning, why did I try these longs? So yeah, just recapping my overall trading day, watching it like film, like an athlete does, right? That's going to be my biggest growth area that I'm going to be working on this year.
It's a good one too. Let's get a poll out there. Since it is 2024, I know a lot of us do journal, and I know a lot of us don't journal. Let's put a poll out there. Will you be journaling in 2024? Yes and no. Okay, let's get that up there. I want to see a number because I think journaling is so very important. I think Hoag can back us up on this too. I myself had sort of fallen off the wagon there with journaling, but that's one thing I also would be working on. I'm still working on my patience. I'm still working on that, and I want to make sure that I have a decent journal throughout the year. Just if I'm going to be trading more, so forth, I want to make sure that I've got something to look back on. Now, Eric, let me ask you that question. Everybody looking to continue to grow, what are you hoping to continue to grow most right now?
Well, do you mean Martin?
Martin.
Are you asking
Martin
yes.
now? Yeah. So I still want to keep working on that consistency. Something for me, you've been preaching patience, and that's the bedrock of this. And I want to keep working on my patience. Starting to identify a little bit better when I kind of feel those emotions coming up, and as Michael said, you can't control the emotion, but you can control the behavior and looking out for those things. That's something I really want to hone in this year.
Right. And, I tell you, like I said, I've been working on it, and it just doesn't happen overnight. I think I'm like 3 weeks in to really working at my patience. And to be honest with you, I'm not happy where I want to be. And that's a good indication that you still need to work on something. If there's something that you need to work on in your trading, don't half-ass it and say, okay, I got that. What's next? Make sure that you've completely corrected or upgraded or fine-tuned what you're working on to a point where you're comfortable with it, and it's just not something else. Okay, what's next? I'm like I said, I'm still working on the patience. I'm going to be adding journaling to my 2024 also. Let's see here now. Looking for some opportunity here. I'm sitting on my hands. I've traded. I think I've overtraded today to start the year in fast market, and I'm just sort of sitting back. But anything you guys right now, position wise?
Yeah, I took a little short earlier in my Topstep X combine, and something I was looking at on the Nasdaq, that 788 level that it seems we rejected off of earlier today. We were getting close to that again, and so it looked like it could go either way. It either wanted to go and touch VWAP or reject off of that, and so sure enough, it rejected off of that, and I took a quick little scalp off of that one.
Okay, what'd you pull off that?
Off that one, I got $108 in my combine.
That's nice. That's a nice that's a nice trade. Using that, and then Martin, you had that 688, I think.
Yep.
There's a question here, or actually, Charles is saying, I'm going to try journaling base hits against my expected profit targets for the week and the month, and see if the windfall days can help balance out the days I only take base hits, so I'm not chasing home runs. All right, one thing here. Let's make 2024 the anti-home run year. They will happen. All right, if you're shooting to get on base, all right, things happen. All right, that single or that base hit that you're looking for might turn into a double. If you're lucky, you get that market running on your side, it turns into a triple. And then we could start looking at, hey, maybe this trade is a home run. So be very careful. They will come, but don't be looking for them. Okay, that's one thing that's going to sort of sink your boat if you're swinging for the fence, looking for that home run, and it just doesn't happen. So start small, let it grow, let the market give you what it's going to give you, and play it from there. So be smart, be very smart.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, the more patient you are, and when you let the trade actually come to you, you're going to notice a big difference in your trading there.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me, while we've got you guys here, again here, Martin, let me ask you, what do you think are qualities that make a trader good? Not great, but let's start with good. What qualities?
So the first thing I'm going to say is patience. You have to be patient. If you're coming in every single day and you're seeing that you're taking a ton of trades and you're long, you're short, you're long, you're short, you're back and forth, in my opinion, you're doing this wrong. The second thing is, I think you have to be in tune with who you are and how you process information, and frankly, how you deal with emotions. If you're somebody that is going to take a loss on the chin and let it really hurt you, you've got to get that under control. You really have to scale that back and be logical in what you're doing. And then, finally, just understanding that this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. There's no reason to be going 15 lots at the opening bell and, expecting to have a huge windfall profit. Like that's not a sustainable way to trade. And I think once you learn a lot more about the leverage of futures and stuff like that, it really puts that into perspective.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And now, Eric, what would you consider good qualities of a good trader?
Yeah, I mean, I think Martin nailed it right on the head. Right, patience is going to be the number one thing that you need to have with trading. You can't be exactly like you said. You can't be jumping in and out of trades. I think the next best trait you could have is just grit. Right, you need, like Martin said, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and you're going to be running into your fair share of obstacles, right? You need to have enough grit and enough willpower to push through those obstacles, because I think everyone can learn how to trade. It's just a matter of how much time it's going to take them. And unfortunately, the reason why we have such a high failure rate is, I think, because people give up before they make it to the other side, right? So yeah, patience and grit are. That's what I'm going into 2024 with.
Right. Patience. The boring three: discipline, patience, management. Those are so very important. And whether you be a novice, whether you be a professional, you need to have those with you each and every day. And these are things that you need to be on your checklist. These are things that need to be in your journal. How patient am I? Am I disciplined? Am I managing well? Let's sort of full circle back to Eric and his journaling. Now, there's a few questions here. Thank you, Cortland. Cortland got a pulled a few questions here. Jenky and Ivan, let me ask you, Eric, what exactly do you write in your journal? Help us out there.
Yeah, in my journal, I always write my entry where I have my stop loss at, and then exactly why. So I'm working on trading with the trend, but a lot of times I am a reverse trader as well, where I look for reversals in the market. So one thing I do is if I'm looking for a reversal and I enter a trade, like let's say I enter a trade long, but like kind of my overall daily bias is short, and I'm trying to catch that bounce. I write exactly why down so that in the moment I can write it all down, right? Because I think with trading you can trick yourself into thinking you're right on any type of setup, but it's not until you go through the trade, sit back, re-look at exactly what you did, and then look at the charts again. You're like, man, why did I do that? That was a dumb entry. I shouldn't have done that. So I like to explain kind of in depth exactly what's going on. I trade on the 3 and 5 minute chart, so it's not like it's taking time out of my trading to sit there and take 5 minutes to jot down exactly what I'm feeling. So that's what I write down in my journal.
Okay, I mean, and the thing also, if you're just starting a journal, make sure you've got an area where you can have a checklist, not on just your trades, but on yourself. How am I doing? Am I focused? How are my emotions? How am I feeling? Am I tired? And these are going to play a big factor. And you're going to see if you continue with your journal, you're going to see that these are factors that are very important. I mean, one of the biggest things I think are important is first thing when you wake up and you get out of bed is your mindset. I think that's much more important than any charts that we have, any indicators that we have, any news coming out. It's how is your mindset? And you always have to check that and keep that in check in your journal. Maybe you've got a few losers in a row. Maybe the emotions are sneaking up on you and you don't realize it. But, always have that journal working and making sure that your mindset is up to par. We were real quick, gentlemen, got about another 10 minutes here. We had a screen up there. Can we go back? Whose screen did we have up before with the red zone plotting fair value gap?
That was my screen.
You know what? If you can walk us through this and what's going on there. What are you looking at? Yeah,
so fair value gap there, that's on a 15-minute time frame. I find 15-minute fair value gaps have a little bit more sway on the market. I'm kind of in that was a 1 hour. I'm kind of on a wait and see kick right now because kind of what I'm looking for is I'm actually kind of looking for that fair value gap to get disrespected and price to punch through it. And the whole reason why is because we have some sell side liquidity down here, right? We got broken through, but then this candle right here just came right back up into the range. Usually when I see that, that's kind of my idea of, hey, let's get long. But because I'm being a little more cautious this week, I want that added layer of confidence to have this red box, that bearish fair value gap. I want that to be disrespected, come back to use the support, and then see if we can take out these relative equal highs right here.
Okay. All right. Hey, our poll is in with 542 votes, and I'm really happy to see that 76% will be journaling in 2024. The other 25% said no. So sorry about that. Fred's asking me, Eddie, can you said you are a pattern trader. Can you give us some examples of patterns you look for? Well, if we can go back to my screen here, maybe we can... I can show you basically what I'm looking at. Now, you got to remember, too, it's not a guarantee, but this is something that I'm looking for. Now, as we can see here, we're trending up. A lot of buyers here through the early morning, and then once we start getting close to the open, seems like the sellers came in here, right around here. All right. So what I'm looking for is how strong the sellers are. And once again, I've got my dome up here. It's sort of like a tug of war. We've got, remember, this is my 15-minute candlesticks. I've got about a half an hour here of buyers controlling. Then we come back here, 15 minutes, sellers wiped it out. Back again here, we've got two 15-minute candlesticks. And then once again, the sellers wiped it out. And that's basically what I'm looking for. Right here, another push by the buyers. And here's where the sellers really came in to push it all the way down to our lows. Our lows here in the gold, 2064 even. So I'm looking for patterns that are showing me that, you know what, it seems like the buyers are getting stronger. The sellers are taking command. And that's when I try to find myself an entry into the market. Now, remember, I'm not a big player. I'll take a $100 winner. I'll take a $50 winner. I'll take a $200 winner. I'm not looking for that much. That's because I'm in a 50K account. And, my target's $3,000. So, I mean, I can put up, a $300 a day and be very happy. So it's just a matter of, put it in a perspective, $300. Some of us, that's a lot of money. I think for most of us, that's a lot of money, $300. And, we're in a position that we should be lucky to have this opportunity. So that's where I've put my views, and my focus is small profits and working with the patience again. I mean, it sort of goes hand in hand with being patient and not being greedy. So be very careful on that. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that helps, Fred. Let's see here. We've got, let's see, we got a question here. But gentlemen, we've got you guys back here coming again this week. We've got, let's see. You guys going to be back with us this week here? I'm trying to look at the calendar.
I don't know. Maybe it's a one-time appearance, and you guys have to wait till next week.
Once a week.
Once a week.
Last week, you guys stepped up to the plate a few times, and we were very happy to have that. And that was really cool that you guys did that. But keep us focused here. Keep us in tune with your trades, and you never know. I think maybe this week, maybe we'll get you back here again. But I'm looking at the calendar here, coming up here today. After Martin and Eric, we've got our top quiz coming up here at 11:45 with Jack and Alyssa. We got group coaching with Hoag and JD. So make sure you get those questions for Hoag group coaching. I do believe we have that. Can we pin that at the top of our YouTube channel? Back to the Futures. We've got Hoag and Deeyana. Yes, Deeyana is going to be Back to the Futures here. I will be joining them. And then this afternoon, Power Hour, we've got Andrew, we've got Jack, Hoag, and myself. So that'll be it. But guys, any closing statements here? Eric, any closing comments here before we say goodbye?
Just to kind of tack on to what you're talking about, base hits, right? I think that's what really helps me, really puts perspective on, right? I think we all look on social media and we see the Lambos and Rolexes, and we want to trade 15 contracts and make millions of dollars, right? When realistically, some can do that, absolutely, but you can absolutely change your life for $300 a day, right? If you're working a full-time job and you're trading as a side hustle, that's going to be some pretty life-changing money, and I think you can do a lot with it. And I think that's one thing to just keep in mind, that sometimes it's not all about the Lambos and Rolexes. Let's start small. Let's get those $300 a day wins.
Eric, you're right. And I think what sort of really ruined a lot of people was Hollywood and the movies and seeing, things like that. I mean, gosh, that's far and few. That's far and few. But not to say that we're going to squash your dreams. By all means, have a dream, have a goal. But I tell you, some of those Hollywood movies with Gordon Gekko saying greed is good, I cringe every time I hear that, greed is good. Well, if you've got $1 billion hedge fund, I guess you can risk as much as you like. So keep that in mind. But Martin, any closing comments?
Yeah, so Eric really nailed that. It's like he was reading my mind on that one. It's it's easy to get caught up in thinking that you have to have these humongous days, but you know what's way more impressive, and talk to anyone that has made a living of doing this, is being able to put consistent wins on the board and do it time after time after time. That adds up a lot faster than having a $4,000 green day followed by, you know, three $3,000 red days. That's just not sustainable. And so he's right. And, you know, if you were walking down the street and you saw a $100 bill on the sidewalk, would you not pick that up because it wasn't, you know, 10 $100 bills? Well, no, you know, that makes no sense. So, you know, just take it easy. And like you were saying earlier, in a 50K account, you know, don't push that account so hard. You know, if you're shooting for $1,500, $2,000 days consistently, you know, out of a 50K account, I think you're asking a little bit much of that size of an account. And so understanding that.
Right.
You know,
Awesome.
means a lot.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. And before we go, Carl, here's something that we need to take with us here today. The question is, if you knew you could make $500 a day just sitting at your computer with a few hours of work a day, would you do the required work to get there? Well, that's what it's all about. Doing the work. All right. Doing the work. It's totally up to you. It's make yourself accountable, make yourself responsible. It's all about you. All right. So we're going to take a quick break. Top quiz with Jack and Alyssa. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us, and keep us posted on your trades.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You.
Thanks, Eddie.
Happy New Year, everyone.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. I'm back with Alyssa. It's Top Quiz. Alyssa, how you doing?
Doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's been a long... January is my month of where I live like a monk. I call it no booze, water, black beans, chicken, and silence. Yeah. How about, but I had a good time. Was at the holidays at home. Then was in New Orleans for 5 days. But I'm ready to take my foot off the gas. What were you up to?
Not too much. We stayed close by, had a lot of champagne for the new year, and just did a lot of our, I'm doing my spring cleaning instead in January, so I'm pretty excited about it.
That's a good time to do it. Well, if you're new here today, this is Top Quiz, the only and best futures midday quiz show. Today, how it works is, as it does every day, there are 4 questions, multiple choice. If you answer 3 or 4 of them correctly, you enter a raffle to win one of 30 free resets that I will be giving out, and you'll be emailed later today, I think. If you haven't joined already, which many of you have, click the link that is in the YouTube chat and head over to enter your email, enter your username, make it something that's not 2 letters. Those are lame. Give me something. And or you can go to kahoot.it and enter that PIN number at the top. Remember to only enter once. I won't catch you every time, but if you do it enough, I recognize the patterns. I did trade. Did I miss anything else, Alyssa?
I think you got it all, Jack.
There's a 6-second delay, so remember to answer the questions when they appear on your device. And Alyssa, this is a note specifically for you. Our monitor server is out of whack today. It's way behind, so just look at your device, and we'll talk about it as follows. So I'll give a few more seconds here to make sure that my good friends Grizzly Greg and Cowboy Trader and Red Trader and Ace Trades, a lot of traders here. Who'd have thunk it? Just a few more seconds here and we'll get this started. Cortland, could you pin the link to the quiz? I see group coaching is up right now. I just want to make sure everyone gets in there. We'll see if that happens. If not, here, I'll just take it in my own hands here. Here's the link one more time. And if you don't get in, we do this every day, every weekday, besides federal holidays like yesterday. And congratulations if you are a Michigan or Washington football fan. That was quite something. Played in New Orleans. Okay. Everybody in? I think it's time to go. DM me, Jack. Sure. What do you need? All right. We're going to get this started in about, I just posted that link, so I'll give it like 10 more seconds. 4 questions. For it all. All right, Alyssa, are you ready?
I'm ready, Jack.
Someone asked if may I have help with tech support? Not from me, but they can help you in support. All right, let's get this started, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. First top quiz of 2024. Oh, what a special time. All right, which of these major banks had the lowest 2024 year-end price target for the S&P 500? Was it Goldman Sachs, Citi, Morgan Stanley, or JP Morgan?
Oh, I think it was probably Morgan Stanley, Jack.
Okay, yeah, I'll just wait a few more seconds here.
Absolutely.
Well, it was a Morgan, but it was JP Morgan. We mentioned this earlier. Oppenheimer was the highest. I was trying to make a connection to the Oppenheimer movie there, but we'll see. Okay, let's go to the bragging board. I'm a little slow. It's the new year. I've been off for a week.
It's always tough the first day back.
It is. All right. Daring Snail. That's a good one. Missed you, Jack. I missed you too. Missed you, Jared Leto, I think. Richie Rich and JGAT17. Remember, we randomly choose the winners if you get 3 or 4 right. This is just for fun. Okay, next question. Which of these Topstep TV traders is a self-described perma-bull? Is it MP, Hoag, Eddie, or Rupert?
I was listening earlier when they were talking about this. I know MP said that he was a perma bear. And I think Hoag said that he was sometimes a perma bull.
Well, it was Hoag. You sure you didn't want to, you sure you didn't want to choose Rupert?
I was pretty sure.
Are there any Ruperts out there in the chat? Let me know. I was just gonna say I'll give you something free if your name is Rupert, but I have to prove that first. Yeah, it is Hoag. MP's a perma bear. Eddie trades gold, so I'm not sure what his deal is. And Rupert is not at Topstep. Okay. Let's see what the board is like after that. Still Daring Snail, Jared Leto, Alejandro is in third, Jimbo 999, and Freddie. That's a pretty good Lady Gaga song. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
What's your favorite? Mine's Paparazzi.
Oh, that is such a good one.
Yeah.
No, that's probably my favorite too. That's the one I think about when I think about my middle school dances.
I won't tell you how old I was when that came out. I think I was trading overnight. Okay. Let's see the third question here. Bitcoin recently surged above $45,000 amid speculation that the SEC will do what? Crack down Ethereum, release their own series of ape NFTs, approve an ETF investing directly in Bitcoin, or whole. It's a Wall Street Bets joke. Any ideas here?
No. I'm gonna go with the blue one.
We got Team Bitcoin in here. 612 people knew that it was to approve an ETF investing directly in Bitcoin. How do you pronounce the hodl meme? Is it hodl or is it hole? Okay.
I think the second one, whatever you just did, was perfect.
All right. Jared Leto of 30 Seconds to Mars has gone in the first place here. Daring Snail, Freddie, Alejandro, and Zzz. Okay, one question left. Your chance to get 3 or 4 right. The final question is, ESPN has apologized for showing what during a live broadcast of the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, hint, last night? The Washington mascot giving the finger, a woman flashing the camera, a Texas fan smoking a weed pipe, or too many commercials?
Oh, I don't know. I actually was watching this. How did I miss this?
New Orleans.
I feel like it has to be a woman flashing the camera, right? In New Orleans?
Yes, it is indeed a woman flashing the camera. The Washington mascot is a husky. It would be difficult, though not impossible, for it to give the finger. And they'll never apologize for the million commercials. That game ended at probably 1 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So with that, let's see the podium today. And this is, I can't tell if I should read that or not. Mike D's in second. And in first, Freddie right. Dearest. Yeah. So remember, if you got 3 or 4 right, we're going to choose 30 of you and send you an email that will have the information on how you can get a free reset. All right, Alyssa, it's great to be back, especially with you. It's been a while. We've been on alternating vacations, but yeah, hope you have a happy new year.
Thanks, Jack. You too.
And I hope all of you out there have an awesome new year as well. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll ask some more world type questions. I know this was kind of all over the place. So enjoy the day. Stick around for group coaching with the professor, Hoag himself. And we'll see you in just a few minutes. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching. I hope everybody had a restful, peaceful, and happy New Year's, Christmas, holiday season, all that stuff. Really looking forward to getting back into trading. I took a little bit of a week off and feeling rested and ready. Haven't really done much as far as trading is concerned, but we've got a whole year to write that book. And I'm going to see if I can't help you write that book as we speak. JD is with me. How are you, JD?
Excellent, Hoag. Welcome back. You're looking good, nice and fresh.
Yeah, well, as fresh as I can be. But
Good day for the rally sweater too.
Yes.
You could use it, right?
Yeah, well, I thought maybe for a while there it was really gonna work out for us, but we've come off those highs pretty good now. So I don't know. We'll see at the end of the day.
All right. Well, we got some good submissions for you today. Question-wise, anything you want to go over before we? Oh, we gotta put up a disclaimer, don't we? Hang on a second.
Yeah. We'll go to the slides here. I was very much looking forward to changing the slide to Let's Crush 2024. There it is. So there it is, man. Let's Crush 2024. Welcome to group coaching. This is me, John Hoagland, 40 years experience in the futures industry, traded on the floor for 20 years, migrating to screen trading 2009, and been here at Topstep since 2011. This is one of my favorite segments that we do is the group coaching session. Looking forward to getting into some really good questions that we've got here. This is the CFTC disclaimer. States that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products, which means we do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We are not suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security at this time. Everything we're doing here is for educational purposes only. Let's get into the questions. Let me put the charts up and we'll see what we've got going on. All right.
All right, here we go. Question number 1 comes from David. This is kind of a loaded question. It's a couple parts here. Think real hard about this one. All right. What would be your perfect trade? How would it set up? What market conditions, the profile look, and your entry? Also, is this a trade that you would feel 80% confident about?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. This is kind of a loaded question because most of the trades that I look at that I'm 85% confident on don't work out my way. It seems as though the trades that are a little bit harder to take, a little bit more questionable, seem to be the better trades. Now, is there a setup? Is there anything that I would look at and say, you know what, this is a trade I have to take? Yes. There is an 80% probability of losing very little on any trade that I take. For example, on the chart this morning, we were looking at the market moving lower, and we thought, okay, we had a potential failed auction at the bottom of today's S&P profile, the E-mini S&Ps. I'm going to put it up here. It's a little bit easier to see when the initial balance is extended and the market fails to continue in that direction. It leaves what we call a failed auction, an unfair low, excess low. There's a number of different words for it that all mean the same thing. So I started thinking, well, if we're going to close and we're going to leave this tail at the bottom here, I'm going to be looking for an opportunity for a long, which I did place an opportunity. I put a bid in at 47.75 even with 3 points of risk. So that put me down to 72 even for my risk. 75 even to 72 even, 3 points of risk, 12 ticks. The market came down and traded that number, and I didn't get filled. I didn't want to chase the market. I just said, okay, well, we'll leave it there. We'll see if we get the opportunity. We never did get the opportunity again to see that. The reason that I would take that trade is, number one, the failed auction or the potential for the failed auction below the initial balance, and the fact that it's cheap. 3 points of risk. That's it. 3 points. Right now, if we were to have that at the high, would we have 75? We would have had 20 points of potential profit for 3 points of risk if we got out at 95. If we got out at 95. So now that, you know, that opportunity is now gone. What are my opportunities now, David? Well, typically, when the market looks below the initial balance and then trades above the initial balance and we leave excess at the high, all we did was close the gap. We closed the gap to Friday. That's it. Now I'm looking at a day that's probably going to remain rotational or range bound. So if I'm looking for opportunities, my opportunities are going to be below value for longs and above value, significantly above value for shorts. 80% of those trades I'm going to take might only be because they're cheap. Now, this is just one specific situation related to today. How would another trade set up? Market conditions change, profile look, entry, all of those things are, of course, going to be directly related to the context that I've placed over the market. Okay. Now, let's say, just for example, price continues to push higher into range from Friday. Okay. This sets up a new situation. I would be looking, well, we closed the gap. We rejected range from Friday. If for some reason later on today, the market starts to show signs of reacceptance of range from yesterday and reacceptance of value from Friday, I keep saying yesterday, it was Friday, then that's going to create a new opportunity for me, the value area special situation trade. Deeyana talks about it. If value from Friday is accepted, that brings the price as a probability possibly up to the high of value, which puts us all the way back up here at 48.21, 48.21.50. Okay. All right. So, it's definitely situational. It's kind of funny you mentioned 80% confidence. We used to call the value area special situation play the 80% play. The tough part of it is at what point do you realize and accept value inside the previous day's area of value? The market can come up there. It can bounce back out. It can come up there. It can bounce back out. I'm looking for at least one 30-minute bar to close back inside value from Friday before I even start to think the market could begin to be accepting of value from Friday. If it does, then I look for opportunities to buy weakness and for a continuation by the end of the day back to the high end of value. We used to call it the 80% play. I think it's more like the 65% play, but 65% percentages or probabilities, that's pretty good. So it's a great question, David. Keep asking questions. Keep, bringing up new ideas and different ways to ask this and to ask these questions. Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag. And yeah, we'll be throwing this the form for questions up in the chat every single day that we're doing group coaching, which is pretty much every single day.
Every day.
All right. Next, Alex asks, could we see some more bond content and bond traders? Well, it just so happens Coach Cortland here at Topstep is an avid bond trader. He will be with us next on Wednesday during Back to the Futures at 1 o'clock Central Time. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, 1 o'clock, for Coach Cortland. And I'm sure he'll be talking some bonds with us.
Yeah, that's great. JD, thanks for bringing that in. And we also have Jack, who's a bond trader. We don't really see too many traders trading bonds in day trading. It tends to be a slow moving product. I personally have never traded a bond, a 10-year, anything in my life in futures. I feel like, I don't know if I'm smart enough to, but it's something we can certainly start to kind of bring in more, Alex. I know we're looking at a lot of markets during fast markets, but there's, no reason why we can't at least start looking at it and, see if we can't find some opportunities in it. Great idea. Great question. And again, JD, thanks for reminding us that Cortland will be with us.
You got it. Thank you, Hoag. And there are some time constraints involved with this also. We like to, I won't say focus completely on the most popular markets traded here at Topstep, but when you're watching us during fast markets in the morning, everyone tries to take we try to have someone who specializes in one of four markets, the crude oil, gold, NASDAQ, and S&P. And beyond that, it just gets a little crunched on time bringing more markets in once in a while, but we will do our best. Thanks for the question, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next we have Bob. Bob is curious why he's able to pass competitors' evaluation so easily, but he struggles to pass the Topstep evaluation. Same account size. Any advice on why he might be struggling with our...
Interesting. If I had to ask, the first question would be, are you trading on futures on one of the competitors? Because, trading on Forex or some other program might be part of that issue. I don't know what the rules of the competitors are. I don't know what the deal is, but the only thing I can suggest is if you're able to pass evaluations from any of our competitors, bring that to Topstep. Trade the same way. Size down. Don't give yourself any expectations as far as finishing within a certain amount of time or reaching certain amounts of profits within certain amount of times. I find that can be something, and I know from experience that when I've put those kind of goals in front of me, those kinds of expectations, like I'm going to make $1,000 a day, or I'm going to be done with the trading combine by Friday, it has a kind of a contrary effect on me because I've put these goals in place. If I don't reach those specific goals, like making $1,000 in a day, if I don't reach that, then I feel like I've failed. Maybe I made 900, but if I don't reach that 1,000, then I haven't reached my goal, and I have to try harder the next day. But there are so many different things that are going to affect your ability to make that kind of money. And, some of them, most of them have nothing to do with you. If you're putting a goal to make $1,000 a day, maybe the market's not going to be big enough. Maybe you're not seeing the market well that day. If you're putting $1,000 a day profit target and you lose money on a day, well, that's just going to make you angry. It's going to make you feel like you're a loser. Or, I know that from my history, and when I don't reach a goal, I feel like I've to some degree failed, even though it may have been a good day. Maybe even though I followed my program, I followed my process and my strategies, but the strategy just didn't work that day. It doesn't make me a loser. It makes me think, okay, there's something else I have to learn. So it's really kind of interesting, Bob, how anonymous futures. Oh, okay. It's really interesting how you're able to pass in one and not the other. I can only surmise that you maybe want to succeed in the Topstep trading combine more than you want to succeed in the others. That desire to perform well can again be kind of counterintuitive, I guess. The more important it is to you, the more you're likely to overmanage or overtrade or get more emotional because it means more to you. And as we all know, emotion can really, not be good in trading, and it can be good. Recognizing, what some of your emotions are telling you at certain times can be helpful. But trading emotionally is not usually going to be helpful because emotions don't get thought through conscious thought, like, okay, cognitive thoughts, cognitive ideas, all those get kind of thought through. Emotions and impulses do not. So my suggestion for you, and just kind of as a first start for this, Bob, when you're going to get into a trade in the trading combine at Topstep, ask yourself before you do anything, verbally, audibly, when you're about to put on a trade, ask yourself, is this in my best interest? It only takes a second. Is this in my best interest? Because if you are about to do something emotional or impulsive, that's going to take just that second to make you think about what you're doing before you do it. You know, again, I'm hypothesizing as to why this could possibly be, but I find that the more important making money or trading or getting through a trading combine or another evaluation is, the more difficult it seems to become. Dance with the one you brung. If you were successful in one, you can be successful in ours, and we're looking forward to having you successful in the trading combine and being a funded trader here with us. We're looking very much forward to that, and keep the questions coming. I love this. I mean, these questions challenge me, and that's why I'm here. You know, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. I'm not a psychologist. I've had the benefit of working with many psychologists through my years in trading, and you know, just from the brief question I have here, it just seems like it's important to you. Of course, it's important to you. It's important to everyone trading that we do well, that we are successful at it, that we make money at it. But if we put all of our weight into that, sometimes the rug gets slipped out from under us and we end up falling. So ask yourself, is this in my best interest before you do anything, just to make yourself think about, you know, why am I doing this? Am I doing this because I'm afraid to miss out, or is this part of my strategy? Ask yourself, is this in my best interest? And please keep in touch, Bob, because I want to know when you succeed in the trading combine, and we're gonna have a party for you. All right. Thank you, Bob. Thanks, JD.
We'd all love to know. Yeah. Keep your chin up, Bob. And yeah, just give it a shot. Try focusing on process over process. I almost goofed that one up. Sorry.
It's okay. That's right, man. That's right. Say process over profit. It's hard to do. Hard to say.
The tongue
process over profits. Perfect.
Process over profits. All right. This next one from David is right in your wheelhouse, Hoag. So today's profile shape is a B, small b. That means it was a distribution day. Got an answer for that one?
Yes. So initially it was a kind of a B shape, which indicates, generally speaking, long liquidation. A lowercase b shaped profile at the end of the day indicates long liquidation. You will find out if that is true by looking at the open interest the following day. If you're looking at a B-shaped profile and we lose open interest, then you can make that assumption to be true, that a B-shaped profile at the end of the day would be long liquidation. Long liquidation has a tendency to take selling power out of the marketplace. So, and it's the opposite for a P-shaped profile. Here's kind of a P-shaped profile, because we took this dive and then we came back into the range. You could assume then that this was probably created by short covering. Market gave traders a chance to cover some shorts and they took it. So the B-shaped profile, you know, the P-shaped profile is indicative of short covering. And if we had short covering here, all those shorts were bummed out by the end of the day because this market tanked. And we were all here for that. We all know that. So it's a good general thing to think of. If a end of day profile is a B shape, look at the open interest the following day. And if the open interest is lower, that indicates long liquidation. A P-shaped profile, where it's fat at the top, indicates short covering. And again, if we lose open interest on that day, that's indicative that kind of makes that come true. It's all general. There's nothing 100% finite in futures. It's a great question. But a distribution day, a normal distribution day, like we had here on Thursday, is balance. And what it does is it kind of creates a situation where the market used up a lot of its ability to facilitate trade in this area. It was a very small range. usually on a normal day or a normal distribution day that's very wide in the middle. Point of control is very wide. Price is going to test to it and then try and find new areas to facilitate trade away from that area, which is exactly what happened here on Friday. So a normal trading day, a normal variation day is a distribution day. Today may end up being a normal variation day or a kind of a normal distribution. But the distribution is when the bell curve looks even on both sides, and that uses up a lot of the market's ability to facilitate trade, and that's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. So if it's not going to here, price will seek other levels to facilitate trade. I hope that makes sense.
Excellent. Thank you, Hoag. And if you have any more questions about the profiles, Hoag has a masterclass video on market profile. If we could get maybe someone to throw that in the chat, the link in the chat, that would be great. All right, moving on. Jim wants to know, what is your take on using trailing stops? I've been experimenting with it to save profits and trading capital, but can it be too tight and maybe knock me out of trades that need to breathe a bit? Am I being too conservative? This is definitely something we've talked about before.
100%, Jim. Trailing stops they always seem to be a mystery to me. I try and avoid them unless I'm in a trade that I want to guarantee at least a certain amount of profit in it. I think one of the issues is I've always had a tendency to move my trailing stops way too close. So like in your example, I end up getting taken out of good trades. All right. So now I try the other way and I go, well, I keep getting stopped out on these good trades because my stop is so tight. Let me loosen up my stops. And it always seems that the market comes and finds my stops. So a trailing stop is something that I've never been able to master. And if somebody out there has, God bless you. But what are we looking for here? Some folks are going to find success using trailing stops based on a moving average, whether that is a exponential moving average or a whole moving average, or some other kind of tool. Maybe it's even like VWAP, where you're going to be following your trailing stop. But that always seems to be way too far away. There's the parabolic SAR, stop and reverse, but that always seems to be too far away on a 30-minute chart. I have to risk too much when I get in the trade anyway to use that. So how am I going to stay in the trade if it goes my way, comes all the way back, and then finally hits that stop and release, but there's no profit in the trade? It is a difficult thing to do, no doubt about it. One of the problems with using trailing stops, and to me, other people may have different experiences. So if I'm going to use a trailing stop, it's going to be in a trade that I believe is going to remain directional the entire day. All right. If I'm going to do that, then what's the best place for me to put my stop? Well, if I'm right and the market is going to one time frame in one direction all the way, let's say I got short here. The market comes down here, and this is a 5-minute chart. So the market comes down here, opens the next bar. My stop could be above the previous bar, but that's it. There's a caveat to that, is a lot of people do that. So it's going to take a pretty directional move for this to continue to follow as above the previous bar. But in this case, last night, when this market started moving lower, it would have held us in this trade for quite some time. So we're short here. All right, well, our stop's above there. Now this bar opens up, our stop comes down to here, 49, 48, let's call it 48.10. This bar closes, this bar opens, my stop comes down to here. That's that 48.10. So this bar closes, my stop comes down to here, 48.05. This bar closes, this one opens, my stop moves down to 4800. This bar closes, this bar opens, my stop comes down to 48. Well, that's 4800 still. Now, my stop at one point is going to come all the way down to 4792-ish, because when this bar opens, my stop's going to go above the previous bar, and we don't get stopped out until we get back up here. So in a perfect world, that trailing stop worked very nicely, but it never seems to work that way for me. I can go back and look and say, well, this would have worked here. Yeah, of course it would have. Of course it would have. Now, what about here? Let's say we bought it here, and we move our stop below each consecutive rising bar. Well, the second we move it below this one, we get stopped out. The market turns, and then there's more left to the trade. So what's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do? Number one, again, if I'm going to use a trailing stop, it's going to be in a market that I believe is directional. I'm not going to be using trailing stops and range-bound trades, because I'm going to have very specific entries and very specific profit targets. Do I move my stop to break even once it goes a certain way, certain amount? Maybe. I'm not a big fan of doing that either, Edwin, because it seems like, if we were to buy it here, and our stop is below, we move our stop to break even when we bought it here at 47.75 half. Price comes down, hits the stop, never hits the stop that we've moved up, never hits our real stop, and then the trade goes and plays without us. So I'm not really a fan of doing that unless the market has significantly gone my way and there is an amount of profit that I want to maintain if the market turns around. Like anything, it is an art form as much as it is a science to be able to trail stops. Great question, Edwin. I know JD, I know everybody here. We've all played with trailing stops. There have been times when they probably helped us and times when they've probably hurt us. That's just the way it is. I'm not suggesting you don't do it or don't try it, but go back and look at some of the trades you've taken. Look at where you got out. Look at where your stop, you may have been able to move your stop to break even and had more continuation in the chart. And again, that's only something that I'm going to be using in a market that I think is directional. It's going to go one direction almost all day, and that's when I'll start to trail a stop. But I always seem to find out where everybody else's stops are, because the market usually finds everybody else's stops. Be smarter than that. You got to be smarter than the average bear. I hope that helps, Edwin.
Thank you, Hoag. This next question from Oliver. He's curious about how we manage risk as a company. Oliver asks, I would like to know how the order process is at Topstep. They follow Patrick Weiland and watches Patrick exercise positions between sim accounts and live accounts. So when he gets on the market as a scalper with 15 contracts, are we putting on a contra position to offset his position? How is the risk management of the Topstep company? So, for example, he asks, when Patrick loses or wins $1,000 or wins $6,000, how does Topstep secure itself?
We don't take opposing positions to specific traders. I mean, that would be, I don't know. I don't know if it's legal or not, but it doesn't seem ethical. But no, that's not what we do. We have a lot of traders. People are making and losing money all the time. There's no way that we would be able to take opposite positions of all of them. There's no way, So, Topstep is a solid, secure company, and there's I'm not quite sure how to answer this, but no, we're not taking opposite positions from our traders. And we do have the tilt, which tells us what our sim traders, and when they're biased to one side or another, we can use that information or not use that information. You all have that opportunity to make trading decisions with, but there's no way that we're going to be able to remain kind of position neutral with all of the traders that we have here. It's not, I don't think it's human or computably profitable or possible. So, I mean, Topstep connects to the CME as far as the other trading platforms through their brokers. Topstep X is going to have a direct connection to the CME. But, Topstep is secure itself 100%.
If we were offsetting positions, what percentage of NASDAQ volume do you think we would be doing daily? Over 30%?
Probably, right?
We'd be moving markets. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Oliver. Hope that answered it. Next question is from Alan. First, he says, compliments to the new season. He's sending this message because struggling to move from the combine into the funded level accounts. Okay. What I can say is, as a new trader, I have the concepts down. My executions are good to my standards and with over 70% win rate. But that remaining 30% is enough to completely wipe out realized and unrealized gains. I feel like my problem is I'm fighting the market to give me what I want because more often than not, I'm overconfident in my analysis till I get run over. That sounds like a familiar story, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So yeah, he's writing just out of concern, not out of frustration or anything. He knows what he needs to fix, but his mind is taking some time to adapt. Any advice for Alan?
Yeah, Alan. So great question. Thanks for being here and thanks for joining us for our new season. We're very excited about it. Lots of good things coming your way. So the concepts, executions are good, standards of over 70% win rate. I'm thinking that's probably trade by trade. So you're right, 7 out of 10 trades, but you're wrong 3 out of 10 trades. And the losses on that 3 out of 10 trades is enough to completely wipe out completely wipe out gains, all of the gains. Confidence in your analysis is a good thing, but you've got to also remember humility is a huge part of being able to remain positive and profitable. It's difficult for everyone to admit that they could be wrong. Moi, wrong? Can't be. No, it can be, especially in futures trading. So, the thing that says to me is, I mean, if I'm right 7 out of 10 trades, but the 3 out of 10 are killing the profits, I'm upside down as far as my reward over risk is concerned. And I have to learn to understand when I'm wrong and to accept it and to get out and to move on. One of the things that I think most people are hardwired the wrong way as far as what comes to trading is concerned is nobody likes to take losses. I hate taking losses. It just irks me, but I've learned to deal with it because it's just part of trading. But most people, when they get that trade on and it's a loss, they're not going to say, okay, this trade didn't work out, I'm going to get out and look for the next trade. They're going to sit back and go, well, market will come back. Market will make me whole again, or maybe I'll even make money on this trade. They default to, I'll wait. Well, that is very often going to create large losses. Alan, is any of this ringing in your ears? Get out of positions that are telling you that you're wrong. It's hard to do. I think the human brain actually kind of dismisses information that we are being given by the markets to tell us that we're wrong. but get real good at pitching losing trades and get real good at understanding when you are right to market and hold on to those trades. I think it was Tom Hoagland that said you should be fearful when losing money and hopeful when making money. And most people have it the other way. The market goes against us. We're hoping that it comes back. The market goes our way. We're fearful we're going to lose some of those unrealized gains. It's human nature, Alan. It is human nature. So now we've got to say, all right, well, maybe that old guy on the trading floor that went up to Hoag after he got his badge and said, learn how to take a loss is right. You've got to be able to take losses, not personalize them, and take them when the market is basically saying, yeah, this one's probably not going to work out. Sometimes you're going to get stopped out and the trade's going to play without you anyway. There's information and knowledge in that. So the more you kind of keep track of these things, be accountable to them, learn how to take a loss. Maybe it's just in the way that you're kind of thinking about losses. There was a guy that I stood next to in the S&P pit for a while who we used to say, all right, good, after a losing trade. So he'd put a trade on, it would go his way, he'd get out, he'd say, okay, good. You'd look for the next trade. Okay, good, another losing trade. Finally, I'm like, I got to know. I'm not here like watching you or eavesdropping or anything, but you do take a losing trade, and every time you say, okay, good, I'm like, what's so good about taking a losing trade? He said, I just have to look at it that way. I have to look at it differently. So instead of thinking about it as a personal loss or a loss of my money or anything like that, I consider it paying for information. So I took a loss. So what? I paid for a little bit of education. What can I learn from that? And what can I do using that moving forward to improve my outcome on future opportunities, on future trades? So don't think of them as losses. Think of them as paying for education, and keep that payment for that education as little as possible. You don't want 70% winning trades, the profits from that to be usurped by 3 out of 10 losing trades. You're losing too much, or you're not making enough on the winning trades. Common problem. Love your winners, hate your losers. Don't love your losers and hate your winners. I hope that this is going to make a difference to you, Alan, and to anybody who's experiencing this problem. And there's no guarantees in futures, but if I was a betting man, I'd say the vast majority of us have been right where Alan is. Even after many, many years of experience, sometimes we find ourselves where Alan is. And Alan, you can do this. Just think about what we talked about. Get out of losers. Get out of losing trades. They're not good. The worst thing that happens is you hold on to a loser and it turns into a big winner, and that just ingrains bad behavior. You don't want that bad behavior. So think about it. There's 4 trades, and this is from Dr. Menaker. There's 4 trades. There's 2 that are not detrimental to trading, and there's 2 that are. The first one, a trade that's in progress and in strategy that's a winning trade. Great. That's a positive. The second one, a trade that is in process and in strategy that is a loss. At least you're in strategy. That's a good trade. The most damaging trades. Number 3, a trade that is out of process, out of strategy, and is a loss. The most damaging trade a trader can take is a trade that is out of process, out of strategy, and is a winner, because that just ingrains bad behavior. And the next time you're in that situation, you're going to think, well, this is what I did last time and it worked. And no guarantees in trading, of course, but I can assure you that 9 times out of 10, it's not going to go your way. So just think about that. Alan, blessings.
Awesome, Hoag. We've answered that question so many times. I think we should probably clip that out and give it its own
life,
its own life somewhere on YouTube. Thanks, Hoag, and thanks for the question, Alan. Next comes Amanda. Amanda is reading one of your favorite books right now, John. Amanda's
Mind Over Markets.
elbows deep in Mind Over Markets, and she was wondering if you could possibly throw up a visual. She's looking at something on page 41 and 42 under TPO heading. Amanda says, I believe I understand the idea, but an example that I can visualize would be helpful. I guess because I've never seen floor trading, I can't visualize this idea.
Okay, so you're talking about the TPO count?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. So, first off, if we could attach the link to the oh, it's already attached. Amanda, click that masterclass. That's going to tell you a lot about the construction of the profiles. You're already reading the book, but that 41, 42 under TPO heading, if you're talking about TPO count, so here's what it is. Here's a visual for you. So the TPO count, the way I was taught is this is the point of control. You count all of the TPOs above the point of control, not including the point of control and not including single TPOs. Then you count up the number of TPOs below the point of control all the way to where not including the single TPOs at the end. Okay. So what that is telling us, and I believe this includes more than, what we were just talking about. I think this includes the tails, but this TPO count is showing 149 TPOs above and 187 below. That means that the market has been spending more time in the upper half of the profile. The heavy longs, the 187 TPOs at the bottom are indicating that there's buyers down here and fewer sellers above. Amanda, this is one of the last things that I look at as far as profile is concerned is the TPO count. Because let's say the point of control through time moves all the way up here. Well, that's going to change the TPO count, but just the fact that the point of control has moved higher has already told me that buyers are control. I don't need the TPO count to tell me that. So don't get hung up, Amanda, on TPO count if that is indeed what this question is about. It's the last thing I look at. Even the author of the book, Jim Dalton, says he doesn't really cotton much to the idea of TPO count meaning much to any of his trades. So don't get caught up in that, okay? And make sure you check out that masterclass. I mean, it's a great visual kind of look at how the profiles are put together and some of the nuances and some of the things that we look at in the profiles. Amanda, thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for being here with us. And, keep bringing those questions. We're going to be doing this again, same bat time, same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. So as your questions come up, just keep bringing them in.
Beautiful. Yep. And you see the link pinned to the chat. Hoag's Masterclass on the market profiles. Go ahead and bookmark it. Save it for later. Watch it all day tomorrow. Or whatever you want. All right. Next question is from Jay. Jay is curious if you have a strategy for trading around large MOC imbalances.
I don't. I know that there are people that do. But if I'm in a position, let's say I'm long, and I'm suspecting that there's, a large MOC imbalance to the buy side, that might be enough to keep me in the trade into it. But I'm probably going to get out if it does pop. I think, JD, we know people that have made a living out of it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right? But it's never been something I've been able to figure out that much. JD, do you trade it?
I do not. I kind of stay out of the way the first 15, 20 minutes and the last 15, 20 minutes. That's behavior becomes a little erratic when it comes to price action during that time.
If I'm in a position, and I think it may help me to stay in through the MOCs to get a better out, something I'll do, but I have no strategy or plan to take advantage of it alone.
Right. If I have a position on going into the close, it's because I'm trying to make my day back or
chasing money
or I'm just chasing money. Yeah.
Right.
I don't like to be in when those imbalances hit because they do move the market. So that's my 2 cents.
And I've seen them like have a big buy imbalance and then have the market go the other direction. I mean,
well, they release, you could purchase subscriptions to get those numbers starting at 2:00 Central Time leading into the actual imbalance release. So people do trade into it. How those strategies work, I can't tell you, but there are, like I said, there are subscription services where you can get those imbalances early on before anybody else. Most of us are just watching CNBC waiting for the imbalance release, or they put it on Financial Juice or something like that. But we don't see it until after it's already released.
So it's done, right?
Some people are looking at this data an hour and a half before we see it. So keep that in mind also. All right.
I got to slide off screen here to turn on my fan. I'll be right here. I'm still listening. Go ahead.
Next one, we've asked this one of you quite a few times since the inception of Topstep TV, but Clay wants to know. Well, first he says, "Good morning, boss, and it's good to have you back."
Good to be back.
Clay does believe you've explained this already, but wants to ask again: how do you select your weekly kickoff levels?
Okay. I take the charts. I take technical analysis, usually based off of mostly the daily charts, because I'm interested in where the longer time frame traders are likely to, or may even be forced to, adjust inventory. So most of it comes off the daily chart, technical analysis. From the daily chart, a lot of it comes from levels based off of market profiles, points of control, areas of excess, and sometimes measured moves come into it. Sometimes there's tea leaves and sometimes turkey bones in case Rooster's listening. And it's feel. I don't know if I could. Sometimes they're really obvious. Sometimes it's like, okay, you know, this is an area that I think a lot of people are going to be focusing on. Blah 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 blah. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes it's not. Here is an unobvious one that I'm really interested to see, even if I don't participate, what happens if price gets there. So I forget which day it was where we had the big move to the upside. It was a Wednesday, the 13th. I don't know, JD, if you remember what came out, but it came out 1:00. Maybe it was FOMC. It was a Wednesday. So it's the 13th for the
Wednesday. Was that the day of the big move off the JOLTS report? Could that have been it?
I don't know. It didn't happen till 1:00. So I'm thinking this was not. I think this was FOMC.
Yeah, that sounds more accurate for sure.
Okay, so the market rips to the upside. Now we get, a double distribution, basically a double distribution trend day. Distribution of time and volume. The market rips to the upside, and we start to create another area of balance at the end of the day. The part of the thing that looks most interesting to me that most people are not going to be looking at and most people are going to miss is what Jim Dalton calls the afternoon pullback low. 47.37 quarter. When the market popped, that's the lowest level that the market was able to return to before continuing the upside move. We've never been back there. There it is. 47.37 quarter. Now, that's not going to be on the radar of most traders, but weekly kickoff low, 47.37. And it's just because it was that afternoon pullback low. That's the lowest the market has been able to achieve since that big pop to the upside. It means something. To me, I don't know if it means something to anybody else, but it's a level that's stuck in my head. And if a level's stuck in my head, it usually means something. Like, it's important. Now, I could have very easily looked at the high here and said, well, I've got nothing to look at above to look for opportunities for any kind of continuation up here. I got nothing. Now, I'm not going to tell you how I picked this number, but what I'm going to do is tell you why I didn't pick the high from last week. Week high. There's no excess on the day time frame on this profile. No excess. Not only that, our all-time high came in the overnight session here. And we have a week high here as well in a longer time frame. There's two ticks difference here. That's not excess. That's the market trying to keep going. But there's not enough weaker hands buyers left up here to try and keep this thing going. So Friday they buried. They just, if you were long up here, you just got smoked on Friday. You got smoked today as well. We need a pullback. We need the market to relieve some of the upside pressure, to get some of these longs out of the market. Let's even get some of the suckers short, and then we'll run it up on them. Doesn't that sound mean? And I don't mean to sound mean, because I want everybody to have the opportunities to succeed at this. We know a lot of folks aren't going to, and I hope that they are responsible enough to know when it's time to walk away. But I think there's so many more people could be more successful at this if they would just let themselves. And there's nothing that says success, this year is going to bleed into constant success. I've had great years. I've had horse shit years, if you'll pardon the French, and I'm still here and I'm still doing it. So, this is a long game for me. There's no destination to being a trader. The journey is the fun part. You can go to a amusement park and go on the Ferris wheel and just go round and round, or you can get on the roller coaster and experience something. I prefer to experience something. Maybe I'm a little bit off key here, but the weekly kickoff levels, largely, sometimes you'll be able to go back and say, okay, why did Hoag put this here? And it'll be obvious. Oh, well, it's a point of control from here. Okay. Sometimes it won't. Great question, though.
Thanks, Hoag. And don't worry about the obscenities. Most people don't think horse is a very dirty word.
Okay. All right.
And you mentioned weak highs and excess in there a couple times. So yes. I'm going to point everybody back to that masterclass link that's pinned in the chat. Bookmark it. Save it. Watch it later. Yes. All right, folks. Well, we are just about out of time. If we did not get to your questions today, we do apologize. We try and get to everybody's, but there just wasn't enough time. We'll see if we can get to them tomorrow. We're also going to pin the question form in the chat again tomorrow for you. We'll be back at noon with Mr. Hoagland for group coaching tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Coming up next, we have Back to the Futures, where Eddie and Hoag are going to be joined by Deeyana. Maybe we'll,
Awesome.
maybe we'll trade a little crude oil
Yeah.
in the
let's do that.
afternoon. But that is all we've got for you today. Hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed being here. Hoag, you want to send us home?
Yeah, here I got a dad wisdom here for everybody here.
Oh, perfect.
So, dad wisdom. There he is. This is 1969 on the trading floor. They just got some of the quote boards, so they didn't have to chalk everything anymore. But there's the old man, and he always had good wisdoms. And he always said, you know what? If it looks too good, it probably is. And that kind of goes with my, if I'm 80% positive about a trade, this is the caveat to it. If it looks too good, it probably is. Blessings, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, JD, for joining me. Thanks to the whole production team and everybody in the chat. We'll see you in a couple of minutes here, and we'll see what's going on with Deeyana this morning, today, afternoon, whatever it is. Huh.
Well, welcome back to the Futures with Hoag and Deeyana, and a hello 2024, Deeyana.
Hello, hello. Happy New Year, everyone. Good to see everybody.
Glad to see that you made it from our Friday happy hour.
Oh yes, I'm still slightly recovering. Obviously, didn't stop at 1, did I?
And you were drinking Kentucky snow cones.
I was. Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I love it too now. So thanks for that new vice.
Yeah, you always drink the finest wine of Kentucky.
Yeah.
So yes, we've got Deeyana here with us, and of course Johnny Hoag's going to join us, and we've got we're going to be doing balloon animals and donkey rides coming up here very shortly.
Yep.
Just for the kids themselves. But yes, we are back to the futures here, seeing if we've got some opportunity. Before we logged in here, Deeyana and John were talking about this crude, and I'd like to continue because we are sitting right on the bottom right now, 70.18. And Deeyana, what are you seeing here in crude for us?
Yeah, so let me expand this chart a little bit.
I'm listening.
So everybody can see. So obviously today we have a single directional day with a little bit of a breather in the middle of the day. However, we never made it past the initial balance low upon that pullback, which is exactly where one of my trades today was. I'm not sure that I want to fight this too much today, but we do have a little bit of daily demand level coming up. Literally just as I'm typing this, talking about this. Yeah.
Please.
So here we go. This is what I'm talking about. So this is where the buyers came from before.
Mm-hmm.
This area that starts from about 70.13, and it's a pretty big area, obviously, because it's a daily chart. It spans over 200 ticks. So that's not that useful for intraday, but it gives us context. It means that we had some gap fill that happened earlier today. And this is like definitely some kind of inventory adjustment, I would say. What do you reckon, Hoag?
From last night for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be. It's a little bit beyond that, I think.
But this is crude oil for you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, it does that. It's the new year. There will be people looking to offload old positions so they can maybe kick off some new positions. So I'm probably guessing that's what we've got going on here. But having said that, because we are at the bottom of that range, we could have a little bit of a pop upside into settlement, which is in about 20 minutes time or so.
All the way back up to settlement, huh?
No, well, it's into. I'm talking into the settlement. So we're So I'm not thinking it's going to go all the way back to 71.33, but at the same time, we've seen weirder things happen. So
we've got some liquidity down here at 70 even.
Yeah, which is always the case
on the bid.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So if we do manage to stabilize a little bit here, we might see some buyers stepping in. This is my trade from earlier, so just gonna remove that. Grabbed about 65 ticks from there. Battled the market a little bit at the beginning because I missed the initial balance, and my first hypothesis was that we're gonna have a failed auction back through some of the initial balance. Obviously, never happened. And then I managed to catch some of the short. But then I got hit on another short, and then I was back to scratch. And then I was like, okay, just breathe. So then I had about a couple of hours break, came back, and I saw it tagging the initial balance low. So I decided that was a pretty good area to look for a weakness. And it was. So here we are.
Very nice.
Some up 650 on the day.
That'll work. First day of the trade, yeah. Now, Johnny, you mentioned the 70 evens, 170 plus there. Deeyana, what do you say? What do you think when you see like a large bid or offer? You got the dome, don't you? You got the dome there.
Yeah, somewhere on one of my charts.
What's your take?
I even have, to be honest, I even have bookmap as well. So
okay, so
it just helps me to kind of visualize things.
Sure.
So
I might have to get me some bookmap.
Yeah, it just makes things easier, especially if you have like bright lights shining in your face and stuff. It just makes
Hollywood
these
easier,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, it just makes it easier, especially none of us are getting any younger. I know my eyes are certainly not. I'm trying to put bookmap back where it should go, but it won't. It won't. Okay, here you go. I grabbed it. Let's see. So if you can see some of that.
I
It
mean,
won't let
throughout the
me.
day,
It won't let me grab. Okay, here we go. Okay.
throughout the day, I mean, crude has just been heavy. It's just been dominated by sellers.
Yeah, it's
but-
just nature of unidirectional days always.
I mean, I'd be afraid to put a buy on here, but I'm showing some size, at 70 even.
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
wondering if we can get through that. It seems like the market's moving against it.
Hold on, let me just try and get this bookmap onto the other screen. It seems to have gotten stuck now.
We've got planet
I might
Pluto,
have to.
Venus, Saturn.
Yeah,
like planets.
I love the delta balls.
Yeah.
Delta balls with a little sauce on there, huh? A little Parmesan.
Yeah. Very nice. Right, should we try long maybe?
Yeah,
daily demand. We have S1. We have this is a pivotal level that I might use on days like this. So you know how I have my average daily ranges, average session ranges.
Right.
Well, this is kind of an extension of that. And in some of my research, S1, which is where we are right now, here it is, S1, it can be a good level for this time of day.
And that's
so for a reversal.
010 probably.
So I have it at 70.07, literally exactly where this is attempting to turn around.
I've got a bid in. I'm with you.
Okay. So
yeah, I was thinking of joining that bid too.
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, you're long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm trying to get a pullback.
I use 35 ticks for my stop loss, so I don't really need to be that exact. And if I miss these moves like into the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, it kind of hurts me more than getting a stop hit.
Because you missed it?
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm right. I know what to expect after all these years. And if it doesn't work out, it's fine. I can kill it early. But if I'm not in and I'm right from the level that I was looking at,
you feel like you're missing a good party.
Yeah, that's like knife in my chest, and it's like,
ouch.
Yeah.
Where are you long?
70. Where's the price in here? I'm trying to get the grip. 70.24. There we go. Hold on.
That's what it was when I put in my bid. That's happened to me a couple of times lately. I'm gonna just start getting in.
Yeah, this is why I use market orders. I started getting annoyed with not getting fills in my limit orders because the limit orders, they have to fill you at either the limit or better price, right?
Right.
And when they don't quite have enough orders available, sometimes you just hang and you wait and you wait, and then it moves away and you're like, wait, so I don't want that.
I'm not in yet.
Yeah. So we'll see. Okay.
Yes, Jack Sparrow, FOMO is real.
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't say this is FOMO. This would be just research with experience and then just not hesitating, just not going, am I going in? Should I go in? Should I not go in? I'm just like daily demand, time of day,
Done.
S1. We had big drop, buyer stepping in. Let's go. It's like, what are we waiting for? So at least that's how I think. I don't know.
All right. So we just get a little pullback there. I'm in now.
Yeah. Again, I'm not looking for, a huge move. So if I can get like 30 to 40 ticks here from this.
Basically 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Oh boy, should I put a one lot on here? I'm looking at our S&Ps here to diversify. I don't want everybody to be on crude. I'm gonna be a buyer here in the S&P one time.
Okay. All
right, 47.80. I am long one.
Yeah. S&P, we do have a neutral day.
Right.
Do we have a little bit of excess to the buy side, but it is a neutral day, so.
Yeah. Where are you long, Eddie?
I am long 47.80 in the ES.
Oh, okay. 47.80. All right.
47.80. I just have a feeling.
All right.
Might see a little recovery here. Big sellers here throughout the day, early, pre-market. I mean, those sellers slammed the market all the way down to about where we are right now.
Yeah,
Buyers tried to pick it up around, I don't know, 9 o'clock.
We have negative delta also in the S&Ps, Eddie, negative 11,000. So that's aggressive sellers. Have they been successful in moving price lower?
I would say so. Yeah, we'll see here. It's a one lot.
Yeah.
Deeyana, are those unconventional charts that you use, and how do you use them for entries and exits?
Unconventional charts. Well, I'm not sure what. No, this is just a standard 30-minute candlestick chart. But I do have the TPOs overlaid over the charts, and those are my indicators from my technology team, Patak, very innovatively named Patak.
Yeah, why Patak?
It wasn't me. It was the CTO. So it was originally just his company. So he used to have this thing, just constant. You know how MPs always say, "Oh, all of that and blah blah blah." Well, this guy does the same thing. He's always like, "Yeah, you know all of that and blah blah blah." And then eventually he, I suppose, when he was starting his company, he was like, "What should I name the company?" And he goes, "I know, Patak." I'm like, okay.
Michael should start a company called Woozy Woos.
Woozy Woos.
Market for the Woozy Woos.
Yeah. Yeah. LLC, of course. Woozy Woos LLC.
Woozy Woos.
Hey, we got Coach Jay joining us here in the chat. Hello, Coach Jay.
Oh, Jay.
Hello, Jay.
Carl put up 635 in crude today. Nice going, Carl.
Nice one.
Very nice.
Right, now let's see if we can actually get some people interested in this long. We have a little bit of a reversal on a 5-minute chart, but also a little bit of a selling wick from a nearby supply. It's a very small time frame supply.
You're looking at the 5 now.
Yeah, this is the 5-minute. So what I'm seeing here is that we really need to take out this area. So it starts from 70.40 and then all the way to 70.56. If the market cannot battle this and we still keep getting sellers here, I'm going to bail.
Let me know if you do. Because I'm here with you.
Yeah. Where did you enter?
37. And we had that pullback. So I said, all right, let's try that.
Okay.
Blah.
Well, Deeyana, we've got you at a different time here today, and I just want to ask you, are you looking at the markets differently?
No, this is actually the time when I would look for my final trade of the day. So it's actually perfect.
Spinal trade, did you say?
Nice.
Like Spinal Tap?
Final.
Oh, final.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Spinal. Yeah, spinal.
Like,
turn it up to 11. Yes. We are turning it up to 11, definitely. But no, yeah, see, it's literally the time of day when the markets typically might create a high probability reversal trade, simply because we are coming into settlement time when the former open outcry markets used to settle in crude oil. And sometimes you see these take profit moves, which might not be massive, but they might be good enough to kind of skim another 30 or 40 ticks.
Get some dough out of them.
Yeah. And again, this time of day used to be the time of day that used to save my butt, even if I didn't have that great of a day. So I would kind of find one trade like for the final part, and that would bring me back to scratch before I was when I was less skilled. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, D, Coach Jay has got a question for you. Do you trade crude after it settles?
I might hold a position after it settles, but the only time I would trade it after settlement would be if we have an extraordinarily large day. And maybe we have something fundamental going on, so there's quite a bit of volume still kicking around. Or if we've had maybe a big day like today, although this is not that unusual for crude oil. You know, seeing 350 tick moves is actually within the norm. But what I would say is that on most days, if you can't find a position by about 12, is it 12:30 over there? It's 1:30. It's 1:30. Yeah. So if you can't find a position by about 1:15, you're probably done on most days. So if I don't have a setup, if I don't have a level, if I don't have a position, I won't be looking for any new positions past settlement.
Nice. Let's see here. There's a question. What time does crude settle? It's 1:30 Central. Thank you, Coach Jay.
Yep.
So in about 9 minutes.
Yeah.
D, what'd you get the dogs for Christmas?
They got a big deer leg. Yeah, a cat.
A deer leg.
A deer leg, yeah. So I wrapped it up in like brown wrapping paper, and they love boxes and tearing up boxes and stuff. So I figured, how can I make their day really nice? So I wrapped it all in like, I actually still have it here somewhere. So it's just literally like brown wrapping paper, so they can tear it open. And then they were chewing on the bones. So, you know, it's pretty, I'm sorry to any vegans here, it's pretty disgusting, but it's literally just deer legs, and they were just in heaven. And then they also had some cheese. So everybody had like mini cheese stick.
Deer legs and cheese. That's what we had for Christmas dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
It's deer legs and cheese.
Wait
a minute.
Where did you get a deer leg? Did you kind of
from a deer probably?
Off the
yeah,
street?
well, over here, they it's a local shop basically. They call the Hound. Yeah, and in the UK you have deer population that gets culled every so often.
Sure.
You have the Richmond Park, which is full of deer, and it's just something that you find in the UK. So you even have like deer farms and stuff. But I can't remember. There is a point where deer population starts to be detrimental to like the rest of the population in parks.
Sure.
And then they have a period of the year when they cull them, and that's where it comes from. So yeah, somewhat I suppose a bit more ethical than just farming and killing deer for the sake of it.
Yeah. You don't want to do that.
It's not whatnot, you know, and I tell you, it's, you know, it works for the pooches, and by all means. Ooh.
Well, we're getting close here.
Yep.
About 8 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm thinking here the S&P still got some sellers here, and I'm on the wrong side of the city right now.
Well, yeah, but you're right. You're low value. We did have a failed auction at the bottom this morning. Just a little one. I mean, it's just 3 ticks, but still.
Yeah, so that makes it a neutral day. So
right, because we traded both sides.
Yeah. But the entry, I probably would have tried to get the entry a little bit closer to the session low, just because the range is not too big. And that's when the accuracy and precision has to come into play.
Where's my stop? I don't currently have a stop, and I should probably put something. What's the word I'm looking for? Catastrophic? Yeah,
catastrophe stop. Mine is at 69.90.
Come on.
You know, I like my 30 to 35.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to need it though.
No, because it is going up. Famous last words.
God, I I'm sitting here thinking how much my dog Lacey would love a deer leg.
Oh yeah, I bet you would.
She would be like,
I would bring her one, but might be a little bit weird me carrying deer legs in my suitcase. What's this?
See, now my dog's like pig ears, and I think that's pretty.
Yeah. They're pretty fatty though, because some of mine, they love pig's ears, but you give it to them and then they kind of one of them is a little bit weird. Seven is her name, and she's a bit anxious. So she kind of goes around and collects all of the, because remember I have 8 dogs. So whoever doesn't eat their pig's ear, she gets all of them and then stuffs herself stupid in pig's ears. And then I come over and she's like, "This is mine. This is mine. This is mine." She doesn't growl or anything, but it's just hilarious to see how primal she goes.
I can see that.
Yep.
Here's something TBD is saying, John, you're always counseling risk management. How can you justify putting on a trade without a stop?
There's a stop in. I just didn't have it. I just kind of watching. It's not like I walked away or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
as long as you're there to kill it, and it's not like you're in with like huge size. It's just one.
Right.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. You gotta keep me accountable to that, Bob. Gotta keep me accountable to that.
Oh, yeah. We're still struggling around that supply, and we've got 3 minutes left. So I'm not sure we have time for this.
Well, we got a poll here with 293 votes. Will you be with us bell to bell on the first trading day of the year? Well, there's 82% that says yes.
Ooh, that's nice.
10% says want to but can't. 7% said I just checked in now and then. Okay. Thank you. Question for D and Hoag. With just excess on both ends, single HVN on the day's distribution, is the day type considered a neutral day, or should there be a significant excess?
What market?
Neutral day is a neutral day.
Yeah.
So I like to define it via the TPO profile rather than the volume profile. And just the fact that they mentioned HVN makes me think that they're looking at the volume profile.
Volume profile, right.
Yeah. I don't think it needs access on both sides. You can have just, regular moves, but as long as you have, I have an additional way to see whether we have the regular sort of rotational day or not. And the more sort of D-shaped the day is as a neutral day type, the better chances are of it pinging back and forth. So for example, in ES, I would say this is more of a D-shaped day. So it's pretty evenly distributed throughout the day. And I wouldn't need to see any excess or anything to call this a neutral day and to start using the extremes.
We even have it. All right, I got out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out as well. Hold on. Here we go. I'm out. Done. All right, so I'm 8:30 up on the day now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm up about $100. That's about it. I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I'm good.
exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the profile here, I mean, XS.
Yeah.
Point of control's right in the middle. Normal day. Well, normal variation day, but
That's ES, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard neutral day type.
Yep.
And if anything, this would be, so 77 would have been my sort of area for a long. Just because we're closer to the session low.
Yeah.
The demand there, that's where the buyers came from.
Value low.
Value low, exactly. Yep. So just by the fact that you do have a neutral day, we're coming into that final part of the session as well. It's got a good chance to turn around yet again.
Eddie, you're still long, right?
Yeah, I'm still holding that position here.
All right, good.
Basically back to square one here, very close to it.
Yeah, no, I think you're looking good. It didn't take out the lows.
Yeah.
I mean, but trade location could have been better, but you're low end of value, so you got to move up this point of control. High end of value. I mean, you're looking at a 10-point move.
Yep.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby. Yeah.
All right. No, I'm not going to shiv you in the shower, and please don't drop the soap. I wear a bandana, and I think I'm a meanie.
No, Eddie's a sweetheart.
I'm a sweetie. Johnny knows that.
All right, so crude oil settlement is done. And then we're going to see what happens with volume. This could be one of the days when we do have some movement past settlement. But again, because it's the first day of the year, and I was already sitting on some profits. Obviously, we don't want to risk that. So profit preservation comes over yet another trade that might or might not work.
Or might not, right?
Yeah.
There's some size here at 47.75 in the S&P 500 contracts sitting on one level.
Let's have a look.
Jack, tuned in late. How close are you passing the combine? Well, it was 2024, and I did a boo-boo. I fat fingered a reset. I was inside of $200 last time we talked, passing the combine, but no big deal. I'm not going to worry about it. New year, new opportunities, and so far today, so far so good. A little work. I mean, I'm taking the heat, but it's part of the business.
As long as you have a plan, that's all that matters.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, people asking what the dome looks like, orders look like above 47.80. It's thin up there. There's not a lot.
It's very thin, yeah. I don't see anything up there.
Here.
I'm trading S&Ps.
Kind of irks me.
Yeah.
Where's all the volume? Where
like Eddie said, there's like some buyers at 47.75, but we seem to be moving away from that now. Yeah.
Market might target that liquidity there.
Yeah. But when?
When?
That is the question.
I don't know. All I know is blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Tech.
Blah, tech. It's kind of doing the woozy woos up here.
The woozy woos, yes. What was that drink that JD was having? Topochinko or something like that.
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Eddie knows. Eddie knows.
Man.
It was something like that, wasn't it?
I was loving it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say Peter. Oh my goodness.
Something Chinka. I remember that. Yeah.
Chinka. I don't know, but it was fun just saying it.
It was very fun to say it. Yeah.
Topo Chico?
No, Topo Chico?
Topo Chico. Yes, I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
It's a mineral water, people are saying.
Yeah, but he was drinking it with something else. I think.
Yeah. Hard seltzer. Yeah. Hard seltzer. There you go.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Topo Chico.
Yeah.
Topo Chico.
I kind of wish I was drinking hard seltzer on Sunday.
What's that?
You're drinking moonshine.
I was
snorting moonshine.
Just drinking Kentucky snow cones, but for too long, I guess. Maybe I didn't hydrate enough. I didn't eat enough. I don't know. I just kept drinking.
I was in bed pretty early. On Saturday, I actually posted a Twitter just with me and my dogs in bed, and it was like 9 p.m. or something ridiculous. So I was like, crazy party over here. And that was pretty much my day the next day as well.
Yeah, I didn't do much yesterday.
Yeah.
Still feel like I'm clearing out today. Drinking lots of water.
Yeah, detox, hydrate.
Waiting for my oxygen to come from Amazon.
Oh yeah. I love my oxygen.
Be careful, Amazon, they're jacking the prices up again.
Are they? For
Amazon Prime, yeah. And then what they're doing is they're going to be charging you, if you don't want commercials during your movies, which I thought that's why I was paying for it, $2.99 a month.
Do they have like different channels on Amazon Prime like they do here, and you have to like pay for each of the channels?
I think they do have some extra channels too, and I know that we have a few.
BBC One, BBC Two, BBC Three.
Is that on Prime?
No,
because we have BBC obviously here as a part of our service, so I wouldn't be paying extra for BBC.
No.
Are
you?
All the sellers are back in S&Ps.
Yeah, well, there's the 4775. You called it, Eddie.
Damn it.
Well, somebody called it in the chat.
4775 is a target. I mean, they're going to go get that liquidity, unfortunately. Eddie, you're still in?
I'm still in. I'm still holding here.
I mean, it's not a
patience.
It's not a killer, but so Deeyana, in London, are you a mod or are you a rocker?
Oh, Christ, I don't know. I mean, I used to be like a bit emo, I suppose. I don't know what they call it these days, but when I was young, they called it emo. So I had big purple hair, and then I had black hair, then I had pink hair. So yeah, I was pretty alternative. So maybe
mod, maybe.
No, I don't know.
Not gothic.
I'm mod. No, well, I was kind of in between gothic, or on the verge of being a goth.
See, we had emo here, but he was a comedian called Emo Phillips.
I see. Yeah.
Remember Emo Phillips, Johnny?
Yeah.
Emo. It was about the time when I started hitting the stage doing stand-up. It was like, wow,
he was really strange, but he was funny.
He was strange, yes. Very strange.
Yeah, that was like late 80s.
Yeah, 80s, early 90s.
Before emo was a thing.
Yeah. I think they have a different name for it now, for that sort of a look, where it's sort of like fashion hair colors and, alternative dress styles, but they don't call it emo anymore. I don't know what they call it. Maybe some millennials in the chat can help us out.
Yeah, come on, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
So
educate us old people.
Are you a Who fan?
Yeah.
Like the band The Who?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about the Quadrophenia, the mods and the rockers.
Right. Okay.
I thought you were talking about the World Health Organization.
Yeah, that was just about a joke. Yeah.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
like,
please,
talking about the World Health.
No, I'm not a fan of them.
No, me neither, I've got to say.
And my I don't know, 4th grade son, bringing him home from football practice one time, and he says, "Dad, what do you think the best album is? Is it Led Zeppelin 4 or The Who's Quadrophenia?" I was like, "Dude, I am so proud at this moment."
You.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, say no more. Say no more.
Oh man, I tell you, the kids, like years ago, the kids around here, they all like got back into getting like record players, and numerous knocks on the door. Ed, you got any old albums we could use? And I'm like, yes, I do. Yeah, they were digging, and they still do.
Yeah, we cleared out a whole bunch of vinyl years ago. We literally had stacks and stacks of it. Because my husband, he's still fancies himself a part-time DJ sort of thing. I mean, he works in the banking as well, but there was a time when he was actually doing some gigs and stuff. So he had a lot of vinyl, and he used to play a few clubs here and there.
I still have a whole bunch of my vinyl, but they were the ones that I just could not part with.
Yeah, the special ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So I still have those, but I got maybe that much.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
Well, the 75s are getting close here in the S&Ps, 533. And I do believe gold closes at 130. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's central.
Central
Gold is 12:30.
12:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it 12:30
Yeah.
central?
Yeah.
1:30 Eastern.
Yes. It's an hour earlier than crude oil.
It's funny because like on a day when there's an announcement at 1 o'clock, like FOMC, settlement will already have settled, and then if it moves really far away from it, everybody's like, "Well, why did gold settle down there?"
Yeah, it's like that makes no sense. Yeah,
Right?
that's because the settlement happened before FOMC. Yeah, I know. Sometimes common sense needs to be applied to some of the events. And it's like, of course, it's going to move. So it doesn't.
Right.
It's not like in the old days where the market just shut and that's it. Everybody goes home.
Right.
They're open all the time. It's just there was
Still
no
going.
electronic settlement time. So
Still here, still going.
Spartan, they don't call them gangs; they call them clubs. You'll get beat to a pulp if you call a biker gang. Yeah, they don't like that term.
Really?
It's a club. Yes.
yeah,
Any
they're
one
not
of them.
gang, are they?
We're a biker club.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a poll. Are you subscribed to Amazon Prime? 68% said yes, 31% said no.
I've got to admire the 38%. What do you
I
want?
tell you though, I take advantage of it. If I need something here today, I mean, some of the stuff you can get delivered same day.
Yeah.
If I'm paying the money, yeah, get it here. I need a box of paper clips. Get it here.
Hey, I just got a box of Post-it notes. Super sticky.
Amazon?
I really need. Yes, of course. I get everything off Amazon. There's like boxes coming through all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I ran out. I literally ran out. I don't know whether some of the puppies got hold of them. Like I said, they like paper, and I just couldn't find any. So I was like, I need no Post-its like now. So where do you go? Amazon.
Even bit half. What Led Zeppelin cover band were you at this weekend? I'm going to one in March. I go every year, usually with my son, but he's got a wedding to go to, so I'm bringing my daughter and her boyfriend.
Oh.
But there's a great Zeppelin cover band that comes over around here once in a while. These guys are, I'm telling you, if you look at their schedule, they're working 250 days a year.
Yeah, not surprised. I mean, some of these tribute bands, they are killing it, man.
With one singer? I mean, that's tough.
Especially singers singing like Robert Plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Dee. I've been following a band called Awaken. It's a Yes cover band.
Right.
And I tell you, you close your eyes and it's like, man, these guys nailed it. And big Yes fan. And we'd sit there with the guys.
Yes, it's hard. We used to do a cover of Owner of the Lonely Heart, and I remember just doing the harmonies was the harmonies are awesome, but they are quite hard to sing because they've got the guys got really high voice.
John Anderson,
obviously, constantly singing in that pitch, your voice gets really fatigued, especially for men.
You want to hear my high voice?
Go on.
Here it is.
There it was.
There it was.
There it was.
Owner of
Yeah,
the Lonely
that's
Heart.
what I'm going to see. Even bids. Oh, it's Cashmere. I haven't seen Cashmere, but get the let out I've seen. Might have to go check out Cashmere. Were they good?
Danielle likes this. There you go, Danielle. Danielle's here. Hello, Danielle.
Hey, Danielle.
Yes, there's going to be a fire drill tomorrow. Pass it on, please. It'll be during Fast Market. Fast Market starts at 8:30 Central to 10:30. Yes.
Jason Bonham's Led Zeppelin Experience. I did see that. Hammer of the Gods. That's another one. Get the Light Out is the one I'm seeing.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've seen Bonham's Led Zeppelin Experience.
Hub, I like your idea. 5,000 likes and D should sing for us, but with only 1,700 people.
Oh,
here,
yeah. And I'll sing backup.
I haven't sung in years, guys. So if we do that, I'm gonna need like a couple of months to practice, get back in. A voice is a muscle, just like any other muscle. So think about going to the gym and making your muscles strong and able to handle endurance and all of that. Well, the voice is the same way. So if you don't keep up with it, obviously, I mean, you'll still be okay. Probably, but there are things that you might not be that great at. So, you need, we're going to be singing.
I came across a picture when I was playing in a band, me singing out a microphone and the saxophone players to my right. And I'm like, man, I'd never be able to sing like that again. Never.
I mean, I did gigs up until... I don't know what year was it 2015, I think, was the last gig that I did.
Ago. No.
Yeah, so it wasn't that long ago.
I wonder when mine was.
Yeah, when was yours?
Well,
sure, you must.
12 years ago, I did a kind of solo acoustic and vocal thing.
Okay, God,
not just around here, but my last drumming gig. Oh, you know what? I sat in with another band the night before Thanksgiving, like 5 years ago.
What?
I thought I was going to die. I had just,
was it ABBA?
And sticks for so long.
Honestly, somebody said to me, hey, why don't we do like a jam, bring the guitar? And my fingers are just so soft now. I was like, there's no way. I would be bleeding 15 minutes into the gig. It's not good.
Yeah, my pads are gone too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just put a little super glue on the tips of your fingers.
Gotta get back to it.
See, I tried that. It doesn't really work because the super glue just gets it just goes away. There is a trick though that I used to do if I was maybe on a break and then I needed to harden up my fingers again. There's this liquid which is kind of a mix of, I think it's like iodine and alcohol. And they use it for horses' hoofs to make them harder. And and that worked. Like you basically dip your fingers and you let it dry and you just go to bed with that. And instead of taking like a couple of weeks for the fingers to develop calluses, they harden literally almost like 2-3 days time.
Really?
Yeah. And it's like a really horrible, obviously, color because the iodine is really quite red and
right.
Yeah, so it stains everything. So you literally have to like dip your fingers for about 10 minutes and then let it dry and just go to bed. Don't touch anything.
Well, if you need it, it works. It works. What are you gonna do? Oh, we're getting so close to these 75s. Oh my goodness!
Magnet.
Couple ticks off those 400, 500 still there, and we are 5.25. My goodness. I've been leaning the wrong way all day.
And you're still up though.
I'm still up because the thing is my patience trades are the wrong way. But when I come back to see an opportunity, going for just quick base hits, short trades, a little scalping here and there, those are bringing in money. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my strategy, but I need to work on my patience, and that's what I'm doing.
The liquidity is lower, man. I'm telling you, geez. Look at above. There's never more than 100, never more than 200. But down below, there's 200, 200, 300, 300, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 300.
Yeah, there's certainly some buyers sitting there.
Yeah, we're sitting right there. I tell you, if we blow through this, that's just it. I'm just going to get out of this trade.
I mean, they haven't really assaulted the level. Usually, if they're going to take out such a big order, and then all of the subsequent orders underneath, you would see more confidence approaching the level. Did you think, Hoag?
It looks like they're creeping up to the edge of a volcano.
Yeah, they're like, oh, is it there?
Oh. Don't want to fall in.
My.
That's funny.
It's train.
Here we
Oh,
go.
oh, oh, here they go.
Okay, so, okay.
Gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Well, they're in the volcano now.
They've fallen in. Yeah. They're smoking.
Wow. See, and you know what? Those went like really quick.
Yeah.
Somebody came in and hit those with a big order. Let's see here. 125, 129 lot. Yep. Time is sales. So they came in big.
Mm.
Are you watching time and sales, Eddie?
I got it right here. Yeah.
Does it help? I mean, when you look at it, I mean,
you know,
can see what kind of packages hit that.
Well, for something like that, yeah, I'd like to see, you know, how strong. That was pretty strong.
Mm.
Those offers came in and smoked it. You know.
See, on crude oil, because it's such a thin market, it doesn't really work that way. You know, you look at the time and sales, and because it's a thin market, they still have to chunk it in like little bits, and it's extremely difficult to see whether it was actually one person or one institution doing that, or whether it's just a whole bunch of people sort of coming in right after or right before then. It's, you know, I find ES is, when you look at the tape, it's much easier to spot these events. Having said that, in crude oil, if you do have stacked levels, you have these days when there's nothing. We had one on Friday where there was like a ton of interest and liquidity stacked at 0.84. I can't remember exactly where, and I think it turned literally to the tick. So that's what crude oil is good for when it comes to tape. But you know, it's an entirely different way of looking at things. And I've never, like, whenever I looked at time and sales, I was like, how does that help me? But ES definitely helps a lot more because you can see the size of the orders that have gone through as it was happening. It's not quite the same in crude oil.
See, time of sales was mostly on the trading floor when somebody bitched about a price. When, you know, you're on the phone, you're like, you paid, you know, you paid 35 on 127. What?
Print.
What? No, I didn't pay the. Yeah, you paid 35. I want time of sales. So you'd have to go in there and wait. And especially after a fast market, you'd be in line for like, you know, 10, 15 minutes. People just get time of sales.
Okay, so here we go. I'm using my Patak time machine on crude oil.
All right, Coach Vince says bust a trade. I'm going to bust a move. I'm towing low, going to bust a move.
So this is what I'm talking about. So let me just mark that a little bit better.
All right.
So this area here. So it was 73.85, and I could see stacks of orders at 73.84, and then a whole bunch of them above it. And we literally just, that's where it turned, and it never looked back.
Okay.
It just went. So for those kinds of plays, that's actually really, really useful, but it has to be like stacks of levels. It can't be just like one price. And if you do see stacks of levels on the dome in crude oil, you definitely can use that. And again, I don't watch ES that much to that level of detail because I'm not a core ES trader. So I don't know, maybe you guys can, especially you, John, does the same thing apply in ES if you have like stacks of orders? Does that work as a potential supply or demand area or not? Do they just smash through it?
So that's, I mean, usually in something I've kind of noticed of late is the market's going to go to the liquidity. So those order stacks are going to attract price.
So it goes to it, but then it's not that clear what's going to happen around it.
Right. I mean, if it blows through and there's more liquidity below, then it goes there.
Interesting.
It's kind of what we're looking at in the S&Ps because we saw that 75 had some size, right? Well, looking above, there's nothing more than 100, 140 on every offer. Down below, we've got 430, 300, 300, 300. The liquidity's lower.
Yeah.
So the price is kind of going to that liquidity.
Yeah.
You know, D, I mean, the market's job is to facilitate trade.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to facilitate trade if it goes to the volume, right?
And having said that, we also have average session range that is not done yet. Average daily range is finished, so we've smashed through that. But the average session range is actually down at 1764, 1765, 4765. Yeah.
Okay, and let's
So
see.
there's still space. There's still space.
4765, and that's where the liquidity kind of dries up down there.
Right. Okay. So again, that's why some of these levels might be good turning points. We still have a neutral day. We are now getting that extra liquidity because the bond markets are going to close soon, aren't they? They settle earlier. And when that happens, we get that extra influx of volume for the last hour.
Eddie, what do you got going on, Eddie?
Well, I cut my loser short, and then I reversed my opinion, and caught a trade here. Yeah, I got short. Caught a small winner. So before that trade, I'm only down about maybe $30 from my 440. So only I'm on 410 right now. So
nice.
So little rebound.
Yeah, good job. That's quick thinking, guys. Yeah. So whoever's in the chat, that's what professional traders do, and that's called situational awareness.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm a situation awareness person.
Yeah.
Well,
Because you don't freak out.
momentum.
You know, you have an idea. The first idea didn't work. You take in the new information that the market has given us. I was listening to Hoag's, what do you call him? your lecture.
Oh, the coaching?
Coach's Corner?
Yeah. So the Hoag was literally saying that that you have to take in, you pay a bit of money for some information, but then if you don't take in the new information and you're able to take advantage of it, what use is it, right? So we also have to be able to be flexible enough to see whether we can find an opportunistic trade, just like Eddie did now. And that's situational awareness. That's nothing else. That's experience.
Something changes, you respond to it.
Yeah, exactly. It's difficult to develop, and it begins by having orientation points that you can rely on. And then eventually it's just time and experience. So it's all just experiential data that we all have to go through. There's no shortcut to doing this. I think everybody just needs to spend time trading.
I'm wondering if I want to get short.
Well, my live account is only NYMEX at the moment, but I don't know. I'm going to wait until we get to my level that I have, because I don't like scalping, especially not levels that I don't have.
But it's what I got right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously we trade in a similar way, but there are plenty of differences still.
Yeah.
You're much better at scalping than I am.
Man, oh man, it just eats me up.
Oh, it eats everybody up. I don't know, unless you're sub 30, I think.
S&P more size here, down around the 68 level. 400, 300, 400, 400. But the thing is, I tell you, these sellers just ate that last big bid right up.
Yep.
I don't know. Like Dante says, I said I was done for the day. Dante, you're probably right.
It's hard to sit there.
Dante keeping you accountable, huh?
Yeah. Well, Dia's here. I want to trade with her. Or...
Exactly.
Joe Sam says, "Hi, Deeyana. Have heard of your courses from a friend. Nice to hear you speak live." Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. Welcome. Hello.
Sign up for her courses. What are you waiting for, Joe Sam?
Exactly. Let's pass the combines, guys. Let's get funded.
Can we get a couple links for her in here, please, in the YouTube chat, please?
Thank you.
And we can. Oh, and I've got your crude cup.
Oh, yes.
You're going to be on.
Slippery. Yes, crude oil.
I gotta get me one of those.
Actually, it's a very nice cup, and I mean the artwork on it is really nice. Maybe you can see it from
thank
here.
you.
I don't know if you can see it.
Market stalker.
Yeah,
Market
and it
stalker.
says crude oil is slippery.
The
There it is.
comedian.
Crude oil
Yeah.
slippery. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Ah, like it.
Yeah. He looks how I feel.
He looks very grumpy. He looks very grumpy. Like one of my students, he said because we call the chameleon Bob the ambush predator, and he said Bob has got the worst scoliosis that I've ever seen. I said it's from all the back testing.
You get a lot of testing on your back, and you look the same way.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a nerve.
That's good.
Not as
I
well.
like that.
Yeah.
A lot of back testing.
Yeah. Yes, the crude oil is dried up now. This is why you don't look for setups after the settlement.
We're right.
I tell you, here we go again with S&Ps. Big size here on the bids.
Yeah. They're
Real big.
We're heading for them.
We have single prints left. See, this is one thing with the neutral days. You always have to be on the lookout when the single prints appear on either side of the profile, directional single prints, and then don't go against them unless they close up again. So unless they get chewed up to the upside, we do not go against single prints. Otherwise, it's just standing in front of an oncoming train and going poof.
Yeah. Well, my friends, it is 2:00 Central Time, and then we will be moving on to our power hour. And we do have Andrew, Jack, Hoag. Deeyana, if you want to stick around, we were supposed to have Andre. Andre's still on vacay. Up to you.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I can stick around. We're
all right. So we're gonna take a little break. And we're going to finish out this last power hour. We'll be right back.
Awesome.
Cool.
Andrew, we've got Jack with us, and Hoag and Deeyana sticking around for the last hour of the day. And Andrew, how are you?
Doing great. Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. And Jack, you're going to
Howdy.
trade with us today?
I think so. I'm feeling the power of the hour, the power of 2024. I'm manifesting my own change. So let's do this.
There you go, man. All right.
Nice one. Let's get in there.
I should have stayed short. I forgot about Power Hour. I'm supposed to be trading.
Yeah.
Well, if there's another opportunity, Mr. Ho, we can get back in again.
I mean, there's
I don't know, that
liquidity
size is-
all the way down around below 70, 47, 60. There's liquidity.
760.
47.60 and below.
Yeah, below. I'm seeing 47.59. So there's 238 contracts, 264, 320, 309. So all below 4760.
Maybe I'll see if I can't eke into another short here somewhere.
Now,
Andrew, are you trading it all today?
Actually, I traded both my XFAs this morning and ended up plus 450 in one of them and plus 410 in the other.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then I traded my combine just a little earlier today, and it's sitting at plus 310. So it's a great start to the year.
Well, you got the hat trick going.
You trade NQ, is that right?
NQ, only NQ. I'm still learning the crude, but
you don't have to, you know. I did see your interview, so you're like, oh yeah, I do that, but you don't have to. Like most traders that I know who are extremely well, like doing well. So the best traders in the world that I know, they're usually specialized in one product. And yes, they might dabble, but generally they just have like sort of almost like blinkers on for their products at the time when it matters, when they have the highest probability of doing well. So you don't, just because you see me and stuff, you don't feel obliged to go for the markets.
Everybody trade crude now.
Yeah.
It's like when you go to the skating rink and they go, okay, all women skate, all couples skate,
all skate,
all skate. Everybody trade crude.
How it works.
Yeah, I was about to say I did competitive skating when I was a kid. None of that. Yeah. Well, it kind of went with the whole me being a gymnast and getting on the Olympic team, then the country falling apart, and then me being athletic.
happens.
I had a lot of energy as a kid,
Well, I guess.
Well, you Johnny skateboard champ and
Yeah.
you skating queen and
Yeah.
boy. Hey, John Black Swans says, "Hey, Hoag, do you remember this from this morning? 16,609 level. Who would have guessed we are getting there?" I think that's in the
yeah. I mean, a lot of folks were looking at that, and we've got 604 as weekly kickoff low.
Yep.
So looks like we are heading that direction, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I do remember.
Hey, Andrew, you got
Yes,
a fan
sir.
here. Jim is asking, I like Andrew's style. Can he show his entries and tell us how the thought process was?
Yeah, hang on just a second. We'll cancel this one we were just about to get into. So if we have my, I need to have the
Charts up. Yep.
charts up. Okay, great. So for me, what I've told people from the last few weeks is all I use is a 60 EMA and a 21. So the 60 is on the white line and 21 is the red line. And I'm just looking for a cross and then a pullback. All right. So in my case is I would see a cross and at least one candle. I would start here. And as it pulled back more, I would actually move my entry point down with it. Just kind of follow the pullback. And that tends to give me a much cleaner entry point. And so what I did this earlier on my combine is I took this trade. We had a cross of the 21 and the 60, and then we pulled back. My entry point was right here. Now what I did on this particular one is it actually stopped me out just slightly positive. So what I'll do is I'll enter a trade, and whenever the 21 EMA passes where my entry point is, I'll move my stop into a positive position. So for me, it's typically break even plus at least 2 ticks. One tick to cover the cost of the fees and everything, and one tick so I can sit there and go, well, that was a winning trade. So it feeds my ego and says, hey, I won on that trade. So you can't say that was a break even trade. And then I re-entered on this one once it pulled back to the 60 EMA. And what I'll do ideally on a pullback on the second pullback is I'll look for one candle up followed by a candle down, and I'll put my entry point right above it. So in this case, I had a nice little trade. It sat there and wandered for a couple of minutes, and then as it took off, I started to trail. That's the other thing that I'll do is once the 60 EMA passes my entry point, then I start trailing based on the 60 EMA. So in this case, I would have come in here. It would have, did fairly well. I got it set for 3 contracts right now. It was 1 contract this morning. And then I got out right about here. So there's $315 on that trade if I would have been long on the 3 contracts. Same thing with earlier today, but I was working, so I couldn't catch this one. This is across of the 21 and 60. I would have been in here, would have taken only 7 handles of heat. That's all I would have gotten. And then I could have rode this one down and actually still be in it at this point. So that would have been a full 58 handle move.
Nice.
And that's really all that I do. There's nothing against levels. As you can see right here on my screen, I've got the weekly kickoff low. I've also got the weekly kickoff high there. I have a whole lot of respect for those levels. And what I do in those cases is if I see an entry and I'm right around this level, I'll usually just disregard it. Yeah, just pull back and wait because you never know what's going to happen at those levels. It's either going to, bounce off of it hard, or sometimes I see it where it gets there and it just kind of hangs around, and you're like, oh, forever. This thing is just not wanting to move.
Right.
And so just wait until you get a better entry.
Who's
so
getting filled here?
Yeah, who's getting fills, man?
I did. I did.
Is that you, Eddie?
Yeah, I caught a Russell new low here in the Russell.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking for some momentum, looking for a little pattern. Caught $120 winner here.
Nice one.
So is anybody trading the ES for this power hour or just NQ?
I was in a position and I took it off right before we started. Probably should have stayed in it just for tradertainment purposes. I was trying to get short again up around 47.70, but we didn't quite get there. Oh, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here.
It's hard to go short after you've had this big move down, though. It's just
but this is where single prints contextually help me, because I know exactly what you're saying, Andrew. I had a problem with entering trades as kind of like continuation trades, because I was a swing trader for the first 5 years of my career. So from 2008 all the way till 2013, before I went into prop trading, I was a swing trader. And it was really, really difficult for me to enter any sort of a breakout trade or momentum trade, continuation trade. But when I started looking at the profile, just by the fact that we have the existence of single prints, it's like more of a systematic way to tell you, hey, this is a continuation. And it's okay if you go into this move because you have a little trail. If you look on my charts, you can see it, whether you use volume profile or TPO profile, I think they can be looked at a similar way. But I prefer the TPO profile. So if you see this little ledge here, that's where the market sort of stuttered a little bit. So it's kind of like a mini supply, like a mini resistance area. And if that becomes my reference point. So if I was going to go short, if we go above that, it means the short trade is no longer valid, right? But if I see that this area is defended and we get another move from there, or the market keeps going, there is no reason why I shouldn't stay in a continuation trade. So that really kind of clarified it in my mind that there is a way to get involved with breakout trades, if that's what you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
And it made it so much easier for me.
I did start to get short at 67. Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Well, we got a question here. Is Andrew a Topstep? Yes, you are. Andrew, and what do you do here at Topstep?
I work in support and also harass people on Discord.
and how can they get harassed? What's your name in Discord?
In Discord, I'm Topstep Andrew, but sometimes you'll see me change it just for fun. I think like right now it is something like, Topstep Andrew knows everything, and it's NO and not KNO. So, just little fun stuff like that. But in support, I do the standard trader support. That's what I was doing before I joined today on the show. So this is a nice break, a nice, something different to do, and kind of shifts the focus in the mind a little bit. So I really appreciate these times where I can get on Topstep TV.
You know what?
We appreciate you.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I mean,
love having you in.
when he was in Discord, it was like, who is this guy answering all these questions? and then you joined Topstep, and look where you are now. Trading with Deeyana. See,
that's right.
Ultimate.
That was one of my goals that we talked about last week when I was on the show. Is that I wanted to trade with Deeyana and of course with John Hoagland. I want to get on and harass Michael a little bit. that kind of stuff. Just have some fun since we both trade NQ.
Well, we got to get you on fast market.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Well, you can one way to meet us.
Yeah. So some people may not know that story, but Topstep decided to have a nice get together up in Chicago, and I debated with myself as to whether I was going to fly or drive. And I said, you know what? I haven't driven a nice drive in a while, and so I just took off north. Didn't even have a hotel reservation or anything. I just jumped in the truck and off I went. And 900 miles later, I'm in Chicago.
Wow.
Got to the get together. I did stop the night before, so because to get a little bit of sleep. But stupid me, on the way back after we were done with the get together, I jump in the truck and drive all the way back home, nonstop, other than for gas. And I'm like, yeah, I'm 57 years old. I'm not doing that twice. So you can guarantee if there's another one in Chicago, this old fart's going to fly. So
there you go. Hey, in the Russell off the bottoms here, we got some buyers bringing it all the way back up to 28.28. Amazing. A little turnaround from that low of the day.
I'm going to try and go long on ES in one of my XFAs. Because I don't have, I don't have.
See how it's going to be.
Well, it's because it broke it's like I was just talking about it. So I said, if the area gets defended,
no, you should.
Then obviously we still go down. But they're teasing it, so now I'm like, yes, maybe a long.
And Marie said 67 earlier this morning.
Yeah, well, there you go.
She's long.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I'm long from 47.71. What are my XFAs?
Jack, Dante would like to see you place a trade on the bond or note to represent the bond traders that they get no love.
When I get a live account set up here, I'm trading in the Topstep X Combine right now, and I don't think I see the bond as an option.
No, yeah, you can't trade the bonds in Topstep X. Not yet.
I feel you, though. I love the bond love. We should get more people in there doing it.
So we're all long at 71. Well, Anne-Marie's maybe long a little better than that.
Yeah, she's 67. That's 67. A great entry. Yeah.
There she is, going to buy the bounce, she says. Who got filled?
That was me.
All right.
Not all right. I'm just building inventory, as they say.
What's this button do? Right.
I'm short 2 now.
Okay. Ooh.
Top Step risk arbitrage. Jack short, D long.
Helping Mick out.
There you go.
TBD.
I'm long.
So I have a pending long on NQ, but hasn't quite reached my entry point yet. So,
You know, considering this is the last hour of the day, I don't think we've had this many trades in this session, the power hour, in a very long time.
Really?
Yeah. It's usually a lot of, I don't know. Now, tomorrow,
I think we're all in.
Tomorrow, we've got like a busload. We got Hoag, Andre will be here, Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Dakota, Coach Ray.
Oh, Coach Ray. Wow.
Yeah, Coach Ray, well, he's got this week off because he's a teacher.
Oh, really?
And he's,
Yes, no. Yeah,
kids
of
are out
course.
this-
Yeah. Ray is one of mine, by the way. I know Ray very well.
All right.
Ray is one of my
mine
market
first.
stalkers. Yes, that's true. Yes, you found him first. But then I got my hands on him and
Yep. Honed him in.
I don't know
Yes.
how we're going to fit everybody in the bus here, but we're going to do the best we can. Yeah. Good stuff. And speaking of Anne Marie, we're going to have Anne Marie. She will be with us here on Friday for Back to the Futures with Hoag and myself.
isn't she on Thursday though as well?
Let's see. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We got Rips. Rips going to be with us
Oh,
here
Rips, of course. Yeah. Rips is on. Yeah.
from 1 o'clock till closing.
Right.
That should be fun.
Yeah. Rips is
Oh,
cool.
doing this now, I have no idea how you trade and talk all day. I find myself just fixating on the ladder right now.
It's
It's
hard.
called multitasking, Jack.
Yeah. Well, I'm also
Good
producing the
position.
show, D.
I know. Yes.
Yeah, Anne Marie's going to be on Fast Markets on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to
Oh,
put
yeah.
position on dead coaching, and I couldn't do it. I just had to stop.
Oh, yes. There it is. You're right, Johnny.
Hmm.
I didn't scroll up high enough.
Yeah, I thought I saw her name in the email.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Thursday.
I canceled my long, and now I'm short 3 contracts. Three cars.
There
This
you
is
go.
this is on a combine. So
Cause. Well, let's take a look at some of these other markets now. Let's see. S&Ps. Looks like the Russell. NASDAQ. Looks like the Russell and the S&Ps. Pretty much same direction here. Like I said, I got my 15-minute candlesticks. How's that crude doing?
Crude is
Slowly
probably
but
going
surely.
to be dead. So, I mean, it looks like it's moving, but in reality, it's only moved about 9 ticks since the settlement. So, I wouldn't read too much into that today.
No.
I don't think this is a big enough day with like lots of volume and stuff. And if you look at the volume, it's just not there. Crude oil is not your market to trade for this time of day.
No, it's closed basically for all intents and purposes, right?
Exactly, yeah.
How many people here in our chat room have a position on? Can we get a poll? Are you trading this last half hour? Yes or no? Let's get that poll up here. Participate, my friends. Participate.
First day
Should we
of
also
the
vote
year.
or
Yeah, if it pops up, I do.
right?
Are you-
Okay.
are you
I
trading the last
usually do
30
when I'm in the
minutes?
chat. Yes, I am as well. There we go.
I flattened my position. I'm down 225 on the day on that combine,
Oh, no.
Okay.
but that's no problem. My first 2 trades on my Express account today were losing trades, but they were small losers, about $200 each. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, this is not a very good start to the year. But I've said it more than once. My first trade of every day, just about always, is a small loser. So I wasn't really too concerned about it. Stuck to my game plan. Waited for the next trade, and as a matter of fact, the very next trade, Ended up making up the 2 losing trades plus some. And then at that point, I said, you know what? I'm going to stop right here for the day just so that I can say day one for this new year was a green day. So,
yeah, that's what it's all about. I also had a first losing trade today. Sat down, tried a long in crude oil and smash. So it's like, okay, then. Now we have to think about this a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. I think everybody had the same sort of patchy start today.
Well, we've got a poll here. Are you trading the final 30 minutes? 340 votes. 35% said no. We're watching the show, and 64% said yes, trading the final 30 minutes with the rest of us. Yes. Brad says gold testing lows here again in gold. Let's take a looky at the gold. Oh, gold. Oh, yes. Back on. The bear. It's a bear.
You hear that? Sounds like there's a bear down there. I'm going to get trapped.
There you go. It is a bear.
It is a bear. Yeah.
Okay.
So game Q is trying to get into a bit of a range right now. But
I don't know what I've done with my gold chart. Can't seem to locate it. Maybe I need a new one.
Well, Dante has a question. Does anybody that work or trade at Topstep trade relative value, or is anyone mostly technical? Also, do you consider fundamental analysis to give you a bias for the day? I will leave that on the table for anyone else to answer.
I mean, fundamental analysis probably isn't a great way to day trade.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I can see if you're swing trading and if you gotta aim to hold positions for like a month, maybe even a couple of weeks, that could be helpful, but not for what we do here. By the time that the fundamentals come true on the chart, manifest on the chart, the setup is gone. Like you can have like 10 setups in between. So for me, it's not very useful. And I also don't trade relative value either. So
well, there you go. There is your answer.
yeah, for me, I'm 100% technical. Whatever I see on the charts is what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Well,
I think relative value probably has more value in maybe arbitrage strategies, but maybe Jack can chime in.
What'd you say really quick? Sorry, I was responding to someone there.
The guy was asking, I think, was it Dante? He was asking whether anybody trades via relative value.
In day trading sense, by relative value, he means like different products against each other for relative value?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's, from what I know about relative value, it's when the asset is priced at like fair value somewhere, and then do you kind of maybe trade? Yeah, I think that's what he means.
For a lot of the arbitrage strategies, it was kind of purely fade city, pretty much. So you would get roughly what the relative value would be for certain spreads or things like that. But then it was a matter of, could you be right enough before there was like the pain moment? Like a lot of those hedge fund strategies where it's like, you know, the old thing about picking up pennies in front of the bulldozer. We weren't doing pennies, but it was the same thing that held pretty much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as well. It would have a lot more value in that kind of a market neutral strategy than what we're doing here.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't look at many technicals, you know, because we're doing spreads. It was more of getting the right execution and feeling the order flow, and then getting out before everyone else does.
Tough. Everybody doing the same thing.
Yeah, that I was talking the other day, that same trade's still out there. There was an article in Bloomberg about how there's like 6 traders that control, what is it?
I saw that. That's very interesting.
They're short like 63% of like the 2-year futures or something like that. And I've done that trade before. It works like 90 something percent of the time, 95% of the time. But when it blows out, because you got to size up like nothing else.
Yeah.
So that's why the regulators are kind of worried about it.
Yeah, they had back in the day. There was the spread between Brent crude and WTI crude, and that was like the main arbitrage that a lot of the guys that I knew were doing. So you would just wait until they diverge, and then you would sell one, buy the other, and they would come back. Until one year, they didn't come back.
Yeah, that sounds scary to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about the leverage on the trade I described, you're talking about the difference between 2-year futures and like the spot 2-year cash. Those are very, very, very thin.
Yep.
Hey, if we're watching here, watch this NASDAQ tilt. NASDAQ tilt 80% long. I haven't seen an 80% in a while. And thank you, JD, for that heads up.
Yeah, I got out of that long, and now I'm back in it.
I'm still long.
There was a whole bunch of liquidity down below that was freaking me out a little bit. But
yeah, I was looking at that. But
so after 2:30, we've got negative delta of 20,000 in the S&Ps. There's a lot of short time frame shorts in this market.
Yeah, but for now, they're not successful at taking it down further.
No, you're starting to freak out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a look at tomorrow, our eco numbers before it gets a little too late. We're inside a half an hour here. Early morning, 6 o'clock, we do have some mortgage index, purchase index, minor numbers. 7:30, we've got Barkin speaking, FOMC Barkin. 7:30 Central.
Real quick.
7:55 will be Redbook year over year. We also do have a 9 o'clock Central ISM manufacturing. Employment, we've got the PMI.
D has the robot voice, by the way. I hate to interrupt, but
I do.
D.
Oh no,
Deeyana has the robot voice.
Okay.
So
I'll
see you on the flip side.
Yes.
Come back.
Yeah, just log out, log back in again.
There she's gone. Bring this market down.
And the Red Book at 7:55. I want to be like D. 9 o'clock, we got a slew of goodies. We'll have our JOLTS, ISM PMI, as I mentioned. So that's going to be a 9 o'clock. Scrolling a little bit ways down here. 12 o'clock Fed GDP and FOMC meeting minutes at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see where that takes us. And of course, later on the close, API weekly crude stocks since we had Monday off. Yes.
Am I still a robot?
You'll have to tell us on
you sound good
YouTube.
here.
Yeah, you always sound fine here.
Yeah, but in the chat.
We're checking.
Yeah.
How's she sound, folks?
Robo or no?
Robo or Rono?
No.
Robo.
No robo.
No
robo. All good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
If you want to flip back over to my screen, I can show you the trade that I just took. Everybody was having a great conversation. I didn't want to interrupt.
Sorry,
What do you got, Andrew?
All right. So what I did is, again, we had our 21 and 60 EMA cross.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. You have the robot voice now.
That's being passed around.
It's going around. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta
hang on. I'll be back in just a moment.
It's like this flu that's going around.
Andrew will be right back.
Yeah, it's contagious.
While Andrew
isn't it?
is out, I can say a
still got
quick
it.
tech update here is we understand what's causing the robovirus to spread. It's nothing to worry about. It's not AI. But we will be in the next couple of weeks switching up the technology we're using a little bit, and we think that will cure robo voice and a few other things.
Yeah, we're moving from Fisher Price to Nassau.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No more Fisher Price software. We've contacted NASA. Maybe we need the Fisher Price. No.
The thing is, we have very
Fisher
good
Price
software.
Jack, Anne Marie's wondering what you're seeing to go short. My thought is there's liquidity down below, and that's kind of got me nervous.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of liquidity at 65.
Yeah.
All right, doing a mic test just to see if I'm still a robot.
All right, how's Andrew, everybody?
I think he should probably be all right.
I think so. That's usually
All
the
right.
fix. All right.
So, okay, good. We got my screen up.
Oh,
So
good. Thank you,
again, what we ran into is the 21 EMA crossed the 60. My initial entry point was up here because we had that cross and then a pullback. And then all I did is I tracked my entry point down, and it actually, I stopped right about here. I really should have gone all the way down, but I stopped right about here. Took a nice entry, very little heat. You know, it was like 3 handles of heat, and then got out after about an $800 winner and put me up at 615 for the day.
Very nice. Well done.
Yeah.
Very, very simple strategy, especially when you're dealing with NQ, right? You don't want to have to think a whole lot. It's just see what you see and then, you know, pull the trigger, because it's definitely not going to wait for you.
No. NQ doesn't wait for anyone.
So, you see, now, Andrew had that robot voice, and when he came back, Sifu said, "Cowboy Andrew is back." So you got the cowboy voice now, but keep it. It's cool. We like that.
I got to turn on my Rips voice, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, everybody.
Hello, everybody. He has an amazing voice.
Yeah.
He has a great voice, but he sounds like he's probably had quite a lot of whiskeys, and then it sort of settled into this really nice kind of smoky over the years.
That would be me.
That's what gives you the gravel, doesn't it?
And then screaming in the pits for how many years?
Yeah.
Right. I can imagine that.
I was screaming in microphones.
There was some voice
25 years.
for a long time.
20,
There was some
20
voices
some odd
on the
years
floor
screaming and hollering.
Yeah.
that they would talk and your eyes would water. They talk like, I mean, just from blowing out their vocal cords, you know, being on the floor long, and they talk and your eyes would be like, oh my God, they're watering. Please stop.
There's this singer that I knew, and she couldn't speak like at all. She turned up. We were doing a New Year's Eve actually gig together. And, you know, sometimes you will get, as a session musician, you will get like random people just turning up, and then everybody kind of wants to do a very long gig. So you need to have different singers, different people, because not one person, you know, it's like 5 hours of playing and singing. And she turns up and she's like talking like this. And she's like, hello, guys. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, we're going to be doing some songs. And I was like, man, she can't even like speak. Like, what the hell is she going to do? And then she said, can you give me a shot of brandy? And I was like, okay.
That's a fix.
So she slammed down a shot of brandy and then just jumped on the stage and started doing like Shaka Khan songs, like,
Yeah, he sounds playing Dan.
Speak. I was in awe, man. I couldn't stop looking at her. It's like, Jesus, how do you do that?
Yeah, a lot of traders on the floor that weren't using their voices the right way ended up with polyps on their vocal cords and having a lot of problems that way.
Yeah, I have a different problem. I actually have this weird condition that's called laryngeal dystonia, and it is from vocal abuse. It basically means that sometimes my vocal muscles, the cricothyroid muscles, they actually tighten up and they won't release. So sometimes, sometimes that's just like, there's nothing I can do about it. It's in the brain apparently, but it is from abuse of the voice. So yeah, it's like a completely different thing. It's a bizarre condition as well.
I pitched that long for a small loss. I'm done probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill it for minus 12.6 as well.
Yeah.
And then for tradertainment, again, XFA, I'm going to sell it here.
Join me.
Yes, I've come over to the dark side, Jack. Let's see. 47, 67, 75. And my stop is 47, 76, 50.
Some questions about what time frame you're trading, Andrew. I know you're on a range chart.
Right. Yeah, so for me, on my normal entries and my normal trades, I run a 10-tick range bar on NQ, and you would think that would be really, really quick. And by the way, I'm short again at 16,637.50. But you would think it'd be too fast to really trade, you know, that particular speed. And it is at times, right? At first market open, those kinds of things. It can be a little bit quick. And I usually, if it is, I just sit back and wait for it to slow down some. And look, it's going to go up and catch my stop just for the show.
Tradertainment.
Tradertainment. That's right. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's on a combine, so it's not it's not coming out of the hip National Bank there. It's coming it's just part of the combine. But
you're seeing 1.3 billion buy side MOCs.
Okay.
Wow. And then for longer term, once the markets kind of settle down here in the next couple of weeks, you'll also see me trading off of a 40 tick range bar, which is something that Coach Robert kind of recommended. And when I applied it the first time and I looked at it, I said, man, that fits in really, really well with my trading style. So if you look back here, when it actually crossed over and it pulled back, I mean, it was a beautiful entry point. I would have come in, right along in this particular point. You have to ride a little bit more of pull down, so your position size has got to be a little bit smaller, but not a big deal. And then you would have caught that run all the way down on a single trade, and you end up with, long term, you end up a lot better off trading that. But when these markets are choppy and they're not really committed to a particular direction or anything that's going on, then I'll trade the 10 tick, and you can see it's not relatively quick in between bars. And for those who aren't familiar with what a range bar is, every single bar on my chart on this 10 tick is exactly 10 ticks high. So if it's since I'm set for 10 ticks, and you'll see the wick where it actually goes down, and then from that point up is exactly 10 ticks, and that helps me keep a very steady level on my risk, right? So I'm using the exact same entry method. My risk is always going to be 11 handles, and look, it actually took me out just about to the tick and then turned right around, but that's okay.
You know what, Andrew? I've conversed with the market, and this is what the market has to say.
You can't run. You can't hide. I will find you. I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market, and I know who you are.
Liam Neeson is the market voice.
It has a
pretty close
particular set of skills.
I should stop you out.
So Andrew, let me ask you, do you have any particular duration that you aim for targets, or is it like, how do you take profits?
So for me, I trail my stop. Okay. In my case, so what I would normally do is, if like on this trade I took earlier, I would have entered in, and I came in right about where my pointer is right now, right about here. As soon as the 21 EMA passed my entry point, then I move my stop to break even plus 2 ticks. And then I'll trail it up based off of the 60 EMA. And then the reason why I got out here is because if you look at it, you can see it flattening out. And that's a fairly good indication. And that's what I really like about the 10 tick, because it's such a granular look at what's going on with NQ. I can actually see when this kind of stuff is starting to happen. And then we got that pullback, and my entry point on this one was right about here, close to the bottom, but that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
And now
that's also situational awareness, though. You see, many people are like, oh, how do I exit? Well, you have to take in context of what's happening. We can't just have blinkers on to just go, whatever. Target is there, stop loss is there. Like, it has to be flexible. Michael talks about this as well, right? So we have to have certain flexibility to recognize when the trade is still valid, when it is not, when you need to bail, when you need to modify the way you're doing things. So yeah, very good. I like it. I don't like this trade I'm in, Jack.
Well, with buy MOCs with delta at negative 19,000.
Yeah.
If there's going to be a move, it's going to be a short squeeze.
I'm committed to it now.
Yeah, I'm long again from 16,650 to 25.
Okay.
NASDAQ still showing 76, 77. Long We'll see where that plays out. Got the gold 65.34 crude, basically on the fence.
Mm.
Yeah, I was muted because my dog was howling. I'm back.
Yeah, mine's howling now.
I went ahead and moved my stop just because of the MOC stuff coming up.
Hmm. I mean, if we're gonna nitpick in the ES, we still have one single print left in K period.
I know. It's
I'm
killing me.
holding on for dear life here.
It's killing me.
It still hasn't closed.
We're stalling out again right here where it flattened out last time, so I'm gonna close it out.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, it's right here at this level where it seems to be having some issues trying to get through.
Mm.
And I mean, that ends up putting me up 210 on the day. So
Okay.
overall, I'm not complaining about that in the least bit, especially day one, for a new year.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it can be really, really hairy until everybody figures out,
see if
we need to be going long or something.
that liquidity down below is just eating at me.
Yeah, same. This is why I'm still
long
in the
just now.
short. Yeah. But Jack, I mean, I was joking earlier. One of the reasons why I'm still short ES is because we still have that one single print. I was joking.
Right.
But it is still, like, it hasn't gone back to the initial balance low. So until it closes that, we still have the chance to revisit 47.65, which is also where my average session low is.
And just so everybody knows as well, on this combine that I'm trading, it's a 150K combine, but I'm treating it like it's a brand new express account, and that's why I'm stopping at 3 contracts, which is what I would be limited to within the scaling plan. And I feel like if I can trade it the way that I would have it in an express account, then it makes it much better and makes the transition a lot smoother when I get to a live account.
Good call.
Yep, that's very good. I asked Mick to limit my daily loss limit and the number of contracts in the live. Because again, you don't want to go gung-ho into the live and just go 3 days in and you're like, ouch.
Ouch.
That's the one thing that really breaks my heart when you see it, in support and in Discord. These people, they come in and they pass a combine in 2 days. They get funded and they treat the express account like they did that combine.
Yeah, I see it all the time. Yeah.
2 days later, they've blown their express
They're
account.
gone.
What do you?
Yeah.
I feel so bad for them because I know how difficult it is.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there, obviously. My first funded, the thing is, the firm that I first started learning at, it was very difficult to lose your position there. Very difficult. But yeah, so we would see people who would get into the live funded account. They've never been funded before. And they would do the same thing. My first week was a bit of a car crash. So I ended up back on the sim, like literally within, I don't know whether it was 2 weeks. Like, it was horrible. Because I didn't know. I was like, oh my God. And then I lost one trade and then I got myself into a whole bunch of psychological nonsense. And in the end, in the end, you just have to take it slow, size down, and respect the new account at the end of the day, Try not to ride the wave of hopium, higher hopium.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. That's it.
Yeah, I'm out of half of it. Let me see.
All right, it's got about 10 minutes here until the top of the hour.
This is why I don't trade the ES on a regular basis.
See if you can bail me
it's
out
been
there.
a very tough day today.
Yeah, it wasn't easy at all. Yeah.
Wow, look at it go.
Yep, there it is. Happy I closed that before that.
Filled. I was out.
Yeah. And that's a good example of, for me to not sit there and just, judge it just because it looked like it was hitting that same level. It's just, I should have stuck to normal plan of the way I trail my stop, and I would be up 31 handles at this point on NQ on 3 contracts. So it's just part of it. You know, I don't think the market's quite where it needs to be just yet for this year, but so I'm still in a semi scalp mode in my trading.
I mean, it's so early. In my experience, usually this first week tends to be a bit meh, like the whole liquidity and stuff. There's a lot of weirdness. Like, look at crude oil today. This is not regular trading. This is either offloading positions or it's just low liquidity. I haven't actually looked at it exactly how much volume we had today, but this is certainly not normal for 2nd of January in crude oil. Usually it's just very quiet.
I just made $350 on that pop. Back to
point. Nice one.
Wow, nice pop.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, there's a good first day of the year.
Yeah. I should have stayed with my long.
John, you got the MOC? You got the number for the MOC here?
Yeah,
today?
1.3 billion buy side.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to unravel all that negative delta. We were talking about delta being negative 20,000. It's down 16,000. There's more to go.
So John, when the market clearly has liquidity below the area, below the current price, but then it doesn't get there, what does that tell you?
It tells me that Anne Marie had a really good opportunity, really good level.
Good show, Anne Marie.
Yeah, Anne Marie, we need you.
No, if it doesn't go down and take that liquidity, that's saying something. We know that what doesn't happen is equal as important as what does.
So what does it say? What does it say?
It says we couldn't get down there to take that liquidity. We were too short. The market was too short, and that was kind of foretold in the Delta.
So still lots of buyers around.
Yeah,
there's still lots of shorts that could continue to be squeezed.
Right.
It is Tuesday, synthetic Monday, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But we got back to point of control. I took that profit. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm done.
And walk away.
Great trade. Yeah. Mic drop.
It's like hitting that 3-point, turning it around before it even hits the rim. Yep. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. It's like setting up a putt and then looking at your buddy and then swinging and hitting the putt and having it go in. Yep.
Yeah.
Putt.
Thanks, Anne Marie.
Yeah, she's here, right? She's still here with us, I think.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
She's out at 79.
Right. There she is. Yeah.
Trade.
47.79. Nice. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Great trade. Yeah.
It makes me want to dance.
All right. We got a poll here. Do you trade along with the tilt going into the close? Yes, no, don't have it yet. Okay. I don't know. And what's my load going to be? I definitely watch it throughout the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
but I think with the inability of the market to go down and take out that liquidity, and coming up to the 3 o'clock to close, and seeing that the Delta was as negative as it was, I thought there was a pretty good chance that we were going to see this pop at the end of the day today. So
there it is. Yeah,
the Delta, the tilt was positive to the long side. I think the NASDAQ was over 70% long. They just got paid.
Yep. Wasn't it 80% at one point? I think Eddie said it was 80%.
Yeah.
It was really long. They got paid.
Yeah.
I wonder if they were looking at I wonder if all of them talked to Anne Marie. Did you guys all talk to Anne Marie?
We should ask her.
Anne Marie, pick me.
She would. There'll be a lot of phone calls.
Oh yes. So saying, does anyone think that Jack kind of looks like a younger Jack Black?
I don't know if I look like a younger Jack Black.
No, you look nothing like it.
No.
It was B. B says that in the chat. Roadrunner
Hey.
says, I just met a guy at a cigar shop. No, this isn't a joke. And let him know about Topstep. He's new to
Oh,
future, so
nice.
TopstepTV will help a bunch.
Awesome.
Guy in a cigar shop. There you go. Seth MacFarlane, maybe a little bit more like Seth.
I can see
MacFarlane.
that. I can see Seth MacFarlane. Yeah.
That's the one I
Charlie
usually get.
Kirk. Never thought of that one.
Oh, Charlie Kirk, yeah.
Who's Charlie
Somebody that-
Kirk?
Watching YouTube. Brad says Seth, and Nicholas says Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk
No, I
is a
don't see that.
conservative mouthpiece on.
Yeah,
social
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm just Googling.
I just don't have that big a head.
No,
Yeah.
he's got a
Yeah.
kind of a
Tim
bubble.
Robbins.
Tim, that's a new one.
Yeah.
I told Rips the other day that he looks like a cross between Ryan Reynolds and a voice of Casey Kasem.
Apparently, I look like Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
I can see that a little.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Mostly people tell me lately I look like Logan Roy.
Who's Logan?
You guys know who
Roy?
Logan Roy is?
Yeah, from Succession.
Yeah. Brian Cox, I think is his name.
Was he a linebacker for the Bears?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, no bad. But mainly because of the beard, though. I'm not sure how much
Right.
facial similarity you actually have. Yeah.
Kim
I wish I had
Wilde. Oh,
a
maybe.
pocketbook too. Kim Wilde. Huh. There's an 80s name for you.
We'll have a
yeah.
doppelganger day. So he says, what am I? I look like Walter Matthau. Who's that?
Oh, here we go. I think I've got a
The
show.
grand-
Apparently, Lady Gaga is way more attractive. Yeah.
Nonsense.
No.
Nonsense.
Let's
John,
see how you look.
you look like the grandpa from Dukes of Hazzard.
See, here it is.
What was his name, Jesse?
There was more to go to the upside here. We're 15.
Yeah, I know. It's just going. It's ripping.
Why are we not? Well, we had a good day anyway.
Yeah, it's because I went on XFA for a multitude of reasons, because I'm not a core ES trader, and I wanted to have my first day up in the live. So obviously I did my QR trading. I'm up $830. Obviously don't want to jeopardize that. So yeah, to continue to trade, it would be a bit. It wouldn't be preserving your profits, would it? It would be just trading for the sake of trading.
To trading, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of folks here saying that they think Lady Gaga is pretty, but you're prettier, D.
Oh, thank you. I think Lady Gaga is really cute, actually, but there we go. Obviously, some people
But she can't sing.
disagree. She can. Oh my God, I love Lady Gaga.
I'm just
an
kidding.
awesome musician. She is so mesmerizing to watch.
It was just a joke.
I have a lot of respect for my fellow
I don't
musicians.
know where she got the name Gaga. I know, like, Queen had Radio Gaga, if that has anything
Yeah,
to
I
do with
think
it.
that probably does have
that's where it's
something
from.
to do with it.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it's from.
Is it?
Lady Gaga can't trade, though.
I don't know.
And apparently I have sexier dogs, which I find a little bit of a disturbing statement.
You gotta have respect for those French bulldogs. That's what she's got.
You're Robo
No,
again.
I'm Robo voice. Okay, well, we're at the end.
Well,
Yeah,
we
we're
got
at the
the
end.
last minute here. Before we leave, folks, want to say thank you very much to Andrew for being with us here, Jack and Deeyana. Andrew, any last words here before we say goodbye?
The biggest thing for people who are watching, you saw I was up 310 and I was down a little bit. My emotions didn't change during that particular time. In fact, I kind of joke about it. But get yourself to that point where you have enough faith in what you're doing as far as your trading goes, that little things like that won't bother you and you don't go on tilt. I mean, I could have easily just jumped back in with 15 contracts, but I didn't. So make that a goal for yourself for this year to get to the point where those kinds of things are not that big of a deal.
All right. Jack, any closing comments, my friend?
Don't put on a trade where I did at this time of the day. Anne Marie is God. There, I said it.
There you
And
go.
then
I'm
D, you
flat.
got the robot voice, but
Yes,
Well,
I've got the robot voice. So
she wishes us all the best.
yes,
I'll
just
I'll talk. I'll talk for D. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to tomorrow morning for fast markets. Have a great day. Blessings and love you all. All right, there was D.
Thanks, D. And then Johnny, any closing comments here?
Yeah, great to be here, everybody. Have a great night. Love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. So tomorrow, be with us
Lacey
here.
saying goodbye to.
Goodbye, Lacey. Fast markets. Here we've got Hoag, myself, and MP. Andre and Deeyana is going to be with us here again early. We'll have shoulder tap with Mick. Power players, Andre, Justin G, and myself. Top quiz tomorrow, Jack and Bonnie. Group coaching, Hoag and JD. We got Back to the Futures booked. Coach Jay. We got Cortland, Andre, Hoag, and myself. And the big one is the Power Hour, where it's just going to be overloaded with coaches. Do not miss it. Coach Ray, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Andre, Hoag, and myself. Folks, have a great evening. It was very nice to be here. First trading day of the year. Get some rest. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. Have yourself a great evening. Take care.
Thank you.